night. What's good with it? What's good with it? Yes. Yes, honey. Yes. I'm showing out. Y'all can hear me giving them thumbs up so I can get this chat call out the way. Wow, a minute. Let me look at them damn thumbs up because y'all be tripping. Oh, no. Y'all have to like me up, honey. Y'all crazy. This some extra shit here today. Like me up. Baby. Y'all, I tell you when enough is enough. Nope. This ain't gonna work out. I ain't never seen niggas that don't tip. Y'all can't even move y'all ass over there and hit the damn like button. You know, this is advanced over here. Okay, we are well beyond what the fuck is going on. We see right through what the fuck they trying to do. We going to talk about it before they get to it. So keep it going, baby. Keep it going. I need some more. I'm about 5 off. 4 off. Probably more than that, but I'll go. Listen, I don't know what just happened. I was sitting over there, one minding my business, listening to Dana, and before I knew, because I was gonna go on. First, I was gonna go on like right after Debo. Then all the triple D's was on at the same time, you know. So I was like, okay, well, let me wait. So I said, well, I'll go on at 11. And Dana kept talking and fucking around. I said, I'll go on at 11:30. And then I was sitting up here, I wasn't minding, doing something else, wasn't minding my own business. And all of a sudden, I didn't hear Dana say shit else. So I went in there and checked, and then I click on the button, and they talk about he had them copy strikes. And I don't know what was copy, what he got hit for, who hit him. Because the only thing he had played, I think, was Shabazz and shit. And he had put the government shit up there. So I don't know if it's the government striking, but if hey, I don't know if it's Pacer striking. So if it is, I ain't gonna put it up there tonight. I don't know what the fuck it is. Maybe he'll come on and tell us who was the culprit, honey, because I don't know. Yes, thank you, honey. You been kicked off. Oh, god damn, boy. Y'all take this shit too serious. Oh, Lord, let me give him a check call out the way. Hey, Sonya Davis, you were first. Hey, Miss January. Hey, Cool BJ, Lil Red. Lil Bear, what's good with it? What's good with it, sir? Progress 2 times. Hey, baby. Hey, Shaka Babs. Hey. Hey, Dennis King. Dennis. Boy, that's crazy. The page is gone. Damn. God damn. Boy, that's crazy. And listen, hey, our prayers go out to those in Texas who experienced that horrible mass gun shooting. I was going to loop that in with this live, but I'm not. I'll probably just, hey, I'm scared to now to do the news thing that I was going to do because Golden State Warriors coach Steve Kerr made a very passionate statement with regards to the matter, and it was some I didn't even. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. You get so caught up in what your own life and this shit that's going on YouTube when the real stuff and the stuff that really matters, you find yourself disconnected from it. And you really shouldn't be that way, right? And you should be really connected to the people that mean something to you, that you mean something to, and the issues that mean something to you and you mean something, that affects you or that it can affect you or somebody that you know. So, it's real sad. I didn't even know that in New York somebody had shot up a black neighborhood or something. That's crazy. I don't know what's going on, and it's these young people, right? I'm telling you, mental health is a real thing. If you think it's not, just look around. I'm telling you. So you got to listen. You got to start. I cannot tell you how important it is to Stay grounded and connected and humble. And always looking for solutions and ways to help, right? Those that are in need or what have you, whatever it is. Serve a purpose, not serve bullshit. And a lot of this is bullshit. So I don't like to spend time on going through stuff that has already happened or has already been litigated or challenged or questioned, whatever, already in the case. Statute of statute of liberty, Lord. What did I just say? Statute of limitations, double jeopardy, jurisdiction, venue, all that stuff has already been played out. There is a guilty verdict on the table. All right. When the post convictions phase of it, those things have already been, beaten and hammered. Those are hell. I want to say first year law student issues, but actually goes prior to that. I mean, you tackle that in some areas of studies, just getting your undergraduate degree, right? That answers those questions. Those are very, 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 very. I don't want to say small issues, but it's a small issue when it has already been decided and determined. I told you, those things are the easiest things to get a case kicked out for. That's nothing. It's very, that's very, it's, those things are almost pretty much cut and dry. It's straightforward. Statute of limitation, double jeopardy, jurisdiction venue, all of that. But what we're going to talk about tonight is a little more, a little more deeper issue, right? And I'm going to put the resource in the chat so y'all can grab this and see where I'm going with. And when you look at the date, you're going to be like, what the hell? Because what I'm talking about now, this article was done on yesterday. And this is about ineffective assistance of counsel, right? IAC. We're going to call it IAC. That's what you refer to it as anyway, but that's what we're going to refer to this over because that's a mouthful. So, whenever you're, well, let me change that. Myself. Anytime I have to prepare to do something, to talk about something, I want the latest on the law, right? It's different than just popping it on, popping it in, popping up, and get to popping with it, right? That's different. Talking about whenever I got to prepare for something, I got a moment. I got time to look for what the hell I'm looking for, to try to cement what I'm talking about together in order to make it, to translate it to you where you can understand, right? So I was wondering, right, since all of these IAC claims are piling up, they're piling up for the defense, right? It's showing where several missteps have occurred. Now J-Bo has missteps that have occurred prior to the trial. That's pre-trial. That's the Rule 12. So now we have that on the table. Plus the other ineffective assistance IAC claims she made under the new trial, right, motion. You also have the acquittal out here. And I think, this is just my interpretation, I think that Judge Donnelly has already got her mind made up on how she's going to rule on both Rule 29 and Rule 33, right? The motion for acquittal and the motion for a new trial, right? I think she's already got her mind made up. I think when when she asked for the jury information, right? When she asked for, I think the government to submit like why they some of some of the the jurors were dismissed and all of that. And I think she wanted to look at the sub questions where they asked her. If you go back and look, that's what she asked, right? She asked that. I think she's already decided on that, what she's going to do about that. For IAC claims with regards to new trial. I think that these were maybe the two outstanding issues in her head that she had that was answered today by the government. I think she already knew what she was going to do, but of course she just wanted to lay it out, because appeals also occur when the judges, they send it on up when the judge is at error as well, of course, right? So I think she wanted to cover herself. That's just my personal opinion, but they all do it real slick in your face. Right, in your damn face, right? But I want to get an answer from y'all. What do you think now that you see all these claims of IAC here, IAC there, and at this point, it's different attorneys that was on the case. What do you think? Do you think that the chances increases for him getting a new trial, either at the lower court, because this decision is still with Judge Ann Donnelly, or at a higher court, an appeals court, or even higher, Supreme Court? Do you think what you think his chances are now that this shit is piling up? Whole bunch of missteps. Anybody? Damn, am I without soda? Oh no. I hate to run. I'll give y'all a minute to type something if y'all gonna type something. And we're gonna talk about it. I'm gonna see what y'all gonna say. And I'm gonna tell you what I found out. Ooh. I'll be back. I'll be back. Let's see if I got anybody. I think it's hard to blame. Okay. All right. Let me tell you this. Oh, and listen, I mind my own business. So I was listening to Sylvia attack Judge Ann Donnelly's shit. And shouts out to her and them people on that channel for doing so, because that's the judge's shit. That's a little bit tough. That's a little take a little different approach. But the lady whose name is Perspective Me, she actually had it right. She was looking at it the correct way. What I forgot exactly what she said, because honey, I done been all listen. I done been sitting my ass in the grass for the last few hours. But that lady Perspective Me actually got it right. Looked at it the appropriate way. And I'm going to tell you how. Not the fact that because I got it right, because I'll take me out of it. The fact that the paperwork that came out today confirmed what she was saying. So, yeah, she had it right. So, whatever that train of thought was, that was the correct way of looking at it, and that is what they were trying to say. So, you have to go back into that live and go back to when she popped up on the panel, and I think her and Purple Couch was on there and Silly. So, shouts out to her for getting it right. But let me tell you something. I think his chances slim to none. J-Bo will have to take it to the high court. Right. So what we're addressing today is, what do you think their chances are at the lower court, appellate court, or in Supreme Court? And with all these IAC claims, now I want y'all to now, so y'all already know what the answer's going to be when I say this. Hey, when I say this, you know what the answer's already getting ready to be. But I had to, this the judge shit here. And shit, this is Supreme Court shit, whatever. And I had to do a little motherfucking looking around. But listen, when I say this, you know what the answer's going to be. Now you know the Lord has the final answer to what happens in this case. That depends on if you are, on Team Chaos. And if you are on Team Lock 'em Up. It all, however you all break. I'm just looking for solutions on both sides. Or, like I said, the pros and the cons on both sides. Okay? Who is most likely to win out of this situation? So let me tell you this. It is not enough just to raise IAC claims. No, it's not enough. If you've seen the mention of Strickland all over the place, especially when it comes to IAC, that's because Strickland is pivotal. Oh, I'm sorry. Put a pin right there. Let me go back to something else. I heard one other lady say on the channel over there saying that she didn't understand why they would pick that particular case law to address R. Kelly's case, right? Meaning that maybe they should have picked the case law that's similar to that has something to do with sex crimes and things. And that's not actually how it works. The use of case law is to serve as a advisory on how to apply the guidelines and stuff, right? The guidelines to a ruling, as well as what they do is they use it to clarify the law, like by manual review. So that's what they use case law to do. So it can be an ID case dealing with identity theft. It's not what the case is about. It's not a competing cases. It's about the actual guidelines. How was the rules applied? How was the law interpreted? Not what happened in the case. So I just wanted, to make sure that you know that. So back to what I was talking about as far as ineffective assistant counsel. Now, this holds true. See, now this has already made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. And as you see by the article, so I'm already using primary law, right? I'm already using that. I'm already at the top. So that can be used at the lower level, appellate, and at the top. So I'm already using that. Here's the thing. It is not enough just to raise a bunch of issues under IAC. That is not how it works. We discussed in reading both I know it was in the prosecutor's response to the ineffective assistance of counsel claims, but I think it was in JBO as well, is that there are two prongs, right, that must be satisfied. Not only that you have to satisfy those two prongs, right? They also at the Supreme Court has said that they will be considerate of the counsel, meaning that they will consider the job that they did, right? Which makes the claims, the bar for proving those claims, very low. So I ain't gonna say. Let me change that. Not to make the bar for proving those claims, it actually makes it high. When they consider the job the counsel did, it makes the bar high for proving those claims. That's what I mean to say. And I'm gonna tell you why. They can argue this is what can come out on an IAC claim, and this is acceptable. A lot of cases have been denied because of a few of these reasons I'm going to give you. They can come out and say, while the counsel was defective, it did not prejudice the outcome. It did not prejudice the defendant. They've also have stated that lack of strategy is not good enough for IAC claim. That means if your counsel did not have a clear strategy, the strategy wasn't good, whatever, it's not good. The reason why I'm pointing these issues out is because this is the shit that we've heard. We're hearing through the back and forth with McDavid, this stuff that had already happened in this case. These are the issues, right? And the courts have even looked at the inculpatory evidence, meaning the evidence which will make someone guilty, and have found that due to that, it wouldn't have overcome the guilty verdict. So you kind of boxed in. I don't know what else to say. You kind of boxed in at that, in that instance, right? So I don't know I don't know if an IAC claim will survive at any level based on those three things right there. I mean, so I look at, okay, what if she hit the judge, right? What if she said that the judge's charge instructions were somehow violated her client? What if she goes there? Now we're getting out of the realm of IAC claims. We pinning it on the judge, but shit. And then that would be up for a review. What if she gets out of the what if she tags the judge's ass? That she seems to be doing anyway. Tag him on that jury charge. So, but I don't know if IAC is what people should be beckoning on. Oh, what's good with it? I seen you been in the bushes too. Leave Alpha Kelly. Hey, did you have a seat out for me? Because it seemed like we was in the same bushes. But y'all, but let me read this article that came out on the yesterday about this about IAC. Let me tell you. Let me put it up. So y'all, well, I'm scared to share stuff now. I'll just read. I put it in the chat. I don't know what happened over there to Dana. So I'm just going to read it until he tells us what happened. What it says, Supreme Court restricts federal intervention in effective counsel cases. The Supreme Court on Monday made it harder for defendants to seek relief from federal courts on claims that their convictions in state court were tainted by ineffective counsel. The 6-3 decision divided the court's majority conservatives from its liberals. It will have the most direct effect on 2 of Arizona's death row inmates, one of whom claims his state-appointed lawyer failed to pursue evidence that could have proven him innocent, and another who says his lawyer did little to try to prove the inmate's intellectual disability. Wow. But advocates say the ruling will resonate more widely and implicates a subset of cases where defendants had bad lawyers both at their trials and in post-conviction appeals. Justice Clarence Thomas, writing for the majority, said a federal law that sought to streamline criminal appeals does not allow a federal court to conduct hearings or consider evidence beyond the state court record based on ineffective assistance of state post-conviction counsel. In our dual sovereign system, and dual sovereign means both state and federal courts must afford unwavering respect to the centrality of the trial of a criminal case in state court, wrote Thomas, referring to a court precedent. He added that intervention by federal courts is an affront to the state and its citizens who returned a verdict of guilt after considering the evidence before them. Federal courts years later lacked the competence and authority to relitigate a state criminal case. He was joined by Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. and the rest of the court's most consistently conservative justice, Judge Samuel Alito Jr., Neil M. Gorsuch, Brett McCavanagh, and Amy Coney Barrett. Or, them some new people. Justice Sonia Sotomayor issued a stinging rebuttal calling Thomas's opinion perverse and illogical, and said that it would reduce the rubble previous Supreme Court's findings that the constitutional right to effective counsel is a bedrock principle in an adversary system of criminal justice. With Monday's ruling, the court hamstrings the federal authority to safeguard the right, Sotomayor wrote. The court's decision will leave many people who were convicted in violation of the Sixth Amendment to face incarceration or even execution without any meaningful chance to vindicate their right to counsel. She was joined by 2 other justices on the left, Stephen G. Breyer and Elena Kagan. The cases concerned 2 Arizona men who was convicted of brutal murders. David Ramirez was convicted of fatally stabbing his girlfriend, Mary Ann Gutierrez, and her 15-year-old daughter, Candy, in 1989. Police also found physical evidence that Ramirez had raped Candy. Thomas wrote, Ramirez claimed his lawyers in state proceedings failed to present evidence of a horrific childhood that might have led to a sentence of life imprisonment instead of death. Beverly Jones was convicted of sexual assault, 3 counts of child abuse, and felony murder after the 1994 death of his girlfriend, 4-year-old daughter, Rachel Gray. Jones was convicted of beating the child to death, but his lawyer at the Supreme Court said previous lawyers had failed to present medical evidence that could have shown that the child sustained her injuries when she was not in Jones' care. And this post-conviction lawyer failed to develop a showing of his trial lawyer's shortcoming, Jones claimed. So in other words, J-Bo is doing a job. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit sided with both men, and Arizona brought the cases to the Supreme Court. Innocence Project Executive Director Christina Swarns wrote in a column in New York Times that Jones lost the lawyer lottery twice. Her organization said the ability of federal courts to conduct evidentiary hearings into such claims were crucial. Since 1989, almost 3,000 people have been wrongfully convicted of crimes in the United States, Swarms wrote. And since 1973, 186 people condemned to death have been exonerated. Bad lawyering, including poor preparation, inadequate investigation, and intrinsic bias, was leading cause. But Thomas said the Supreme Court has found that federal review of state convictions is an extreme remedy reserved for the most extraordinary cases. The Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996 imposes strict limits on federal courts, he wrote, which is true. Serial relitigation of final convictions undermine the finality that is essential to both the retributive and deterrent functions of criminal law, Thomas wrote, quoting a previous Supreme Court case. Sotomayor responded that it made no sense to limit federal review of ineffective counsel claims to issue raised in the state court record. Ineffective assistance claims frequently turn on errors of omission, evidence that was not obtained, witnesses that were not contacted, experts who were not retained, or investigative leads that were not pursued, she wrote, demonstrating that counsel failed to take each of these measures by definition requires evidence beyond the trial record. She said, and so that could lead to what I was telling you about. He has another shot with a habeas corpus motion after he go to the appeals, and he got one more shot back with Judge Andoni. But let's go. And that would be a motion, I think it's what, 22, 55, it's 54 for the states. Okay. She said the court missed the larger point of its ruling. To put it bluntly, two men whose trial attorneys did not provide even the bare minimum level of representation required by the Constitution may be executed because forces outside their control prevented them from vindicating their constitutional right to counsel, she wrote. Washington lawyer Robert Loeb argued the case for Ramirez and Jones at the Supreme Court, said in a statement that the decision means that a federal court can have evidence that someone like Barry Jones did not commit the crime supporting the death sentence, but that the court then is helpless to offer any relief. He said Congress should immediately fix the problem the court has created today. But organizations that support the death penalty said Congress already has acted. In 1996, Congress cracked down on the misuse of habeas corpus to second-guess judgments that have already been fully and fairly decided in state courts. Criminal Justice Legal Foundation legal director Kent Scheidenegger said in his statement, today's decision affirms that federal courts cannot make up their own exceptions to evade the law. And I come on back around to the front. Let me see if y'all got anything to say. I'll do the droppy drop. Let me see if y'all got something to say. What's good with it, PM? What's good with it? Let me see who else is available. Hey, Karen J. Hey, Danny. Hey, Mama Danny. What's up, Purple Purple? Shout Tay. So, oh Lord, it's the informant channel. Girl, I almost died today when I read that paperwork. I'm like, wait a minute, is they listening? Because, girl, I put part one of that live when we hadn't said all that stuff that came back on today. We hadn't already said it. And when she said it should have been ineffective, and I sat up there when I was going through it a few days ago, I said, well, she should have put this on ineffective. Baby, I was like, hey, shut this motherfucker down. We got to get the hell up out of here. Hey, James Finch. Oh, but hey, it is what it is. What's good with it, Mac? Damn. So, listen. You know, I'm just keeping it 100 now. You know, to spend a lot of times on the shit that don't matter is not gonna help either. whatever that would have may have come from that Tasha K thing with the emails and shit, unless it has some direct bearings on this case, unless it uncovers evidence that wasn't known, that's the only kind of traction it will get. Who turned it over, who didn't, who was informing, who not, that's neither here or there. It's just maybe a build up to show how the system is corrupt overall. Maybe that's the final frontier of it. And maybe, based on that demonstration, maybe you'll get a mercy, a mercy ruling to overturn this thing. That's the only thing I can think of. Because baby, I'm at the Supreme Court now, and there's been places for me to go. I'm just trying to ask y'all. Oh yes, ma'am. Oh, look at Mac Dime keeping up. Look at Mac Dime informing people on what done happened. What had done happened. I thought you was in here for that because I read both. I heard somebody popping on through. Somebody want me to pop them up. What's good with it? What's good with it?
How you doing, Miss Walker?
All right.
Hey, listen, how is my reception? Because I got a new piece. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you fine. You come through loud
Pretty
and clear.
great. Um, yeah, I was just watching your commentary as it pertains to ineffective assistance counsel. Um, you're right on point. You're spot on. And I tell you, all I could say to you is that you ever been to the fireworks?
Yeah, sometimes I can't even escape it because they thought it was a good idea to to buy the firework machine or whatever, and whatever. I don't even know what the holiday be that you be looking up and pop pop pop. One day I was on the phone with Joe. I said, "You hear that? You see that? All this pop pop pop. What's the holiday?" Yeah, yeah, I've been to them. They have them on the property.
Got you. And you notice at the end you have what is called the grand finale, right?
Right.
Um, Prepare. That's all I could say. I'll give you more details as you know when everything unfolds, but just prepare you guys for the grand finale. Everything that you spoke about as it relates to the bar, how high that bar is to show ineffective assistance of counsel, you're absolutely right. And it brings me back to when I was about a month in to my project. Um, um, people, I've said 50 some pages, but it turned out to be almost 75 pages. However,
Good
when
Lord.
I was, yeah, when I was about a month in, be quiet, boy. Let me grab that thing. This dog is barking. No, I was joking. Be quiet, boy.
Man, just
Um,
wonder what is that thing used to run from, the squirrel or something? What
the
was
raccoon, the
raccoon?
raccoon. Yeah.
Maybe you
They
used to
still
get
be
a
out.
maybe you used to get out of Dodge. I ain't going back out there.
Yeah, these raccoons around here is brave. I saw a just to digress for a minute. I saw a duck on my property yesterday. Be quiet, boy. So I run outside, to feed the duck, and I got the breadcrumbs. Me and my baby, we throwing the
Uh-uh.
breadcrumb. That duck looked at us like, no, no, thank you. So I told my baby, I said that tells you the preservatives and shit that's in is bread and stuff. We eat. Ducks got more sense than us. we The duck was like, because I don't eat white bread. We eat like wheat bread and stuff. But the duck was like, no, thank you. He smelled it, was like, nah, I'm good. But um, yeah. So when I was about a month in, it reminds me that I spoke to a very prominent attorney, and one day I'll tell you who, he or she, very prominent, world renowned. And the person sat on the phone with me for 20, almost a half an hour, and I'm explaining to this individual what I am constructing, and the individual called me back maybe 3 minutes later after we hung up, and the person said, "I have to tell you, when it comes to ineffective assistance of counsel, that bar is very, very high." And I think a lot of people fail to realize that it is. It's not like, well, my attorney didn't file a motion, or this, like you just read with those Supreme Court decisions, and now with Justice Thomas, is harder. But at the end of the day, it is a very high bar, and all I could say is, here comes Levi. Everything that I've described to you, you'll be privy to all the information eventually, but everything that I described is so funny. Like, Miss Bonjean is doing an excellent job, and all I can say is prepare for the grand finale. But what I find gratifying is the fact that by this very prominent attorney explaining to me how high that bar was, now I'm grateful that this attorney told me that, because like a month in, I had to go back and scrap damn near everything. I just scrapped a lot of it and started over, because it, my writings, I consider myself to be very prolific when I write. People say I talk a lot and I talk a long time. Y'all should read my writings. I'm very descriptive. And be quiet, boy. Come here. And I walk the reader through everything step by step. And I think, one of my greatest joys is going to be when I'm able to actually send everything to you for you to read it for yourself after everything
Yeah.
unfolds, because I want your critique. I want your take on it. Um, After I completed it, I went back. I believe in fresh eyes and fresh ears. And even with Robert, I noticed that he um, he will create a song, and he'll tell me, he has said to me, um, that one time he said to me he had been up for almost 3 days, and I said, "Damn." And he was like, "Yeah, I've been up for a couple of days." And I said, "I've always wanted to sleep on a bus. I did it a couple of times, not on his bus, but I did it on a camper. Like, to me, sleeping on the road with that fresh air coming in, like, how babies like to go to
Yeah.
sleep when you're rolling." So he had said to me that they were going to the New England states or whatever. He was like, "Oh, we got a long trip though, but I'll be able to give me some good rest on that road." And the reason why I do it this way is because I want fresh eyes and fresh ears when I look at a couple of songs I did. And that's how I am with my writing, where, and you probably do the same thing, where you want to come back and look at it, right? You want to pull away from it. I'm quite sure you've done this with your legal work. And after you have, you construct it, you want to come back a few days later and just reread everything. And I tell you, you know, I was impressed with myself. Like, wow, I did this. So, all I could say is prepare for the grand finale. All I could say is that yes, that bar is high as hell.
Hmm.
Miss Bonjean is fighting tooth and nail. There's no question about that. However, what a lot of these people become all elated over, and oh my God, just a no. I'm a fair person and I critique everything fairly. And a lot of your commentary, you've been 95% spot on. And that is not just that simple. Even with the Tasha K thing, I'm riding with Miss Bonji. I'm rolling with, okay, yeah, let's, put it all in there. But at the same time, it's not just that simple. These things are more complicated than meet the eye, than meets the eye. You feel
Right.
me?
Right.
So um, yeah, I enjoyed what you just read as far as the Washington Post article, and you know, you're about to see that my work was literally tailor made for this. It was tailor made for this time. It was tailor made
Wow.
for, you know, what's needed, what's needed. And it is, you know, and most importantly, 5.5 months of laboring over it. And, you know, it was well thought out. And I just want to come on to say that attorney who is world renowned, if I said his or her name, you'll know like that. But that one phone call back to me that said, Levi, I just want to tell you, I understand what you're doing, but just know that that is a very high bar. It has to be some deep revealing, you know, it has to be I forgot the word that the person used, but undeniable, irrefutable, egregious, you know, words like that, like, you know, extreme malfeasance, things of that sort. And, you know, that put me on the right track. And I started to approach it a different way. And we're going to see. But you will be, you have my word, you will be the first person outside of the legal authorities who I send it to.
Better be.
Yes. So you can review it, look at it, and check it out because it's deep stuff. Everybody on social media, y'all. When I watch these different channels, all of you have been operating in the blind. I'll say that much. You have been operating blindly. You really don't even know what's really transpired here. When you look at Miss Bonjean and how she's fighting to get this case overturned, I think everyone would agree that the attorneys that he had on the case, you know, in hindsight, it's 2020. I get it, but the attorneys that he had on the case did maybe 20% of what she's doing now. And I understand with the, you know, appellate attorneys how they're more, they critique more and they're more tedious as far as how they do things. But that one repeated phrase that she keeps using, like for the love of God, you know, his previous counsel didn't even touch on this or touch on that. You know,
Mhm.
you understand what I'm saying? It's one thing YouTube has done is dumbed a lot of people down. A lot of these bloggers have dumbed a lot of people down. And the one thing that I saw early on that I tried to curve was that YouTube became an emotional prism. Everything was seen through the prism
Mm.
of emotions. You follow me?
I like that. I like that.
Yes,
I
an
like that.
emotional
I like
prism.
that characterization of it. Yeah, I like that.
Yes, and when it comes to law, I learned as a young man that emotions have no place
Mm-mm.
in the courtroom. It's not about emotions, and that's what I saw. And I tried to curve it with the base with Larry to get people focused back on the actual merits of the charges, and the overall case. And but when you're dealing with our people, I hate to say this, you know, it's we just the kind of people that we like. And we like a
Yeah.
lot of shit going on now.
Like
Some
boo.
shit going on, right? We love some
Like a
shit
lot
going
of boo.
on. We like
I
a
can't take all that time for that. Like some I entertain, but god damn, how long we gonna entertain it? Can we get a calendar up on that? How long we gonna entertain it? Well, I know.
exactly, exactly. So it was just I saw it turn into that. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you know. Excuse me. I've said before, someone commended Atmos and myself today on Atmos channel, and the person commented and they said, you know, it's very good to see that you and Levi can agree to disagree. And Atmos
Right.
said, oh yeah, that's how Levi has always carried it, and that's true because I've always approached it like as a courtroom, like yo. Them people have called my cousin every name in the book,
Right.
but hey. is all about the rule of law, the evidentiary facts, and the process and processes of how this whole machine works. You feel me? And all that other
Right.
stuff, man. Let me tell you something, though. I gotta say this to you, man. Look, listen. Every time I'm listening to you, I be driving or sitting in my crib, whatever, and you talk about how them people will start shit with you. I think you said it the other day. They got this. They're 22. You pull out the thing, and now, oh, I wasn't doing anything. Oh my God, what do you mean? I'm so innocent. All that shit. You feel me? That shit be the way you dramatize it is so fun. I be just dying laughing because I've lived it. You feel? I know that's true. You feel me? I know
Right.
that's true. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, for the love of God, I'm not gonna name no names, but that one woman, people sending me text messages. I'm like, who is this woman? I go on there, she done made 5 goddamn videos about me, don't know me, never met me, never talked to me, never. And she's just going in on me. Levi this, and Levi ain't his cousin, and Levi. A lot of times niggas was talking shit, Miss Walker. I just hung up the goddamn phone from the man. You feel me? Like,
Yeah.
what the, like, real talk. Like, I just got off the goddamn phone and I'm like, listen, let me tell you. So I got some older cousins and female cousins and nieces and shit that will kill a brick over me. I'm telling you now.
Right.
They from that side of the family now. That's all. You don't even call
Yep.
them unless there's some shit going
Yeah.
down. That's they. You feel me?
Right.
You know
Oh,
them
I
kind of
knew you
people,
would
right?
understand my life.
Yeah.
You don't even. Ooh, you're like, okay.
Right. Your auntie, your mama say, "What you calling them for? Don't you call them?"
Well, yeah,
Be-
right. What you call him? That's right. That's how it works. That's you spot on with that. That's how it works. Don't you call them for nothing
for
unless
nothing. That's right.
mm-mm.
Because that's what they do. That's their thing and shit. You feel me? That's their thing. They from that street called beat a bitch's ass.
You know, well, I'm trying to tell you, boy, I always leave this part out of the standoff between the Walkers. There's this Walker and Mr. Walker. Mr.
Yeah.
Walker was escorted to Georgia line by the police and delivered to the police because he had to go. And my cousin that was in here verified about the listen. My call with my
Right.
friend on the thing with me and my friend Val were talking about what happened that day. Man,
Yeah.
whatever. He had to get out of here. He know he had to leave by the police. Okay, get your ass out of here. You got
Hey,
to go.
right. Hey, Miss Walker, I was on 7 Mile Road on a weekend hanging out one time with a chick, and I see my cousins, my female cousins, and I whip around. They going in the liquor store, so I'm like, "What? Hey!" I call them up to my truck. I said, "What y'all getting out of there?" And they, oh, we just going. I said, "Here." I gave them some money. I said, "Y'all get, just get what you want, get what you want." So I go in. I'm outside the ride talking to them, and I see the chick that I was with staring at them, staring at 2 of them, just staring. So I give them a hug and a kiss. I say, "Y'all be careful." I get back in the truck. She said, "You know them?" I said, "Yes, it's on 7 Mile now. We 7 Mile niggas. 6 Mile, 7 Mile. I said, "It's my cousins." She said, "Damn, that one on the right, all she do is fight. She can fight all day." She said, "I said, like, your cousins are scholars as hell." Matter of fact, she she
Right.
she fought 2 of my cousins, and she said she fought two of her cousins. She had one of them hair with the left hand holding it, and while she had the other one on the ground beating the other one. That's all they do is fight. You feel me? So I say that to that woman who was starting shit with me. I'm a civil person. But I looked at her like, boy, my cousin saw this. My female cousin saw this shit. They'll get on. Hey, listen, they'll get on Greyhounds, trains. Where's she at? You heard? And see, they'll get on Greyhounds and shit. Listen, But here it is. Now she walking out of her house and shit talking about Levi this and shit, I can't. Hey, I can't do that with them women. Shit, I was all I can say. Shit, you was on the thing talking. They tracked you that. Hey, Miss Walker, they tracked your ass down. What? But what I'm saying is that what I have been wrong.
Mm-mm.
See, leave
No.
people the hell alone.
Yeah, that's right. Leave people alone. Leave them alone. You don't
Le-
know them. You don't know everything about them. Just leave
Nothing.
people alone. You just don't know how this works. Leave people
You
alone.
just don't know how. I know. I've seen straight square dudes, square niggas, square nerdy geek techies, and niggas. I've seen niggas look at them and I say to myself, shit. You could say something to that little nigga if you want, but his two brothers ain't square. You feel me?
Right.
See, mothers can have a son that's square and a son that's outside that loved his brother. You follow me? And I've seen
Hmm.
one person meet their early demise just doing that, starting some shit with a dude. He thought this guy was a crackhead, and he did some scandalous. He accused a crackhead of something, and pistol whip, like put the gun on him and hit him with the gun.
Mm.
Man, I was at a amusement park. When I got back, boy, it was hell in the city because that crackhead's brother was official. You follow me?
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
call yourself doing this to this person, but you don't know who loves them.
Right.
You understand? And like I said, Miss Walker, I am the voice of reason. I am the kind of person where I know how to keep this YouTube stuff in check. That's just
Hmm.
me. You feel me? I'm not even letting niggas know, like, no, because I know it gets in the wrong hands, and it's you know what I'm saying, Miss Walker. When I
Yeah. I know
say
what you're saying.
there are
I know
some
what you're
people that
saying.
just ain't no stopping them, right?
Yeah.
It's some
They don't
see
want to
it's
hear
it.
shit.
You've seen the females fight in clubs, right?
Hmm.
Then you've been in the bathroom and see the two or three females who be putting their hair up and shit and getting ready. You feel me? Like
Yeah,
they
that's
actually putting
me.
their hair
That's
up.
me.
There's
That's
you're
me. I
ready.
transform. I put that hair up and come out them heels. I'm fighting in these suits. I'm fighting in these suits, honey. I ain't got time.
I was standing
I'm
outside.
getting it.
I was standing outside the female bathroom at a club called Floods. People from Detroit know what Floods is, downtown Detroit. And I'm standing there and I see the two girls arguing. And two of them go in the bathroom. It's two of them that go in the bathroom. They in there arguing. They walk in, the two walk out. The one that they were arguing with came out looking totally different. She had put her hair up. She had took, like I said, took the heels off. Shit,
Mhm.
she looked. And when she walked out, I'm the kind of person that I try to intervene. Like, oh, baby girl, don't what you doing, baby girl? Shit, I was scared to touch that woman. I was
That
scared
look
to
in
say so.
that look in her face told you you
Shit,
better get
I
back. You
I
better
backed
get
up and
back.
she cleaned that she tore their asses up. You know, my mother was like that. She was the nicest. Oh my God, an angel, just the nicest passive person in the world. My mother, my blessed mother.
Mhm. Right.
But the stories I hear about her when before I was born and stuff, like my mama was about it when it came to, like her older sister. Her older sister was real meek and nice and they say she like between Holly Berry and Lena Horne type, and they were all light skinned, so they caught a lot of shit back then. She went in the bathroom and saw her older sister crying. What you crying for? Them girls say they gonna do this to me. You girls, shit. My mama geared up and went out there and fought. You feel me? So that's all.
Mhm.
That's all I want to say is that leave people the hell alone. Mind
Right.
your business, right?
Yeah, and keep it. Yeah, like this is YouTube. like what the hell? I mean, when you find yourself discussing shit that, uh, I don't get. They ask you just ask you these questions like you want my answer or I don't get it. Like I mean, I don't get it. I don't. That's why you have to. I have to listen. I have to be on the island by myself, honey. I can't do all this. It's too much. It's too much because I don't know what the fuck is going on. But listen, check this out right here.
Mhm.
Listen. Shout out to Karen J. I'm not on the screen, y'all, but this just came in from Illinois. I mean, J Bo is what? Is working my ass off with no pay.
Woo.
She got another coming on. This is remember I couldn't. I said it was something that's supposed to come by on the 24th and the 25th. And
Yep.
I said, well, maybe it was just the 24th. But now she done put it in. So this is in regards to her motion to dismiss in Illinois. Remember Judge Lennon Weber. You see, he does his stuff different. Remember, he likes the one stop shop type of deal, right?
Exactly.
So he wanted he scheduled a hearing first, then he asked them to submit the briefs on it. So J-Bo had already put a brief in for a motion to dismiss. This is the government response. Okay. Now it says government response to defendant Kelly's motion to dismiss. The United States of America, through its attorney John R. Lausch Jr., United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, hereby responds to defendant Robert Kelly's motion to dismiss counts 1 through 4 and 6 through 13 of the superseding indictment R-189. Defendants Derek McDavid and Milton Brown moved to adopt Kelly's motion as to counts 6 through 8 and 6, respectively, R-191, 192. Defendants argued that, except for count 5, all counts alleged in superseding indictment are time barred for the reasons set forth below. Defendant's motion should be denied. And time barred means that it's beyond outside of timely filing, right? So it's applicable law. Between November 1991 and April 2003, the statute of limitations for offenses involving sexual or physical abuse of a child under age of 18 years allowed for the prosecution of such offenses at any time before the child reached the age of 25 years. CUSC Section 3509K, recodified as Section 3283. On April 30th, 2003, Section 3283 was amended. See prosecutorial remedies and tools against the exploitation of children. All right, we already know that because remember we went back and found it on the live that it was amended. So, to show that J-Bo was probably going in the wrong direction with this. Let's
Yes.
keep going. It says today, Protect Act of 2003, publication line number 108-21, section 202-117, statute 650660. The 2003 amendment extended the statute of limitations for offenses involving the sexual or physical abuse of a child to the life of the child. The statute was again extended on January 5th, 2006, so that the limitations period would be the life of the child or within 10 years after the offense, whichever period was longer. See Violence Against Victims and Department of Justice Reauthorization Act of 2005, publication line number 109-162, section 1182C, 119, statute 12960, and 3126, and 2006 is the year. All right, on July 27, 2006, 18 USC section 3299. And remember, when y'all see this little thing right here, this one of them means section. So it just be by one number. If you see two of them, that means it's section. So it'll be two different numbers for all the people that's new. All right. Became effective when Congress enacted the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act of 2006. Publication line number 109-248, section 211, 120, statute 587 and 616. That statute allows an indictment to be returned at any time without limitation for any felony in Chapter 109A, sexual abuse crimes, or Chapter 110, child exploitation crimes, as well as other crimes involving minor victims. It is well settled that applying procedural statute that effectively enlarges the limitations period, such as 18 USC sections, see there's two right there, 3283 and 3299, does not violate the ex post facto clause,
Hmm.
meaning that clause is when they enact crimes, and that goes back retroactively. However, they can't, I think the clause state that when it's a new crime, when the crime still has to be enforced, that they could do that. And if it's a new crime, it cannot be applied to the ex post facto clause cannot be applied to state and federal crimes. All right. So long as the statute is passed before the given prosecution is barred, meaning what I just said is still in effect. All right, and it says case law. I'm not going to read all that. It says consistent with this general rule, multiple courts have held that the 2003 amendment to Section 3283 applies retroactively to extend the filing period for charges that were still viable at the time of the amendment. Meaning, what I just said, it was in in force. It wasn't outdated yet. And as case law, as we have emphasized in this case, that the statute of limitations had not run when the 2003 amendment took effect. So the amendment did not purport to resurrect an expired criminal charge. Accordingly, the indictment does not violate the ex post facto clause. Case law. In this case, Section 3509K extended the statute of limitations period before the prosecution was time barred, and stronger Stogner does not affect extensions of unexpired statutes of limitations. Case law. As set forth below, all charges included in the initial and superseding indictments returned on July 11, 2019 and February 13, 2020, respectively, were timely. The statute of limitations for each of the charges had not expired at the time of the 2003 amendment to the Section 3283. As such, the amendment's extension of the limitations period of the life of the child, as well as the subsequent extensions, are lawfully applied to the charges and do not violate the ex post facto clause. Number two, the superseding indictment complies with the statute of limitations. A. Sexual exploitation of a minor, 1, counts 1 through 4. The superseding indictment charges Kelly with enticing minor 1 to engage in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing 4 videos in violation of 18 USC Section 2251A, reference 93. These videos were produced in or around the following years. Video 1, which is the subject of count 1, was produced in or around 1998 or 1999. Video 2 and video 3, which are the subjects of count 2 and 3, respectively, were produced between approximately September 26, 1998 and September 25, 1999. Video 4, which is the subject of count 4, was produced in or around 1998. At the same time, the videos were produced in 1998 and 1999. Minor 1 was between the ages of 14 and 16 years old. Now, remember what I was telling y'all yesterday about my theory, and I said this a long time ago. To me, if you don't want a rigorous challenge to when these videos was made and the ages of the people that you're alleging that was underage, you're gonna have to pin down these years. Unless they're saying it happened in a range, maybe the tape, because now it kind of reads to me like one tape has a range. So do you have several acts that happened at different times, like in 1998 and 1999? And then you're gonna have a argument. Well, who will have a tape they're gonna put in 1998 and then say, okay, we're gonna come back and I got a little bit more left on this tape. Y'all know how VHS tapes used to work. Then I'm gonna put this tape back in. I'm gonna have another act with, I don't know if the same girl or a different person, whatever, but seems like it's the same girl because it says that one minor. And I'm gonna put that tape right back in, and we're gonna pick up where we left off. That sounds highly unlikely. It seems like they're saying that they're not sure if it happened between 1998 or 1999, So that's just my, because these tapes will be challenged. Okay, let me start back over. It says at the time of the videos were produced in 1998 and 1999, minor one was between the ages of 14 and 16 years old. The applicable statute of limitations was Section 3283, and at the time, the statute allowed for a prosecution of Section 2251A charges until minor one turned 25 years old. Minor one turned 25 years old in September 2009. Therefore, at the time the that the statute of limitations was amended in 2003 to allow for prosecution of such charges at any point during the life of minor one, the original statute of limitations had not lapsed. As a result, counts 1 through 4 of the superseding indictment are timely. Kelly argues that the court should infer that Congress did not intend for Section 3283 to apply to conduct that predated the 2003 amendment because Congress considered and rejected language that expressly prescribed retroactive effect, reference 189 at 6. The Southern District of New York recently considered and rejected this argument in United States versus Maxwell. Oh, Ghislaine Maxwell, I guess. That's the case law. That court explained that the legislative history makes clear that the express retroactivity provision was removed because Congress intended to limit the Protect Act to its constitutional applications, including past conduct on which the statute of limitations had not yet expired. Case law. The fact that the 2003 amendment is silent on whether the new statute of limitations applied retroactively does not mean that the statute never can apply to previously omitted acts. Oh, okay, that was a good catch. Case law. Reference. To the contrary, Congress invents a clear intent to extend rather than shorten the statute of limitations applicable to sexual abuse crimes. And as a result, prosecutions are timely so long as they present no ex post facto problem. All right. Okay, reference. It says holding in a case involving the extension of the statute of limitations for sexual abuse offenses from 5 years to the child's 25th birthday, that the new statute could apply retroactively so long as the case was not time barred when the new statute was enacted, even though Congress failed to provide an explicit savings clause. Alternatively, Kelly argues that even if the application of 2003 amendment does not violate the ex post facto clause, the court should decline to apply the amendment to past conduct because it runs afoul of familiar considerations of fair notice, reasonable reliance, and settled expectations. Reference. Case law. Again, Maxwell is instructive. As the court explained, the Protect Act did not deprive Maxwell of any vested rights. Maxwell contends that it is unfair to allow the government to prosecute her now for conduct that occurred more than 20 years ago. But there is no dispute that Congress has the power to set lengthy limitations period or no limitations period at all. It has done so here, judging that the difficulty of prosecuting those offenses and the harm they work on children outweighs the defendant's interest in repose. Maxwell's fairness argument is a gripe with Congress policy judgment, not an impermissibly retroactive application of the statute. The court concludes that Section 3283 allows her prosecution now. Reference. It says this court should reach the same conclusion and deny Kelly motion to dismiss count 1 through 4. B. Enticement of minors to engage in unlawful sexual conduct, counts 9 through 13. Kelly is also charged with 5 counts of enticing minors to engage in unlawful sexual conduct in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B for the same reasons set forth above. These charges are timely. Counts 9 through 13 allege that between 1996 and 2001, Kelly enticed 5 children to engage in sexual activity for which any person can be charged with the criminal offense. Reference 93. The relevant offense period and age of each child is set forth below. Count 9 charges that between 1997 and September 2001, Kelly enticed minor 1 to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse in violation of 720 ILCS 5/12-16D. At the time of the offense, minor 1 was between 13 and 17 years old. As stated above, minor 1 turned 25 years old in September 2009. Count 10 charges that during the summer of 1996, Kelly enticed minor 3 to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse in violation of 720 ILCS 5/12-16D. At the time of the offense, minor 3 was around 15 years old. Minor 3 turned 25 years old in August 2005. Count 11 charges that between 1999 and 2000, Kelly enticed minor 4 to engage in sexual activity that constituted the sexual exploitation of a child in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A. At the time of the offense, minor 4 was between 16 and 17 years old. Minor 4 turned 25 years old in August 2007. Count 12 charges that between 1997 and 2001, Kelly enticed minor 5 to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse in violation of 720 ILCS 5/12-16D. At the time of the offense, minor 5 was between 13 and 17 years old. Minor 5 turned 25 years old in October 2009. Count 13 charges that between 1997 and 2000, Kelly enticed minor 6 to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse in violation of 720 ILCS 5/12-16D. At the time of the offense, minor 6 was between 13 to 17 years old. Minor 6 turned 25 years old in December 2008. At the time of the offense conduct charged in these counts, the applicable statute of limitations was Section 3283, and at the time, the section allowed for prosecution of Section 2242B offenses until the minors turned 25 years old. As set forth above, none of the minors included in the indictment had reached the age of 25 at the time that the statute of limitations was amended in 2003 to extend the statute of limitations to the life of a minor. As a result, count 9 through 13 of superseding indictment are timely. This is pretty much straightforward, y'all. C, receipt of child pornography, count 6 through 8. Oh, okay, it's different. The superseding indictment charges defendants Kelly, McDavid, and Brown with conspiring to receive child pornography in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2252A, A2, and B1. Count 6, specifically, Kelly, McDavid, and Brown are charged with conspiring to receive videos 2, 3, and 4, which, as discussed above, depict the sexual exploitation of minor 1. As alleged in superseding indictment, the conspiracy began in or around August 2001 and continued until in or around April 2007. The superseding indictment further alleges that Kelly and McDavid received child pornography, namely videos 2 and 3, in August 2001, count 7, as well as video 4 in April 2007, count 8, in violation of Section 2252A, A2. And thank you, whoever wrote this out. So you filled in a whole bunch of blanks as to when they were supposed to have gotten these tapes and stuff, unless it's in the indictment and I don't remember reading that. Let's see. All three of these counts are violations under Chapter 110 under the United States Code, which includes both the substantive, offense of receiving of child pornography, as well as all attempts and conspiracies to receive child pornography. Let's see, 18 USC section 2252A B1. Whomever, whoever violates or attempts or conspires to violate paragraphs 2 of subsection A, there is no statute of limitation for charges under Chapter 110, pursuant to 18 USC section 3299, which was enacted in July 2006. An indictment may be found or an information instituted at any time without limitation for any felony under Chapter 110, except for Section 2257 and 2257A. Section 3299 applies to counts 6 through 8 because the statute of limitations had not expired as of the statute's enactment in July 2006. Two of the six counts 6 through 8, allege criminal conduct that did not conclude until after Section 3299 was enacted. Count 6 alleges that from August 2001 and continuing until April 2007, which is after July 2006, Kelly, McDavid, and Brown conspired to receive child pornography in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2252A, A2, and B1. Likewise, Count 8 alleges that Kelly and McDavid received child pornography in 2007, again after Section 3299's enactment. In other words, as of July 2006, the statute of limitations for those counts had not expired, and therefore Section 3299 applies. As to count 7, the superseding indictment alleges that in August 2001, Kelly and McDavid received videos 2 and 3, which depicted the sexual exploitation of minor 1. Prior to Section 3299's enactment, damn my mouth, the statute of limitations for this count was either the life of the child pursuant to Section 3283 or the default 5-year statute of limitations set forth in 18 U.S.C. Section 3282A. Either way, the government's prosecution of count 7 is timely. As set forth above, a procedural statute such as Section 3299 does not violate the ex post facto clause so long as the statute is passed before the given prosecution is barred. Case law and reference. A 5-year statute of limitations for count 7 did not expire until August 2006, which is after Section 3299 was enacted in July 2006. Likewise, if the statute of limitations was the life of the child or until the child victim turned 25, minor 1 did not turn 25 years old until 2009. In short, the offense conduct charge in count 6 through 8 could have been timely prosecuted at the time that Section 3299 eliminated the statute of limitations for Chapter 110 offenses. As a result, Section 3299 is lawfully applied to those counts, and the government's prosecution is timely. Let me go back and read we got our own Karen J. Dubbin as Miss Margaret in the building, who reminded me to read these footnotes. That's what I'm going to do. It says Kelly does not dispute that Section 2252A qualifies as a sexual abuse offense subject to Section 3283. Sexual abuse is not defined in 3283, but is defined in the predecessor statute, Section 3509A. Under that statute, sexual abuse includes the employment, use, persuasion, inducement, enticement, or coercion of a child to engage in or assist another person to engage in sexually explicit conduct, or the rape, molestation, prostitution, or other form of sexual exploitation of children, or incest with children. So that, you get the statutory, why wasn't charged in statutory rape, this, that, and the other. Well, That this is the elongated form of that statute. So you see that it includes rape and everything in between. Okay, there's another case law. It says the definitions contained within section 3509 are the appropriate definitions to use in determining the application of the extended statute of limitations in section 3283. Case law. The definition of sexual abuse in section 3509A applies when determining the application of section 3283. Sexual exploitation of children in violation of section 2251A easily fits within the definition of sexual abuse. Case law. It is clear that producing child pornography under section 2251A falls within the definition of a sexual abuse in in section 3283. Okay, that was another one. Let's see, where is it? All right. Defendant does not dispute that section 2242B qualifies as a sexual abuse offense subject to section 3283. The statute requires proof that the defendant persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced a child to engage in unlawful sexual conduct. That statute mirrors the language of section 3509A, definition of sexual abuse. Let's see, was there another one? Yeah. There is case law to support the argument that the 2003 amendment to section 3283 applies to child pornography offenses and thereby extended the statute of limitations for count 7 to the life of minor 1. That is case law and reference. Okay, however, it is unnecessary to undertake this analysis for the purpose of defendant's motion, as count 7 is timely, even if the statute of limitations was 5 years at the time of the offense conduct in August of 2001. And it says, for all of the reasons set forth above, the court should deny defendant's motion to dismiss counts 1 through 4 and 6 through 13 of the superseding indictments.
Wow.
And where we at?
Well, one thing for sure, I'll tell you that when you look at the two styles between Judge Donnelly and Judge Leinenweber, from a basketball analogy, and I'm quite sure Jojo could relate to this, Donnelly seems to be more of an offensive player. Leinenweber seems to be more of a defensive player.
Right, I like that.
Like a Dennis Rodman style, where he's more focused on you're not getting past me. Very thorough, without a doubt. Very thorough, and I would say that both he and Miss Bonjean are tailor made for one another because she's very thorough also. And I wanted to backtrack so people understand when he talked about Adam Walsh. I think it was John Walsh, Adam Walsh's father, who I don't know, did they ever catch Adam Walsh? They never did catch that child's killer.
They blamed it on one of those prolific serial killers. I forget. It was two. It was one. I think one guy had died, and I got to go back and look that up. But I remember because that's something I kind of followed, and plus during school and shit, we always have to throw that case out to do work with. So yeah.
Was there anything concrete? I know they speculated and theorized it may have been the serial killers, but I don't think they've ever found anything concrete. Correct? Correct.
If I'm not mistaken, I think they charged. Go ahead. I'll get it. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So John Walsh I forgot the name of the show. He did the show for years after his son was kidnapped and killed.
America's Most Wanted.
Exactly. John Walsh. Exactly. So just to add a little racial twist to this, I mean, in America, this is what JoJo speaks about a lot also, that if you notice, in our lifetime, when you see legislation and laws change, is normally due to the demise of white children or white people. Um, and that's just factual. That's statistically factual, which I don't, anyone who harms a child, anyone who molests a child, which they just spelled out, rape, incest, molestation, to me
Mm-hmm.
personally deserve to be put to death. That's my own personal opinion. Anyone who violates a child deserves to be put to death. However, what is interesting and what you just read to what's her name, Truth and Tears and Ty and all of them, I didn't see anything there talking about a 12-year-old, but they continue to perpetuate this motion notion that there's a 12-year-old waiting in the shadows and this and the third. Now, once again, as you were reading
Wait
that,
a
I
minute.
looked.
Mother Levi, they right on that. Hold on for a minute. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. I'm gonna show you an indictment. They right on that one. I'm gonna
Mhm.
show you. Go ahead though.
One thing that I will say is that this case in Chicago, let me say this. Had Jennifer Bonjean officiated the trial in New York, Robert would have won. I'm saying this now. This case in Chicago is like a paper tiger. It appears to be more than what it is. When you look at one thing, I look for the weaknesses. The weaknesses in this Chicago case is um, authentifying those tapes, dates. Now, I understand minor one, from what is being reported, is going to testify that it was her. Okay, that's a hard hurdle to get over if it goes to trial. And I'll say that straight up. Remember my words. If this trial actually ensues, but when it comes to tapes, is not as clear cut as most people would like to think, especially those who want to hang Robert. It's not as clear cut. Even if you look at how in their description, the judge is saying between the ages of 13 and 17, between this date and that date. I know Jennifer Bonjean is going to, that she's going to fight tooth and nail as it relates to the authenticity of the tapes and the timelines and things of that sort. Um, it's uh, something else. I was writing notes when you were reading, and also this is something I want to point out to the people. When you read, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Ms. Walker finish, narrating her show, but I've been pointing this out or trying to point this out for 3 years. When you read these indictments, these motions, these responses, the court always, if you read what she just read, it did not say the defendant's counsel argues or Miss Bonjean argues. Whenever you read what an attorney submits to a court, 99% of the time is going to say the defendant. Like he said, Kelly argues, meaning what? Your attorney is without a doubt, or attorneys are an extension of the defendant. They are an extension of you. They are your hands, your feet, your eyes, your mouth. So when it comes to ineffective assistance of counsel, we must keep that in mind, that just as your attorneys, when they argue for you, it is perceived by the judge and the court that it's you stating this, meaning that their actions are your actions. Okay? So when you have attorneys literally commissioning individuals to harass, berate, intimidate, and commit federal crimes against federal witnesses, keep that in mind, y'all, as this ball drops, as this grand finale occurs. Keep that in mind. It is perceived as you're doing it when really it's your attorney's inappropriate actions that are occurring. So I say that to say that proper representation by an attorney, and Ms. Walker can bear witness to this, Those ethics rules, what an attorney can and cannot do, how an attorney is supposed to conduct his or herself, that is very, very serious. It is very serious when you consider that at least two of R. Kelly's attorneys in the New York case entertained a woman who informed them, I'm about to commit a federal fucking felony. I'm about to record Demetrius Smith. And those attorneys did not admonish her, did not turn her in to federal law enforcement. You know what that means? That means what she was doing in the eyes of the law was at the behest and the request of R. Kelly, of Robert, because his attorneys are an extension of him, people, which is a straight up serious felony. Well, it's really several felonies: obstruction, to this, to that, to this, that, and the third. So, I'm going to finish listening to Ms. Walker and relax, but I want you all to keep that in mind that, however you feel about Levi, that's fine. But just prepare for this grand finale because everything Levi has said, everything Levi has constructed, submitted in his reports, it is a wall. It is an actual wall that is impenetrable. The Justice Department, the judge, nor the courts can get around it, over it, or under it. Remember that. They can't get around it, over it, or under it. Because Levi had enough sense to use their own words to substantiate his claims. I'm not using Robert's words, the attorney's words. I'm using their own words to substantiate my claims. And that is when it comes to ineffective assistance of counsel, the shit that listen, I'm about to get off of here. The shit that took place in Robert's New York trial and that which led up to his trial was unprecedented. It has never been done in the history of jurisprudence, especially in our lifetime. It is unprecedented when you have a network of individuals colluding and working together in concert with one another to dismantle, infiltrate, and hijack a high-profile defendant's case or cases, and that was done. Keep that in mind, y'all.
I see you, Debo. Hold on, Debo. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Debo.
It was done. I'm about to get off of here. It was done, but the difference between me and others, I don't speak a listen, bro. I don't speak a word that I can't back up. I don't do cap. I haven't been on Levi for Kelly in a while because I cannot speak certain things right now. But trust me when I tell you, what I describe as it relates to the hijacking, the infiltration, the outright scaling of Robert Kelly's legal walls, people meeting in Zooms and coming together and devising schemes and strategies to remove those attorneys the fuck out the way so they can insert their man, the African American attorney. It happened. I'm going to say this before I go. I don't speak to, when it comes to this, I don't even entertain laypersons. I don't go back and forth with those who use belligerence as a tool to make their argument. If you belligerence, what you just read, that judge's response, it was nothing belligerent in there. What you have on the screen right now, Ms. Walker, you will not find anything in the way of belligerence, disrespect, cussing and yelling and this, that, and the third. All my life, I have been bilingual. I could speak to street talk and I could speak to individuals who draft these indictments motions, responses, corporate, whatever. And I have elected to speak to them. I'm not speaking. I'm not even responding. Trust me. I can't now. But I'm not responding to threats, ignorance, belligerence, foul, vile speech and shit. I don't respond to it. You know why? Because the horses have already left the stable. And guess what? If what Levi is saying is cap, it's cap. But if what Levi is saying is true, oh my God, motherfuckers are going to spend upward of 8 to 15 years in prison. And that's a fact. And I want to clear this up also, Ms. Walker. I got to say this real quick.
Okay.
And that is this. If your loved one is being held based on what some other people are doing and you are a civilian, it is incumbent upon you. It is your responsibility, your civic duty to point out to the proper authorities, hold on. You're saying that Robert will entice, coerce, harass, intimidate, bribe people if he's let out, but you have his attorneys that are that have formed extensive relationships with motherfuckers who were doing just that before everybody's eyes. The man, Uncle Ben, was involved in the goddamn attempted bribery, and one of his attorneys formed an extensive relationship with him. And I can go down a goddamn list of every crime that was committed, who committed it, and the attorney's connection with each individual. I don't speak cap, okay? I spoke one time, just once, for a brief few minutes with one of Robert's attorneys. And it wasn't a call that I initiated. I just happened to be on the phone with somebody. And the person said, oh, that's dude. And he clicked them in. And I'll say this on your channel, Ms. Walker, because I've said it to the authorities and they fucking have it. I said to this attorney, hold up, let me ask you a question. One conversation, brief conversation. Are you aware that the baby killer spends 24/7 from the time he wakes up and goes to sleep berating, harassing, intimidating, going up in courtrooms, asking for Azrael Clary, going up to Javante Cunningham's goddamn job? Are you aware of his acts of fucking federal witness intimidation? Are you aware of that? That attorney told Levi, am I aware of it? Yes. I'm paraphrasing. But do I give a fuck? No. So all the shit that comes after me, niggas want to talk cap and talk shit. Levi is fucking solidified in everything that he does. Everything is documented. Don't be mad at Levi because Levi refrained, because Levi was raised properly. Levi does not violate federal laws. Levi doesn't have to berate and attack his cousin's goddamn alleged victims. Levi knows how to speak civilly and intelligently. Don't be mad at me, Levi, because Levi was raised by a mother who taught me the norms of civilized society. Okay? Deal with what you all have done. Don't attack me. Explain it to the goddamn judge. That's all I could say. Because listen, you had me walking in a bank, robbing it, and you had pictures of me when I took my mask off. If you had me with the dollar for the king, the shit y'all talked for 2.5 years, if there was any improprieties or legal improprieties, if I committed any form of crime with the dollar for the king, these same people would have been running a full court press to get Levi's ass locked up. But Levi was solid. Levi's hands are clean as the pure driven goddamn snow. So keep that same motherfucking energy. If you had Levi committing crimes, you same niggas was on every channel. Call this. Tell him he's stealing money. Call this. While you were committing motherfucking federal goddamn crime. So I ain't like I said. I don't even.
Hold
I'm.
on, y'all.
There's,
Hold on. Go ahead.
let me go. Let me go. There's a gag order. I can't even speak on certain things. But all I can say before I get off of here, hey, talk your cap, but make sure you speak that same shit to them judges. Make sure that you have that same energy in front of them goddamn investigators and that goddamn federal court when they have all your shit lined up. Everything that you all have done. I'm out of here, Miss Walker. Have a wonderful evening.
All right. Thank you.
You also.
All right. I'm popping up Debo and
Mm, mm,
Sky.
mm.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Popping up Debo and Sky. Here we go. Where we are.
He had some beautiful conversation.
Right.
He
Oh,
speak
Levi, I just hold on before you get started. Levi, that's where you see that minor one they said was 12 or 13, and I believe it's some type of talk. So we already know who that was. And I think it's some type of talk. Maybe there was somebody else that was 12, but this paperwork says that minor was 12 or 13. What's good with it? What's good with it?
Hey,
Debo and Sky.
know what? I had a question like that, and I just got a quick question, and I get out of here. Just like they saying, 12 or 13. Then what you just wrote, they said it was 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17. What's the age? Help me understand that. And how are you running something saying that you sexually assaulted somebody, but you don't know the definite age of the person? There's a whole difference between a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old minor. Okay, especially in my ass. So help me understand that, please.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying. When it comes to these tapes, when they were made and how old the person was, myself, I would prefer that I would think if you don't button it down to a particular age or a range and not no year span, unless I told like what I gave as far as could have happened, you must be did it, record on two different times or whatever, or then there's gonna be a problem. She's gonna eat that up.
That's what I
You
thought.
can
Okay,
introduce a whole bunch of shit with regards to that. So you need to say whoever was 13 in 1998,
there you go.
this is what happened, and let if you're not sure, then that's gonna come into question that evidence and all that evidence surrounding what you're using to support that particular tape. You don't have a problem. I said this when I first seen the indictment back in 2019. But that's just my opinion.
Because that should be disallowed because you're basically speculating. Because like you're saying, these are allegations, but you're making some treacherous allegations saying 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's a huge difference, like I said before, between a 13-year-old minor and a 17-year-old minor. But Boji ain't gonna shut it down. That's all I want to know, Angie. I'll come back later.
All right, ma'am. All right. Please do. What's good with
Yeah.
it, Debo?
I'm telling man, I don't waste my time with no questions about page 6 in the indictment due to the fact that if you look at line D, it say minor 1. Line E say minor 3. What happened to minor 2? So, you know what I'm saying? I don't waste my time with dumb ass shit like that. That's dumb shit.
I think minor two was removed and became an individual.
Yeah, man. Anywhere it go, you moving, you shuffling, you making some bullshit stick. That's what that's an example of. That's why I don't waste my time with no dumb shit like that. When you read an indictment and they list the roles of people in the indictment, they will list your role as a criminal if you're a criminal. When you go to page 5, they did not list R. Kelly role as a criminal. They list him as an R&B singer who started several businesses in furtherance of his music career. This motherfucker whole indictment is frivolous.
Debo, they list him in conjunction with some
Yeah,
crimes
man,
all through the
whatever, man. Let me
indictment.
get to
More than just
no, they say that
page
motherfucker did
five.
it on his behalf. They say a motherfucker did it on his
Right.
behalf, meaning he wasn't there. He wasn't there. But I ain't about to lay my hand out for motherfuckers that think they know what they think they know so they can run around and act like they some big dog who got the game. We're gonna do what y'all do. I ain't giving no game out. Let them think what they think. I know what I know. Anyway, though, going to Levi. Yeah, nigga. You. I believe every word you say. So you just think I'm some unintelligent individual, but I ain't here to impress you, nigga. Now, when you go to communication with these lawyers, right? I said this shit plenty of time. Man, them lawyers beneath my lawyer, man. I promise you, I would never even betray my lawyer calling one of them. I wouldn't even betray my lawyer. I wouldn't even betray him. I could tell him I'm fucked up. I need you to hold me down till I get right. That he gonna hold me down. I wouldn't even betray him. He give me a birthday card, Christmas card. In my line, T-Bay. I get birthday card, Christmas card, Thanksgiving card, everything. So no, I wouldn't even play him like that. So it wouldn't be no point in me having a conversation with these lawyers. It wouldn't be no point in me meeting up with these lawyers. But these people did do that shit. This is something I 1000% agree with, you know. And the coon went up to the lady job. He went up to what she O'Reilly's. He went his ass up there. I agree with that. But you can't leave out that Mr. Jackson recorded lawyers, put it on YouTube. You can't leave out that the same people that was in communication with the lawyers on these pages discussed a defense fund that you created. You know, when you go to the 18-minute mark, where Doug Antoine calls in and talk to DJ Tyson about the dollar for the king and to raise funds. And even though these funds will presumably be not in the client's possession, and for him to get a legal defense, however, and no longer none the other demonstrates that people are willing to raise funds on his behalf. Huh?
What if you eat?
Tell me that. Do we leave? You can't leave that part out. Now, DJ Tyson did go live every day talk about that girl because you know he ain't got no content. He was over there selling pornos in his group chat. That's how I got the porno. He was over there sending pornos in his group chat. It's most of them was with that thing behind their name is with that whole thing. So them was some groupie fan motherfuckers who would that whole shit was nothing but a distraction. So when you bring up this, I do think 80% of what you say is true. However, it don't got nothing to do with the boss. A protest is open to the public. If people showed up to my protesters, that was up to them. You know what I'm saying? And the most wonderful thing about it is I never booked it. So I just showed up like everybody else. Now all that meeting up with the lawyers and taking pictures with the lawyers, these were two homeless men doing this shit. That was two homeless men fighting over the lawyer attention. Neither one of them can afford. They were the ones fighting over the lawyer attention. Neither one of them couldn't afford. You know what I mean? Hey, while you out here defending Israel, man, make sure you defend me, man. Her daddy said he gonna slap the shit out of me. He said he gonna slap the shit out of me. And you said, fuck a blog, dog. One day we gonna meet. Shit, I need to order up text. I need to put R. Kelly on there. On my order of protection too. R. Kelly cousin threatened me. Angelo Clary, R. Kelly girlfriend, daddy threatened me. Everybody else putting them on their police report and order of protection. I need to put them on mine. I need to put them on mine for real. And I hear Dana saying, "You say you gonna kill me. You say you gonna kill me." I thought we already got past that. And you saw me in New York, and we was already past that. Now you're mad because I told the truth on Choke No Joke. I ain't trying to kill nobody, man. I got nothing but love for everybody, man. So I don't want nobody using that as an excuse. You said you gonna kill me. I ain't gonna kill nothing, man. I ain't gonna kill nothing. I ain't gonna let nothing die. I ain't gonna kill nothing. I ain't gonna let nothing die. I'm just a scary ass nigga, man, from Bolingbrook. I get on YouTube and just try to entertain, man. That's it. That's all, man. So no, I ain't gonna hurt you, man. I ain't even on that. So, lower that aggression, man. Take some of that aggression down. Now you done lost your channel. Now you done lost your channel. You gotta holler at the FBI and see if you can get that shit back in the morning. Levi, use your contacts, man. You know the motherfuckers you gave them letters to. See if they can help Bozo get his channel back in the morning. Levi, can you use your contacts and look out for your boy? Make sure you get his channel back. It's mighty convenient that you can come up here and talk all this eloquent sense, but you always leave out Bozo was the main one in contact with these people. Him and DJ, two homeless men, fought over R. Kelly lawyers' attentions. I ain't never called Bun Jean, none of them. I done seen people on their live talking about they about to send stuff over. Man, all I am is a referee on YouTube. I'm not about to get ever to that point. Now, would I interview somebody? I interview anybody. I interview Daryl Johnson like the baby powder right now. Phase to the next level. I interview her. I interview motherfucker with that white dude named Daryl McDavid. I interview him. I interview Don Russell. I interview with Linda Mitchell. Man, I interview anybody. Anybody. Now, carrying out some orders and doing some shit you told me to do and all that. I don't know nothing about doing all that. And contacting lawyers and emailing them and sending them shit. I don't know about that. See, I respect what a lawyer costs. I respect a lawyer got clients and a job. So why would I be motherfucking sending you shit? I'm not paying you shit. But for y'all, you could use R. Kelly and it's okay. Oh, that's the time. Send this over and send that over. But you ain't gonna get your ass on the stand though, is you? So what the fuck is you sending over? A titty pitch, a recorded conversation, the shit Levi talking about? I just want to make it clear that I had no pause of that shit. Never did. And I never gave a fuck about nobody that got on the stand and testified about R. Kelly, and I still don't. And I don't got to. And I can say whatever the fuck I want to about them, or anything I heard them say, or anything that they done motherfucker said. Shit. Love is a two-way street. And so is everything else. But yeah, I totally agree that DJ Tyson and Dana J was two creeps that, you got to always remember Dana J went out here and said he had a baby by Rashonda Landfield. And if she really a victim, then he was re-victimizing her. Right or wrong. He might have thought it was a joke. He might have thought it was some clout. But if you got in front of a camera and said you R. Kelly mentee, and then after that, you get on another camera and say you got a baby by his quote unquote victim, you re-victimizing that woman. He re-victimized that woman. Then Ashanti McGee daughter, he re-victimized her. It's the mentee. It's the mentee. He out here re-victimizing people. Then you got the other homeless man showing up at their jobs. You want me locked up, Levi, just for walking down the street? I thought that was my right. That's why the police escorted me. I thought that shit was my right. Now all that while I was doing my protest, people doing their own shit under the disguise of my protest, like meeting up with Stephen Greenberg and starting defense funds. That shit ain't had nothing to do with me. Every time I ever pay my lawyer, man, been through checking money order, man. Shit. I encourage people, do that if that's what you want to do. But you just heard Jennifer Bunjean say she don't even need no money, man. You been on motherfucking YouTube going about some money for 2 years. Jennifer Bunjean just said she don't even need no money. Hey, Levi, the clever guy. How much money has been used from the defense fund right now today? Yo, baby, how much money has been used from the defense fund, Levi? Yo, baby, can you tell me? Do you know? They say it's 9,000 in there. My Porsche worth more than that. My Porsche worth more than that, Levi. My Porsche worth more than that. You hating ass niggas can make it afford. It's because you can't tell the difference because you've been in private. You don't know what no foreign shit look like. You don't know what it look like to see a nigga taking flight. But yeah, Levi, you got a point, man. You probably been working with them people. They gave you a gag order. You been gagging on shit for a long ass time, Levi. They gave you a gag order. You been gagging on shit. You been gagging on shit. All that ass kissing, man. Is it gonna free R. Kelly? This 50-page paperwork, bro. If it's gonna free R. Kelly, man, more power to you, man. More power to you. More power to you. It's crazy. The same people uh, who watch me call DJ Tyson a baby killer and judge me and say they can't support me, you know what I'm saying, will get on platforms and have conversations with you and support your conversation and your narratives. You know what I'm saying? When part of your narratives is the homeless man, the baby killer. You know, all this shit I already said. You know what I mean? Engaging with the lawyers, get put out of his hotel room, they paying for the shit. All of a sudden, he don't need a cash out when he begging for it for 2 years. But yeah, they get on here, they root you on, they love you. But shit, when I say the same shit about the same Negro, oh, we can't support him. We gotta leave him alone. We can't support him. I get it though. The only thing you need to add with your narrative is Dana J. And then I can respect you maybe a little bit. And when you thinking you deciding when you gonna speak to me, nigga, I'm gonna decide when I'm gonna speak to you. You feel me? Then you just see that pressure I put on Shabazz. That nigga talking about gang banging, street gangs, and all this goofy ass shit. That's because that nigga had pressure on him. You know, I got an agenda right now. I got to finish what your cousin started. Your cousin wanted Danny J to get them charges on. I got to finish that. You know what I'm saying? It's a real supporter. You know what I mean? It ain't personal. But I told Kills I'd be here for the duration. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? This man that you rolling with got 4, 5 motherfucking women asking for support for their kids on public document. Got a woman out here claiming he did that thing. Mm-hmm. Mm. I ain't tripping though, man. I ain't tripping on nothing. I hope you get some results from your shit. But digital footprints don't lie. The lady in the Carolinas ain't been in contact with me. Most of them people was, you know, dude, and everybody else just got caught up in they feud. The first motherfuckers that showed up on the crime scene wasn't me. Not me. Wasn't there. Anything I did, people just used me to hide underneath and do their bullshit. Like stay in hotel rooms longer than they should and falsely accuse people for shit they didn't even do. And uh poor children's man getting their diaper changed for views and all the other escapades you saw. They just used the disguise of me, but did you see me though? And I'm going on that note, man. I'm going on that note, man. Little do Levi know I took the warnings a long time ago. You better get away from that man, because if they catch him, he gonna flip and put it all on you. I don't have no problem with the gentleman from Bolingbrook. Shit. You had to tell me too many times, especially when I already seen through the message. I try to come to him and tell him, look, man, we gotta cut ways. You do you, I'ma do me. I'm still gonna support you, when it comes to a protest or something like that. But bro, ain't no need for anything, where the people gonna think we into it. Let them think we into it. I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't give a fuck. Then he get on YouTube, and these other goofies get on YouTube and say that I tried to stage some beef. That's because you dumb, slow, old motherfuckers can't understand conversation. I'm talking fast, and you just listening slow. I'm going on that note, though, man. I'm going to listen to the bubblegum.
All right.
Uh,
All right, Debo. And stop putting in the private chat what the fuck. Now you give everybody time to talk. Your ass come up here and be up all the time. Well, again, so y'all call me right in the middle of eating something. Y'all know I hate to eat when I'm live. Y'all can hear. But shout out for Karen, catching that it dropped hell while I was on live. So I thought she was talking about what I read from both sides earlier. I had to go look at my stuff and saw that she sent me something showing me where that paper that just dropped, that motion, so that response to that motion to dismiss in Illinois. So pretty much Illinois seemed to me like they went line by line and explained to me successfully why the the indictment was timely, which we had already went through. Remember we did the live where I went to see when the last update to that particular law was and what it allowed, and it allowed for prosecution for sexual abuse to minors. Then it was unlimited, and so the prosecutors just pretty much confirmed what we had already went back, a couple weeks ago, went through and said that yeah, they are in their right to levy an indictment such as this, and it's not um, time barred. It's within the time. They also went extensively arguing ex post facto, which one is not going to interfere with the ex post facto clause, as Jabo tried to raise that, as well as not saying that it it violated that. No, but as you could tell in her writings, when she responds, and she's a one hitter quitter type in her briefs. She wants to raise issues, give you something to think about that maybe is not in violation of certain things, but it definitely give the reader something to think about when it comes to violation. Is this law? And I think she raised a lot of issues to put pressure on the judge to say, hey, is this law even fair? Is it even, are the components of the law even fair, right, to a person that's being charged today, 30 years later, or how many ever years it has been. So we do know, so it doesn't violate ex post facto because the law was amended before the law that was in place had expired. It's not a new law, and where if it was a new state or federal law, ex post facto could not be applied. So we know it doesn't violate that. So where we go from now? What we got now? I don't know what else. Only thing I can see, she probably have better luck attacking the judge. It seems like we could talk about sufficiency of the evidence. We could talk about that because she raised a lot of issues on her acquittal. I'm just thinking about all the sufficiency challenges she made. And again, sufficient evidence does not mean the amount, it means the quality. Could someone actually look at, I don't care if it's just one piece, and make a determination on someone's innocence or guilt? Can the jury do that? That's what sufficiency tests that. She says no in this case. I think the prosecution gave evidence, just about every category of evidence there is to support it, plus evidence to support the evidence. So I don't know how she would get around that. I think the last ditch maybe, but if you hit the judge, you got to hit her on her rulings as to evidentiary hearings, right? Which is the sufficiency of the evidence. Her rulings on, see, that would cover whether she should have precluded or excluded stuff. Let me see. In this case, I'm gonna see how she can, what was she hit the judge on. I don't know. Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Yeah, pretty much. Anybody got anything else? Mm, because it was such a pile on with that ineffective, the IAC situation. I said, well, let's look and see what can go down with that. What's good with it, Sky? You're back. You're back.
Hey, who got it?
Hey, girl.
Yeah,
Trying to. So what's up? What you think, girl? What you think?
I don't know, Angie. I'm just not impressed. Okay, just it seems like, especially when you running bad allegations, okay, the gap in the times of the ages, and then you just coming back repeating. I guess they do have to rebut because Bojing brought it up, but you just repeating the reason why you brought the indictments and when you did. But I don't know. I just don't. Maybe I'm missing it. I just don't see the wow factor. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. They not
What?
wowing.
What
They
do you
don't
mean by that?
or something, huh?
What do you mean by that?
They just not. I mean, you just saying this is why we brought the indictment now because of this date, and but then you run in between that, you run into bad allegations, and I mean, it seems it's like a repeat of what they did. Okay, you charged them because you felt it was within jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, we already know that because you already did that, you know. But I guess they have to rebut because Bojang challenged them on it. You see what I'm saying?
Right. They have to lay it out. They
Yeah.
have to lay it out like that. And I mean they did a real good job of expressing exactly why her motion should be denied. They did a very good job. So it's going to seem repetitive, but they elaborate. I'm glad they did because they gave, we ain't mind our own business. We knows as hell. So it gave us some more information as to what the hell they looking at, other than that, just that plain two. What is? I forgot how many page indictment it was. That was just straightforward and to the point. It didn't give us a little cushion as to what they got.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'm not impressed, but
Hold on, Skylife. Where you going?
look,
Hold on.
look. I'm just not wowed anymore by the government. But hey, maybe because of the side I'm on. But you break it down, Levi.
No,
Tell
I
me what
wanted
you
to.
think.
When I was so busy being passionate about when I got off of here that I didn't know you were actually on a thing, and I just wanted to come back and speak to you for one and tell you I don't be getting notification. I'm subscribed to your channel, but I don't get any notifications, and maybe it's probably because you. Like, I'm never up this late. You feel me? I'm up, man. I'm up when the sun come up, and
Mm-mm.
so a
Well,
lot
I
of
want
times I think,
the notification, unsubscribe and subscribe back and hit the bell because they waiting
okay,
for you. People want to hear from you now.
oh for sure, and I got to grace your live, man.
You gotta
Because you
grace me.
without a doubt, because both you and Miss Walker are like resident analysts on my channel.
Yes, thank you. I got me a title, Lord. The first title, Lord, I ain't got a title. Y'all heard they can't take back either.
real
Resident
real
analyst.
talk.
Yes, I got a title. Oh,
Look, now I
And,
ain't the loudness, but I'm the truth bullshit what they call it, let me see. I'm the one cutting bullshit in half. Okay.
yeah, it's like when I'm man, when y'all on my channel, bro, listen, I look up in 4 hours. You feel me? Like I
Yep.
know I talk a lot, but it we complement one another, and I
Yep.
always appreciate you guys' commentary. I want to clear something up real quick as it pertains to a dollar for the king and what I have alleged as it pertains to the attorney malfeasance involved in all of this. Let me say this to y'all, and I think you know I'm from Detroit, so we keep our hands very close to our breasts. You feel me? But there was a time in this fight, Miss Walker and Miss Skylife, that my lowest of the low is when I saw a man that I love being denied bail. That to me, when the state case came and he was released on bond or whatever, I was like, okay, cool. But when the feds came back and they denied him bail, um, I knew why. And what was most disheartening, what was the hardest part about it is that he didn't know why. Robert is a genius in the studio. But when it comes to leaving outside of that studio, trust me, He is very, very naive. He eats, sleeps, breathes music. And if you'll find out more later, but during that time period, one of my conversations with him was that, well, let me say this. I didn't, you know, I've always said that when it comes to visiting your loved one in prison or in a hospital, you have to be very careful at what you say, your vocals, how you speak, the frequency in your voice, your face, because Robert knows me as someone that is like, I'm that quarterback that stands right there in the damn clutch. I don't flinch. I'm focused on that wide receiver. The linebackers could be right there in my face, and he knows me that way. Where I'm a rock. So there's been times where it's been hard, like to pretend during that time period, especially where I knew what was going on. I see, if y'all remember on Larry's channel, they kept saying, well, it's a RICO. That's why they're not going to let him out. It's a RICO. Well, it was risk of flight. They never said in the response to the requests or the motions for him to be let out on bond or bail, they never said, well, it's a RICO. What do you mean? No, they said if he's let out, he's going to flee. Okay, he's going to bribe and intimidate, harass, coach, all of these things. Imagine your loved one in there. He's very fortunate, that man is, that he has someone who is somewhat of an anomaly. Like, I'm a street nigga through and through. Oh my God, you can put me in any fucking hood, anywhere, and I'm good. However, I'm also very, very apprised and very aware of the law as it pertains to how the whole machine works. So he's very fortunate in that way. However, I'm watching this, and I think a lot of people take it personal when I say this, but it's not about the individuals. Let me make this clear, Ms. Walker. If the court was presented with 1,000 incidents of people outside of social media, on social media, berating, attacking, harassing the alleged victims, the potential witnesses, and the witnesses in his cases. So what? It is the connection between his attorneys and these individuals. And one thing that people just don't understand, y'all understand it, but a lot of people don't. This is a country of laws, not a country of men. Meaning what? Whoever is complicit. Ms. Walker said she worked in prosecution. She worked in the prosecution part of her life. Well, damn, if your loved one committed a goddamn crime, you're not going to try to cover up for it. If you are sworn to uphold the law and that's your oath, listen, follow the facts, follow the evidence. Whoever's guilty is guilty. That's what I believe. I've said it 1,001 times. If that man has ever violated a minor, lock his ass up forever. I love children. I love children. I cannot sleep tonight thinking about those babies that were killed in Texas. That shit weighs on me. You know why it weighs on me? I remember when I was in kindergarten. I remember walking through the halls in the first grade. I remember that. And children are innocent. So anyone who harms a child deserves to be, they shouldn't be on the planet, especially in a sexual way. But when you listen and read what Ms. Walker just read, they play with these words, bro. They say children. They say minor. They say between the ages of 13 and 17. But the same court, the same justice system if your child or my child or anyone's black child at the age between the ages of 13 or 17 pulled out a goddamn water gun and pointed it at law enforcement, they will blow them away. Nathaniel Abraham in Detroit, it was in Pontiac, Michigan, I believe, some part of Michigan. They tried that young man as an adult. Google how many young children are tried as adults. Google how many are in prison. See, they say Jane Doe number 5, and this, they play with words and say school age and middle school age, and they'll say that these are children. But if any 15, 16, 17-year-old sat in their mama's house and planned to rob a 7-Eleven with their boyfriend, a liquor store, and they drove the car, and they actually went and got the gun, stole their uncle's gun and gave it to their boyfriend, and they went up in there and robbed that liquor store and killed somebody, they would charge that little black 13, 14, 15-year-old child, a child as a they'll say, okay, you going to juvenile for now, but when you turn 18, your ass is going to a regular prison, especially if you kill a white person. There was no daycares in slavery. They didn't have a goddamn daycare on a plantation. From the time your ass was able to walk, if you can pick up a bottle or pick up a penny or pick up a rock, you can pick some cotton. A lot of those slaves, from the time they were babies, were in those fields picking cotton. So let's not play games with words and their children. You got these dogs. Noriega, who I have no respect for on Drink Champ, sat there mad as hell because Tank was giving my cousin his props. And then they run with this goddamn lie that is children and children and children, as if this man was jumping out of vans, taking 5, 6, 7-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds. Come on, stop it. Okay? Do I agree with a 30, 40, 50-year-old man sleeping with a 17 or 18-year-old? Hell no. I don't agree with it. But in that world of entertainment that man exists in, get the hell out of here. Nori is best friends with Jay-Z. So he's dissing Rob, and yeah, he was real mad because Tank was bigging Rob up. But Nori's not going to talk about Foxy Brown and Jay-Z. Nori's not going to talk about Aaliyah and Jay-Z. Dame Dash and Aaliyah. He's not going to do that. So getting back to my point, John, I'm about to get off here. It was I who had to listen to that man and while he's suffering, sitting there being denied bail and bond and not understanding it. That's what most people don't understand. You take the average street nigga, you take a DMX, you take a Busta Rhymes, you take these King Von, you take a Levi, you take the average nigga that's a street nigga, any of us, Young Thug, Gunna, all of them, they can sit behind them walls right now as Young Thug and Gunna sit behind them walls and read those indictments, understand what the cats in the prison detention center saying, well, this is what they charging you with. They charging you with this. They say it's conspiracy. What is a conspiracy? The conspiracy is this, and they can break it down to Young Thug and them. And being that they street niggas, they know most of them charges. They know what RICO mean. They know all of that. The difference between me, them, and the average nigga and Robert, trust me when I tell you, he just don't understand. He's not a street guy. I swear for God on my life, I've stood next to that man in clubs with niggas mean mugging him, and it was Levi that was looking back at niggas like, what the fuck you looking at? And it was Robert that, oh, just don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Everything is don't worry about that. Everything with Robert has always been, elephants don't swat flies. Well, God damn it, a bunch of flies go up an elephant's nose, they'll kill it.
Oh.
And now he understands these flies got him in a got him facing life in prison because he stood around with fucking flies, vermin, rats, roaches. And I've said it so many times, and that is if he was raised right down the street with me, down 94 in Detroit, shit, he wouldn't have had none of them around him. We just like from kids. Most niggas in Detroit, they childhood friends be the niggas, hey, sandbox, baby. We ain't messy. We mind our business. You feel me? But he was the opposite. However, getting back to the attorneys, and I'm done. Listen, it is not the individual. It's not this one or that one. No, it is the fact that certain members of his legal team formed extensive relationships with these people. We're talking about that one attorney, and I'm not going to say no names. According to Uncle Ben, said to Uncle Ben right before the trial, I don't know what we're going to do with the Azriel Aaliyah situation. What the fuck are you telling this convicted felon your strategy and what areas you're weak in? Why would she consult with a man who says he's a doctor because he says he's a doctor? Check this out. I'm going to say something on here that I never said before. Do you know Uncle Ben became disgruntled and irate with that attorney after Jane Doe number 5 told him that my cousin slept with the attorney? Go look at the timeline, y'all. Go back and watch it.
You said now what now?
You're dealing with a okay. He's a sociopath, Uncle Ben. Listen. No, I'm telling you, you're dealing with some crazy people now. I'm trying to tell you what it is. Listen. Notice something. After Robert was convicted, did you see him try to transform into R. Kelly on his channel with the Versace shirts and the Gucci and the glasses and shit? See, in Detroit, we observe people. Listen. Now, what I just said, everybody know I'm telling a God's honest truth. He literally tried to transform into my cousin. He put the shades on and a Gucci on. Can you believe it? Uncle Ben with a goddamn Gucci shirt, whatever he had on, Gucci, I don't know. Heard I say, Ms. Walker? Gucci?
Go ahead, y'all.
Was it Gucci? Gucci? I don't know.
You are.
But check this out, y'all. Listen. Go study the timeline. He was cool with that female attorney until Jane Doe number 5 told him, you know she slept with Robert. This sick, sociopathic, insane little man became outraged at her. And all of a sudden, you heard him say it, whoever heard him say it, she said, he's mad at me. And I said, you better believe it. She don't listen. Listen, here's a nigga who was in prison for murder with a fake doctor's certificate saying that one of the greatest entertainers that's ever dawned the planet's attorney is not listening to him. A nigga that stays in a goddamn shack with an outhouse. She's not listening to me. And she told me, Uncle Ben, you know Tasha K says that he's innocent. And I said to her, you're listening to bloggers? Well, goddamn, Uncle Ben, you a blogger. You follow me? So if you follow that timeline, he became disgruntled with her when he suspected that Robert had slept with her. But check this out. That man was named as one of the operatives in the Richard Arline indictment. That's factual. Hold on. So you got R. Kelly's attorney speaking with interacting with, holding extensive conversations with, and using, basically having this person as a consultant on his case, who is one of the alleged participants in a bribery scheme against one of the federal witnesses in this case. Jesus Christ, now, do I have to say any more? Is that crazy? Is that crazy? It happened, okay? It happened. So then you had the harlot in Georgia. I took, he played the tape for me. He wasn't trying to bribe nobody. Look, the goddamn indictment on a wiretap phone, the nigga told Uncle Ben, she wants money. He responded, I can do that. She, I can make that happen. Listen, I'm talking to the black men out there, all the brothers from the hood. If they had you or me on a wiretap and a nigga said, yeah, they want 5 keys, oh, I can do that. I can make that happen. That's our ass. You gone. You're done. Listen, I'm gonna say it again. I know cats from the D near my block who one of them said, I don't do that. Well, no, man, I don't do that. Well, do you know who, what's up with old boy? He's locked up, right? No, he out. He ain't locked up no more. I ain't got his number. You got his number? No, I ain't got his number. He stayed, but I'll tell you where he live at. He's right over there, such and such. Those apartments. They got that on a wiretap. That nigga got about 20 years for referring a nigga to a nigga. But you have Uncle Ben telling this guy in an attempted bribery scheme, I can make that happen. I can do that. Man, y'all better wake up. And all of a sudden he's off of YouTube. He tried to come back and peek his head out to Levi called him out. Then he ran back. Listen, that man sat there with them people and told them people anything they wanted to know to get out of that shit. For allegedly, that's what I'm saying, right? So that's all I was saying, y'all, is that Robert was none the wiser. And it came to a point where I had to tell him, and it hurt me. But I had to tell him, I said, bro, you don't understand, but it's your attorneys, man, that are commissioning, emboldening these people to do these things for the love of God. If I'm Ms. Walker, you are an attorney. If your client is being held because they say if your client gets out, he or she is going to coerce, threaten, bribe, intimidate, harass the victims or alleged victims in his or her case, the last thing you would do is form relationships with people who are doing that. That is not only counterproductive to your client's case, it is illegal. It meets that bar that we talked about earlier, Ms. Walker. And I'm gonna be quiet and listen to you guys' response. I'm sorry, I'll talk all night. Go ahead.
That's okay. Stop.
Yeah, I just
Scott,
all of it is crazy to me.
This
Okay,
is the craziest shit ever
just
and I've ever seen in my life. The whole interaction from the case down to the YouTube. I don't understand how this works. What the fuck is going on?
but
get my like people want to talk to the attorneys and build relationships with them, but I just don't see like there ain't no scholars in the books. Like I'm not. It's not many on YouTube commentary that has impressed me in that manner. And I'm not acting like I'm the greatest thing there is, but I'm just not impressed. And for them to think that the attorneys need to talk to them in some manner to get some in-depth knowledge. I mean, I'm sorry, maybe I missed it, but I don't see the point.
Skylife, you're younger. You're younger, Skylife, so you could tell us, was it Coochie or Gucci that Uncle Ben was wearing?
Gucci.
Oh no.
Was it cool? Was it? Remember the Coogee sweaters? Coogee.
Right, it was a Gucci.
Was it Coogee
shirt.
What the fuck? I said, what this nigga got? I said, hold on. What this nigga got on? Coochie or Gucci? What the fuck?
But he did try and turn it up. I remember that time. But see, this is the thing too. I heard bits and pieces, of his commentary, but just I don't know. I just didn't hear nothing that was just earth shaking. I'm sorry, I didn't. You know.
Yeah, and Miss Skylife, listen to me. I don't think you or Angie was ever. Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't think y'all was ever outside in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Like outside.
One minute now.
We was outside now. Don't get it
I know
twisted.
y'all was outside.
One minute
I
now.
know y'all was outside, but I say outside because I say it like this. Man, I wish. Listen to me. I ain't never. Uh, those old attorneys and stuff. Like I said, I had a brief conversation that I initiated. Listen, man. Federal indictments are so contagious. Miss Walker will tell you that they're so contagious, worse than Ebola. Like if you just say something on a tap phone, your ass will be rolled up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Roll.
they
Ain't
can
that the
get.
truth?
that's a fact.
Yeah, they can get you. But it is. I don't know if it's the issue of surrounding this case is just the celebrity element because you having people that's taking pictures with the lawyers and all people that if you taking pictures with the lawyers whatever that's usually people that do that they are part of some type of support group, meaning like I'm talking about a real one, not none of this bullshit, not no cloud chasing that shit, not none of that. I'm talking about like so like just say the Innocence Project or some of those projects like that. You might take a picture with the lawyer that's like that type of or some product that y'all gotten exonerated or shit like that. Not none of this, you know, what you've seen. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's like the and you can tell by the look on the lawyer's face. They like, what the fuck is going on? Because they've never had no fanfare like this. People are chasing them down and rooting them on like they Muhammad Ali and shit like. And I get that. Don't get me wrong. I get the passion in that. That's not what I'm saying. But at some point, to where you going overboard, to where I'm so glad Greenberg, I don't know if he ever checked in these motherfuckers, but when J-Bo said, I'm paraphrasing, like these people telling her what she should be
Right.
doing, and some of them haven't even gotten a damn a law degree.
That's
Like,
right.
yeah, trust me, I know, and I'm just not, I'm just not rude enough to be asking. Sometimes I be want to ask them, what's the name of that motherfucking law, fucking school you graduated from? Because some of them have graduated from nowhere high school,
Nowhere.
let alone nowhere law school. What the fuck? I be wanting to say, what the fuck? How you even know if I'm wrong or right?
But,
The
but, see,
fuck?
but you right.
but
You
but
right.
I'm saying, but it gets confirmed when the people come back and when the prosecutor and defense come back and confirm what the fuck we done said on him. But other than that, I just be want to know how the fuck you know. Your dumb ass. I
Because
just want to say that, but I don't.
but this is
I be like,
you
okay.
on YouTube that because they served 10 years in prison, they want to act like you supposed to admire them for being some type of legal scholar. Sorry, I'm not. I look at you like the dummy because you got caught. Okay.
Shit.
Somebody else with that. You not impressing me. So you got a lot of that going on. So I don't know. YouTube is just weird, y'all. It's
You
weird.
ain't lying.
It's weird. Mm-hmm.
It's
You
weird.
Weird.
ain't lying.
I'm
But
like,
you, what Miss Bonjean said in her tweet is indicative of, from a guy's perspective, you meet a woman and she got two or three kids, and you go over there and the kids jumping, doing flips on the goddamn couch and just running, and you feel me? Listen, you put your nice leather jacket on the thing, and they poured it down, jumping up and down on it. Now, one thing you know is that, oh my gosh, she has not trained these children, right?
and they always talking about they tired. No, they ain't. They bad as hell. They ain't tired. And you know what I do? I'm gonna tell you about me. You know what I do? I'm like, look at them. You gonna let them jump on all up on the couch and all that type of stuff? I
Right.
stop right my conversation and look right at them kids and look at them like you need to get these kids.
One time a chick was in the bathroom getting ready. One of the kids says, "Mama, what's his name?" Is that something? I said, "Oh, I said it's gonna be our last date." Oh shit, Ma,
Oh, shit.
Mama, what's his name? You know what I'm saying? Wait a minute, how many niggas come through this
Right.
motherfucker now?
Okay. And
Hey, yo,
my mom-
go ahead, Scott.
no, I was just gonna say this. In bringing up what you was saying, I can't really explain everything that I was doing when I was in the streets, but you know the difference between men when you date them. Okay. Now, I don't
Mm.
know if this was true or not, but people would always say, yeah, well, when the feds, if they tap your phone, they supposed to let you know if you was on under, if you was one of the people who phone they tap. And I'm gonna tell you, I've been waiting for years to get the phone call because I'm like, I'm like, I know for sure they got me on the line, but hey, I never got the call. So I don't know if that's true, but that's what they were saying.
Man, my right hand to the Most High God. I implored them. I begged them. I told them, I got two. I said, tap both of them. Shit. Are you serious? Yeah, tap them. The death threats and the goddamn calls I was getting and still getting. I said, tap them.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
It's my right hand to the Most High God. I said, would you please tap my phones? You feel me? And I ain't gonna say he or she, but the agent said, "Are you serious? You gonna give?" I guess he like, damn. I ain't never seen a nigga ask to have his shit tapped. I said, please tap him. Shit ain't no shit. Listen, like I said, with $1 for the king and stuff, man. Come on, bro. Listen, I've turned down some serious money in the streets because all money ain't good money.
that's a
And,
fact.
you feel me? And I was always that nigga to tell niggas like, what you doing over there? You feel me? Like, no, you know what I'm saying? Like me and Angie talked about it. Hey, robbing a post office ain't like robbing no damn liquor store now.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Okay.
They will track your ass down to the
Track
ends of the earth.
your ass down.
And
You
fine.
feel me? That's federal. So yeah, I gave them complete. I can say it on here. I gave them total permission. Tap my phones. Tap them. Please tap them. You feel me? Because I ain't got nothing to hide. You understand? But I just want y'all to imagine.
Oh,
Um,
shit, who the hell is this? Hold on a minute.
at the end of the day, so Miss Bonjean, like I said, those kids that bad as hell, when she came in, for people to actually talk to her and speak with her like they were instructing her, that was only indicative of what they were used to. That's how
Yeah,
they were doing. That's how they were doing other attorneys. You feel me?
yeah, I get it, but what makes you think you have more experience in that area than what she does? I mean, people do have knowledge of things, but to be a person as experienced as her, to have see this one thing why people can't hold me, because I got life experience. I'm solved. So when you have been through something, that's different than just talking about it and acting like you know about it. You see what I'm saying? So she's
Mhm.
been through it. You see what I'm saying? She's been through these cases. Bill Cosby is only one person that I could name that she's represented. I'm sure there's more. So it's just the audacity to think that somebody's supposed to be impressed by your junior knowledge. And you can give input, but don't ever try and instruct anybody that's more knowledgeable than you. And
Did you hear, Miss Skylight? Did you hear one of the terrorists say to one of the attorneys, "Have you read my motion I sent to you?"
yes, yes.
Okay, then what more do you need to know? You have a nigga saying, "Oh, by the way, have you read my counselor? Have you read my motion I sent to you? Are you going to use
Oh,
it?" I mean,
hold
come
on, hold
on
on.
now.
Hey,
I,
Levi, I'm
Yes.
sorry. This call was actually for you. I believe, if I'm not right. Caller.
Th-
Hold on for a minute. This is a female. Go ahead.
Well, actually, hello, Angie and Levi. Actually, the call is for everybody who's on and the young lady Skyline. My name is Jeanette Levi. Over a year ago, you were on the phone. You were on the phone with Larry one night. You guys are having a discussion, and I tried to contact Larry to get to you, And he said something to you, I can hear the line, but you were ready to hang up and you just didn't feel like you were more talking. And I understand. I told Andy, wow, this is such a blessing to me because I've been trying to get over and get the number to somebody's channel for over a year. I've been watching everybody since this case started for 3 years. I can tell you every story, every channel about everything that's going on, but I'm the kind that sits back in the bushes because I never wanted to get involved in none of the drama, and I'm not going to get involved in it now. I just wanted to say that I've been praying for your cousin. I have sent him, encouraging letters and some cards, just and all that's in here. Each time it's just a scripture or keep your head up, keep fighting.
Thank you.
That's all I sign my name.
Thank you,
But,
dear. Thank you so much.
I did want to say this as I was listening. Pardon me?
I'm listening.
I can't hear you, Levi.
He said he was listening. He said, go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And I did want to also say that that I think I'm in agreement with. I think it's so wrong, and I've never seen anything like this in my life either. Me and my husband, we have 8 children. We have 4 boys and 4 girls. Our oldest daughter and her husband are both judges. They're attorneys. They're judges.
Wow.
And we talk about this from time to time. And I've never heard nothing like this in my life where all these YouTube people are trying to get in touch with this man's attorney. It's just so sad. And, and he's fighting for his life right now. This is serious. This is not a game, and people need to realize that, And these attorneys are under a great deal of pressure, not just for their client, but they got the whole world watching them as to oppose how are they going to do this with, even when it happened with Bill Cosby, now it's cartelling, and it's going to be somebody else going forward. And I wish there was a way that somebody can get a message to all these YouTubers that whatever they want to do to believe those attorneys out of it. Let them do their job, And so I just wanted to share that and just let you guys know that I especially you, Levi, that I'm praying. I'm really praying for your cousin because he has totally, for the world to see, has done wrong, Let this man have a fair trial. He did something, he did it, but let him have a fair trial. And for him to be as successful as he once was, where all of these people are coming from, I don't know. I don't even think it was the caliber of people that he even dealt with prior to all of this that was going on. And that's just kind of a little to me, But Andy, you have a great channel. I love listening to you. Great topic. I'm glad that you don't take no man. I'm one of them kind of people too. But you guys, I wish one of you guys could just somehow just get a message out to these people. Please back away and leave this man's attorney alone, please. Because it's not just R. Kelly that they're working for. The whole world is looking at them. They got a lot of pressure on them, So that's all I wanted to say. And Angie, I'm glad I got your number because if I need to say something else, I'm going to call you up later.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
God bless you guys and have a nice evening.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may respond to her real quick. 8 children, 4 girls, 4 boys, beautiful. I want to say to her, first of all, to get straight to it, trying to talk to these people, and first of all, it's too late for that now. As far as like, listen to me, Ms. Walker. That's like walking up in a black club on a Saturday night saying, "Excuse me, DJ, can I have the microphone? Can you guys please refrain from cussing and please don't fight up in this motherfucker?" You know what I'm saying, Ms. Walker? Can you please not fight up in this motherfucker tonight, please? The motherfucker, they'll jump on your ass. Listen, so that's out the window. However, I share in your sentiment, but here's the deal: what the people have to understand: social media is a new construct in the world. It's not that old. We didn't have social media during the OJ trial. Okay, so right now the Justice Department, because I did a lot of research on this, they have been grappling with that fine line between what people do on social media and free speech. Free speech is a fundamental right in America, and that First Amendment is something. However, what you will find is that in the case with Robert, with R. Kelly, it's something new. Listen, it's simple. They just turned down whoever's following Young Thug and Gunna and them. Indictment, RICO, the whole nine. They just turned down the Gunna dude. They turned down his bond bail. No bond, no bail, because they said there are witnesses out here that may come up dead. So you could expect when Young Thug comes up in a couple of weeks that they're going to turn his down also. So once again, this whole social media thing is new to the Justice Department. They've been trying to figure out a way, and I think they're going to use the R. Kelly case, I believe, as the litmus test. They're going to use it as the example. Right now, Ms. Walker or Skylife, because Skylife is younger than us. Skylife, if you were to call Young Thug's attorney right now and say, hey, I think I know who one of the accusers is. I'm about to record him, and I'm about to secretly record him, and I'm going to get it to you. Young Thug's attorney is obligated. He would have to contact federal law enforcement. Well, it's a state case, but he would probably still contact the feds, because you are letting him know you're about to commit a crime, which is secretly recording a potential federal witness or a federal witness in the case of his client. That was done, people. The woman, the harlot in Georgia, openly said it. I'm going to secretly record Demetrius Smith. Well, God damn. Is Levi the only person? I know Ms. Walker is reluctant to speak on attorneys because of the code and her profession. I get it. But do y'all see the crime there? Do you see how serious that is? Do you see the interference, the obstruction? It is insane. But these people, and I'm going to be quiet and listen, brother DJ Mays, I'm going to listen to you. But let me say something. I've seen it all Robert's career. I've seen to know a nigga and see that nigga shoot to stardom. He left town one time, nigga came back. Don't get me wrong. He I would say before he left Detroit, we went to Northland Mall and Fairlane Mall, and people were walking up to him. Hey, R. Kelly, can I get your autograph? This and the third. Females, walking behind us, and maybe 25 females just started gathering around and walking, and hey, that nigga left town and came back. And I saw females faint, falling out, literally falling to the ground. And I couldn't believe his ascension. I couldn't believe it. But guess what? The reason why I couldn't believe it is because he never changed. He wasn't like that. He would run up to him. He was personable. And the fact that he would run up to him and they couldn't believe it, they would just faint and fall and scream. And I've seen them pull their damn breast out and say, sign this. And I've seen it all. Oh, let me tell you something. I seen at the line, there was a line outside, and they was all lined up. And he ran over there, whatever. They hugged. And I seen one of them just basically say, suck my titty.
Oh no, R. Kelly.
And he laughed, and he would just laugh, and I saw that, but he handled it well. He didn't allow it to go. Now, I say that to say it's a continuum. I saw it back then, And I saw it when I stepped on this social media, YouTube, Levi for Kelly was the same thing. But the difference, those were young people. Those were young 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old females. These females are older. These females, listen, a lot of middle-aged to older females have doxed, sat at their jobs, pulling up alleged victims and different people's information in the name of R. Kelly, risking their jobs. They fantasize over them, and this is new to the Justice Department. And you have to put, hey, Miss Walker, and you have to add the nigger factor in this shit. Hey, listen now. You heard them on the call, the Zoom call. Now somebody was cutting up. They was carrying on the Zoom call, motherfucker. You talking, yeah. One of them said, "I'm on the phone with R. Kelly." God damn.
I want to know what R. Kelly put in them songs on it. When I tell you, whatever you put in them damn songs on it, it got them. I've never seen no foolishness like this in my life. But you know what? I sometimes I chalk that up to just people being passionate. I think most of it is passion, and that's why I can understand it. But at some point, when I always tell people, when other vices take over your mindset, then that might be indication that something is wrong. When you don't have control over certain, because you can be a fan of someone, you can, do whatever, but not to interfere in somebody's case. To me, that's when logic meets illogic, and something like, some have to, and when it overtakes it, when you can't control yourself, stop yourself from doing something, that is signs of a bigger issue, and it all got to do with mental health.
Listen, Miss Walker, I took one of my exes to see him, and it was sporadic because a lot of times, he changed his number and all. I said, "Come on, let's go down there." And just so happened, he saw me, "What's up?" So we went with him, hung out with him. She couldn't believe how down to earth he was. Mm-hmm. I mean, as far as like undivided attention, him talking to her one-on-one. You got a good guy here, having real deep conversations with her. She's sitting there. So she just shook her head all night. The next morning, that woman told me, I'm trying to tell you what the R. Kelly effect on these women now. She said, "I got to tell you something." I said, "What?" She said she had his post up over her bed. She said, "It's crazy." She said, "If you knew how crazy I was over your cousin." She said, "I remember he came to concert and we were screaming." She was younger than me. So she was like, we were screaming and I'm like, I can't believe I'm sitting here talking to him. However, she went on and told me. She said she put his post up over her bed and used to masturbate to him. Oh, did y'all hear that?
Oh.
She said when she was a teenager in high school, freshman in high school, she had his poster up over her bed and would lay there and do the thing, looking at his goddamn poster.
That's a bit much.
Now check this out, though.
A bit much. Ain't that crazy?
That's insane.
That's crazy.
I don't think that's something you want to let the lawyers know. I think that's something you want to. I think that's something you want to keep in the bread box.
I'm trying to tell you, these people go. I don't know if anybody heard that story, because I know me and my daughter told that story at least 3 times on live, where how, like, when I go places, whatever, people run up to me, "Okay, is this you? And can I take a picture with you?" And if I'm with her, she's looking like, "That motherfucker ain't nobody. That's just my mom. She ain't no motherfucking body." That's how she be looking. She be looking like, "What the fuck is wrong with y'all?" I mean, they be about to push her out the way. "Hey, y'all, it's her. Can we take a picture?" I'm like, they done asking for everything but my autograph. And she be just, her face. I get her back on to tell the story again. Her face. When you look over there at her face, she looking like, "What the fuck is going on?" That's how I be. What the hell? And y'all heard her. She she don't make no excuse for who she is. She don't fuck with a bunch of black people or black people activities. She'll tell you because I always something gonna go wrong. She don't understand a bunch about a lot of stuff. So if you ever tell her she was outside, she'll probably say, "No, I'm not, and I'm glad not to be." Okay, I have to translate what cap means and all that stuff. I told her, I said,
Right.
I'm saying cap because I learned that from Larry. And I said, like he said, you're talking cap. And I get it from him. And I don't know what it means, but I'll tell you later.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Wow.
But yeah, that's I'm trying to tell you, and there's people who was younger than me, but a lot of people was older than I was running up to me like that, acting crazy over what well, we didn't never we kind of burned down ESPN on line 3, but that never did didn't get to going. But me and the dude running around with Dame Dash and a couple of them, we was supposed to work on it, but yeah, that went left.
Hmm.
But yeah, but that's how the people were. I don't. I mean, it's just passion for, you know. I
But
don't know.
let
Let
me
me
say
bring
this to you,
up.
Miss Walker.
Oh,
Miss Walker,
oh,
before
go
before
ahead, go
DJ
ahead.
man, let me say this to Miss Walker. As God is my witness, I have to say this. None of them, none of them, none of these black celebrities. I've been around most of them. None of them have the star quality and the magnetic attraction and the charisma of my cousin. None of them. When I say the only one that I would say superseded him was Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson, I met Michael Jackson.
You got to put Prince in there. No disrespect. You got to put Prince in there.
But let me say this about I never met Prince, but let me say this about Prince. Prince was always mysterious. You know, that he had mystique to him. Okay. I'm talking about, listen to what I'm saying, brother. You might can Google it. You can YouTube it. When Michael Jackson passed away, they walked up to two white guys in the mall in the UK in London and said, what did you think? And they said, huh? Have you heard? No, what? Michael Jackson died. died. And one of the guys fainted right in the middle of the goddamn mall. That
Mm.
man, anyone can Google it. Anybody that's from Detroit know the Charles H. Wright Museum. I never seen none like a Michael Jackson. As Allah, my right hand to the most God, high God, Allah. I took my baby when she was an infant to the top of the Western Hotel. Michael Jackson had 2 floors. In the hotel room, the suite with Michael Jackson. I wanted my baby, little bitty baby. I got certain pictures at the event, but Miss Walker, it was just me, my baby, and her mama. And he said, 1 second. First, we heard his voice, and all of us, not the baby, she was an infant, but we almost fainted just hearing his voice in the. No, listen, I'm a grown ass big black nigga. I almost passed out. He said, "Oh, tell them 1 second." And we looked at each other, and I almost fainted. She almost fainted. Miss Walker, before he came in the suite, looked, you could see the whole river and everything. Just as he was coming in the goddamn room in the suite, security rushed in there, the security breach, and ushered him off. We were so goddamn mad. We were just, oh
Mm-mm.
yeah, but listen, what I'm saying is that when you were talking about Dame Dash and them, yes, Jay Z and all of them, listen, none of them. I used to be in places where a lot of celebrities were there, and Skylife can understand what I'm about to say. All of those celebrities, I'm from Detroit, we watch everything. Every one of those celebrities' women was staring at Rob.
You goddamn right.
Oh
I'm
wow.
sitting back just watching, and they all hello, hello. They go off in the corner with the nigga. They drinking and music playing, and they just staring at Robert. You understand?
Mm.
So,
Mm.
I wanted to say this, brother DJ Amazing. Please give me 15 seconds. So, my ex, who had the poster on her ceiling, and she said her mother would come in the hallway when the light was on at 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock, she'd see the light on, whatever. Listen, now those same kind of women, she's not like that, my ex isn't, but a lot of those women didn't outgrow that. So now they 45, 42, 40 years old, still masturbating to R. Kelly and fantasizing and doxing people and losing their goddamn minds over R. Kelly. This is what I'm trying to say to y'all. They're still obsessed with the R. Kelly of the '90s, bro. That's all it is. I'm sorry, brother DJ Amazing. I'm not gonna say nothing else. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna piggyback on what Angie and what you said. I work at a nightclub, and I know how it is. I'm not famous. I'm not, I'm maybe locally, but I'm not, like big, nothing like that. But I know what Angie mean. You walk up to some of these places and people see you, and you just a regular, average, everyday Joe. You don't look at yourself like that. But I
Mhm.
understand where she's coming from. Motherfuckers won't do anything to get next to you or get close to you or think they can get something from you.
That's right.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's how I met Entanglement Man. He was paying attention to all that. If you would listen to the call, he was talking about, yeah, y'all was on there, whatever. I don't think I put this part up, but he tracked me from online, found my ass on Facebook,
Wow.
and that's yeah, just from that, just from that foolishness. I'm talking. It was crazy how
Wow.
those people be coming up to me and what I'm trying to tell you would think, boy, I'm telling you, it takes my child to look and tell you about it. She be looking at it like, is y'all crazy? What the fuck?
Wow.
Why are y'all up here hugging up on, running up to her, taking pictures with her? People would be calling other people. Is Miss Angie coming to town? Is Miss Angie here yet? Because we didn't know
Wow.
where I was gonna be at. Yeah, it's crazy. And my friends be calling, especially about white people. You know how black people are. A white man looking for you. A white man, look, they don't know what the hell going on. And I have
Wow.
to explain to them. I say it's okay. White person look for you. Okay, I ain't telling that you was coming. It's
Wow.
crazy. One guy he told me, emailed me one day, telling me I've been taking calls for you all day. He said I'm not your secretary. I went I could find that email. He showed no did.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Wow. Be
I'm
quiet,
gonna
crazy.
give
boy.
you. I'm gonna give you a story, Andrew. You and Levi. I was in the mall one weekend with my daughter, and this guy worked at the I guess some kind of kids zone or some shit where you take your kids to. The dude wouldn't let me pay for nothing because I work at the nightclub. It's just crazy how people just do. It's just weird. My daughter was like, "Do you know?" I say, "Nah, I don't know this dude." But the dude paid for everything out of his own pocket. Refused to let me pay for anything just to get him into the club. Let my daughter play every game and let her take anything she wanted in that place.
But I can honestly say, I understand exactly what you're saying, brother, but I can honestly say this because I witnessed it myself. And at the right time, I'm going to say it before the world. Um, I can attest to this. Robert is one of the most humble people from humble beginnings, but as God is my witness, y'all, the people made him an idol. And I used to say to myself, this is not good. Be quiet, boy. Boy, come here. I used to say, this is not, I think he hit on raccoons. Hey, stop it. This is not a good thing. And whenever the people make you an idol, they put you a god as a god besides God. And you, boy, if you don't be quiet, come here. And if you don't, come here. If you don't reject it strongly, hold 1 second, you guys.
Let me say something real quick, okay? Because I need to bring this into perspective. Because maybe I'm different, okay? Maybe I'm non-gay, but I love men, okay? So I don't understand what the people like. Oh, that's crazy. Is this? Is that? Because I've seen real life guys in the neighborhood, from my neighborhood. I'm talking about fine as wine. When you see them check all the boxes, you see what I'm saying? Not just me thinking this, uh, almost damn near all the women in the neighborhood thinking the same thing. You see what I'm saying? When you talk about looks, money, uh, the word now was finesse. You know what I'm saying? Have some type of savoir faire, presence and power. You see what I'm saying? And you can look at Kale.
Right.
Kale check all the boxes. So I've seen just regular street guys get noticed as the same celebrity as him. So I don't see the problem with people running behind him like that because he got everything mega, plus got the bigger bag, so I understand the attraction. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just don't get the part where people think, it's like gross or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I'm talking about, no, it's nothing wrong with the over, um hold on, the like the normal, celebrity type thing. What I'm talking about, the overboard shit, this craziness. Now when it starts getting crazy, then there's a problem. I mean, that's not normal about this, because you got to deal with reality, and what's fantasy and reality. Do you know the difference?
Well, that's a good question. But see, this is the problem. I think these people that you guys call victims, I don't think that they do. You see what I'm saying? I think they went into this situation fantasizing who this man was, and what they were going to get out of the experience. You see what I'm saying? Not understanding that you're not going into this situation in relationship status, okay? You going in under some type of sexual desire, or desire for his money, or whatever you want to check, fame, whatever suits your situation to check. That's what they went there for. Do you see what I'm saying? So I
Right.
understand that. And I believe these same people that are called victims, they went into the same situation thinking that, because they don't understand the difference between reality. Is this guy really gonna be your man? Really?
Look, why don't you just say it another way? I'm just gonna say it like you really want to say it. They thought what they got between their legs was gonna keep R. Kelly.
That part too. That part too.
And so that got to be fantasy too, because how many people you think that got something similar between their legs? Like, girl, you got the uh
But
you
some of
got the
them don't know better. See,
mm-mm.
a lot of these girls, man, I swear to God, if I could teach a class, like you I mean, if you don't know, that guys will tell you she got one just like you do. You know what I'm saying? And yours not gonna stop me from getting the next one. You gotta be around guys to know guys, and it's
Yeah.
something it's something you gotta learn. You can't teach it to them. They really think that they got the best, the hottest box. You know what I'm saying? And if that's
And,
the
and, and you know what? I know you ain't lying, because you every weekend is always one that come up to the DJ booth, think that just because she look good, and
yeah.
she come think she gonna buy me a drink, and think she gonna, I ain't trying to be nasty or nothing, but try to give me a hand job, blow job, whatever it is she trying to give
Oh
me.
my
She thinks
God.
she gonna finesse me to
Yeah.
get it. I'm like, I done got to the point to where now, I could just look at you and tell you finna come up to me with some bullshit. Yeah, I'm already gonna play the song you gonna ask me to play. Now I could play along and finesse you and be like, yeah, go ahead, give me that little hand job, because I'm gonna play the song anyway, but I
Oh
don't do it
Jesus.
because I got a daughter. So I think of shit like, okay, I can't do this. I got a daughter. I don't want that karma to come back to my daughter. So I look at shit from a different perspective. I get this on a regular basis now. Like, I don't like, I said when I was younger, I enjoyed that shit, but as I didn't got older now, that shit don't amuse me no more. Been there, done that.
Yeah. And it's like, and the real talk. See, people think that it was a game when I said the bus that was going to Kale's house for the parties. I could have got on the bus plenty of times. You see what I'm saying? I could have really met this man, probably been in a situation, an entanglement with this man. But I knew the situation and how it was going down. When they tell you they taking your phone and they telling you signing NDA papers, think, people. You
Right,
going in to
right.
do
You knew
what?
what you was getting into. That's what
What
I'm
are you
saying. You
doing?
knew what you was getting into. Ain't nowhere there you gonna go to somebody else and they tell you gonna sign this piece of paper and you not knowing what's gonna go down and how it's gonna go down. That's what I say. Some of these women that claim to be victims, they
Well,
can't
let me
be.
let me change that. For me, a reasonable person and a person of age would know that.
There you go.
Um,
You
I'll say that a reasonable person, a person of age would know that. But if you
let me
underage,
put it on
I
camera.
don't know.
I'm not going to nobody's house. Angie, Levi, mine, DJ Amazing. If I'm coming to your house and you tell me, Skylife, you got to sign the NDA and I'm taking your phone, I'm not coming. Okay?
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, people have to learn how to think, but they be like you saying, those are fans and fanatics. You willing to do whatever can to get close to a person, I don't know. I just ain't never been that thirsty.
Yeah, yeah, me either. Me either. I'm trying to tell you, and a person in the industry could ever say that I slept with them.
That's
Right.
what I'm
Any of
saying. That's these females that think they got the what I'm gonna say, between the age of 21 and 18, though they got the finesse game to the point to where they gonna damn near try to talk you out of it or try to talk you into it. So I can only imagine how R. Kelly get it. He probably get that shit 10 times over.
10 times over.
yeah. Oh my God. I wonder how how a celebrity would decide. It was, I'm trying to tell you, like, I've seen the process, but I'm like, this is crazy. Y'all,
I don't
Andrew,
I
imagine
ain't
you
gonna
been a
tell that
celebrity and
story.
motherfuckers trying to get at you. Imagine you been a celebrity, Andrew, and people trying to get at you like R. Kelly. Imagine that shit all day, every day. People trying to get at you, tell you everything you want to hear, give you anything just to sniff your drawers. It get that way.
I'd be like, are you crazy? Are you crazy? That's what I'd be asking. What is wrong with
But you
you?
got people
That
out there
don't
that
make
would do that
sense.
to you. That'll do it. Can I smell your drawer? Can I get close? Can I do anything? You can tell the motherfuckers literally anything, they gonna
I'm
do
gonna
it.
call the cops.
Now this the thing. I haven't seen anything that bad, but like I said before, I've dated guys that have gone to the NBA prior to them going. And I saw
Yeah, because you got to get somebody going to the NBA. You 6 foot tall. You
look,
got to get
look,
somebody
you
going to the
look, you
NBA.
about right, Angie. I dated basketball players and athletes because it was a lot of short men out there like, you know,
I don't be able to do
I
it.
couldn't do it. But I mean, just his friends, the way they was just jocking them, it was sad and pitiful. Like, I mean, how about cracking a joke and it's not funny and everybody laugh? I want to
Yeah.
throw up sometimes, like, oh my God, this is just
Yeah, you be
mm,
like, what? Yeah, I'm serious. I'm trying
mm.
to tell you, the sports league, them people, they just as worse as the damn the other, other type of celebrities. You know what I'm talking about? The music and the I don't think I've been around an actor before. But
Shot
the
town.
huh?
And I want to say hi to Shot town.
Oh, I'm serious. Like, even, and well, I ain't gonna say that. Damn, I can't. I've been telling a recent story. I can't say that either. But well, yes, I can, because when I was asking one of the people that I say hit the billboards, I say that about the intellectual property and stuff, because I wanted to know how that works. But, like, the years, how long will it revert back to them and all of that. And I put that communication up on there between he and I. Even I ain't gonna say that number, man. Some tell me don't say it. These motherfuckers, him, baby, they read it. They read the docs and stuff. Never mind. But
Right.
they was, baby, they be
You
shit.
missed it, Miss Levi. I was telling Angie how I'm gonna put it this way: if R. Kelly is sitting next to Angie, Angie would instantly get so many motherfuckers just trying to kiss her ass because R. Kelly was around her. Just being in his presence, you gonna get so much shit by just being in that man's presence. You don't even know how much shit you finna get. And the
Oh
question is,
man,
how you gonna deal with it?
bro, I've had females tell me 2 months later, like after it went down and everything that went down, I've been knowing them for 2 months, and a few females told me that. You know where I first saw you at? I said, where? At Fishbones with R. Kelly.
Oh,
I mean, like it's everybody, their eyes on him, and if you're around him, especially in your city. So when he leaves, you got a whole downtown Detroit down there seeing you, and so a female will see you a couple of weeks later at a market or something, and don't tell you that's why she's trying to get with you, or whatever. Um, it's like I said. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I've never, and Robert has never welcomed that. Like I've never thought of myself as being better than people, and like I've always, and he's like that. And I, um, my mother said, my mother said, she said, shit, the only man that she would ever like scream like, oh my, it was Marvin Gaye. You feel me? So
oh no.
women are different than men.
Mhm.
And I get it, but at the same time, I just don't like to see people lose themselves over celebrities, like lose themselves. Like
Right.
you feel me? Like to me, that's like for the love of God. And that nigga so regular that it just to this day it astounds me, you know, how people perceive him as this big mega, which he is. Shit, I mean, but it's just weird when you know someone personally and you drank 40 ounces with him, and to see him climb like that is like I remember telling him, I said, you may when I knew he like I said, you wow, I said, wow. And he was humble and just kind of laughed and put his head down at a club. We were walking in or walking up, and they was playing a song. When he got to the VIP, they played that this is in the club. They played "This Is Mr. Biggs," that song, um, and the DJ turned the music down. So the song was "This Is Mr. Biggs." He turned the music down, and the whole damn club, people in the streets, out the back of the club, all of them said, "How you doing, Mr. Big? What the hell is?" They were doing the whole. And I looked at him and was like, "Wow!" And he just put his head down and kind of smiled, like, "Man, you feel me?" So when
Mhm.
you say what was in his song, Sister Angie, or what's in
Mhm.
his song, he tapped in. He tapped into that area of black life, and you know his era. Like we never had nobody do that. You feel me? We you know we weren't around for the James Browns and the Marvin Gayes and them, but he tapped into something that really spoke to black people in the hood. It's the bottom line, and it spoke directly to them. You know, and then the sex symbol part, that was it. You know,
Yeah.
But you
and
know,
That's
that,
crazy though.
it was something I said the other day too. In real talk, like Chi-Town saying, Kels moved in Chicago like a regular person, but like you said, still mega. You know, he's a mega celebrity, and it's just like he's weird to me because I sit up sometimes and think, you know, when growing up in Chicago, growing up in the hood, um, fooling around in the streets, you know, you learn not to trust anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's taught to us. You learn that. So I'm just looking like I never understand why Kels let these certain people around him for one, but then allowed them to stay for so long. It's just not the nature of a Chicagoan. You see what I'm saying? And
right.
let them throw you in the cross and then you forgive them. You know, it's amazing. I can't figure it out.
Hey, Angie, tell you, I don't roll like that, do I, Angie? Forgiving niggas
Uh-uh.
and shit.
Right.
hell,
No. Uh-uh.
I
hell no. Let me. My phone's about to die, but I want to say this: if my phone cuts off, you know why. But I was talking to a female yesterday, and she had sent me some songs that I didn't know Rob, you know, something that I forgot, and soundtracks and stuff. And she said to me, she said, "Do you know how many songs your cousin has written and like how many his catalog?" And I was like, I never thought of that. And I said to her, I said, damn, I never thought of that. Listen, y'all, that man ate, slept, breathed the studio. It would be impossible for him to be a quote unquote predator and create the body of work that he created. That shit takes time, man. It takes time. You can't just be out snatching kids in vans and a damn predator, and then you have that extensive body of work writing for people and his catalog alone. That shit takes time, you know. So the Chicago case, I see now, just reading listening to Angie read that it is a paper tiger. It is. It is. It is. It is a recycled case. Okay, the king of R&B, a man in Chicago, stopping through the streets of Chicago, dipping and dick dotting all across the country for years. I mean, back and forth. All you got is that? Shouldn't you have at least 50 young female victims? Go research how many of those so-called Catholic priests, how many children they violated. I mean, this man has been backstage with a lot of young ladies, and it just doesn't what they're painting him to be. Um, and then when you look at it from his body of work and you look at the timelines and all of that, this case is a recycled case. Jennifer Bonjean, from what she has displayed, would have torn that goddamn New York trial into pieces because she understands that this is a game of inches. She challenges everything. Nowhere in the hell she wouldn't have put the mother's text messages in there. There's nowhere in the hell people would have been sitting on the jury under Jennifer Bonjean's watch who had seen Surviving R. Kelly. Y'all know that's true.
Yeah, it seemed that. Yeah, it
I'm
seemed like she would
about
have
it.
took a. Yeah, it seemed like would have crafted a whole a different strategy on the versus what the other attorneys had taken. But the one thing that would have been hard for her to overcome, as anybody, is that evidence. That's hard. I mean, and I know you know it's about what you can prove, right? But if you got the evidence and it's some what I like to call proving evidence, you ain't got that much. The other side don't have that much work to do.
What evidence that you see, Ms. Walker, and my phone's about to go out, that
Well, you
confirms
need to
him?
go get you a charger, my brother. Go get you
Yes,
your
sir. Yes,
charger.
sir. What?
Okay, you better put that thing
I'm,
on
I,
charger.
I'm never up this late. Listen, what evidence? My phone goes out. You can answer it. Did you see that solidified, substantiated, and confirmed that he had sex with Jane Doe number 5 prior to her being 18? Can you please tell me?
Prior to her being 18, let me see.
Yes.
Only thing I had that I remember is just her testimony. That's
That's
it.
thank
That's the only
you.
thing I.
That's
But remember now, you know what testimony is. But that's what the thing. Now let me ask you this. And I don't know. Did they have any type of correspondence or anything on that discovery list, like some text messages or anything like that? I don't think it was any 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 video or tape or anything like that. Individual depictions of her under 18, right?
Not
So
at
did they
all.
have any text messages or any communications or any third party verifications or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, but if they did, Ocole would put it up there tomorrow. But not to my knowledge, there was nothing. But it was just word of mouth. It was a witness whose story had changed dramatically, had said one thing and then said something else, but it was nothing concrete, and that was the star witness. So when you say the evidence, Ms. Walker, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying to you is that in the minds of a juror, that evidence must pass the test. And when you say, yes, he had sex with me before 18, and the jury's like, yeah, I believe her. But then you introduce those goddamn text messages and say, hold on, wait a minute. Wasn't the stage being set for him to have sex? Come on, bro. That would have swayed at least one juror. But I'll
Well,
say
that wouldn't have that didn't answer the did you have hold on, wait a minute. When is her birthday? Was her birthday in December or something? I don't know when her birthday is. But I thought those text messages, because she said that per J-Bo's brief and what she said that Jane Doe number 5 said that she did have oral sex or something like that during that time frame of April or May or something like that, right? But what those text messages, and I think J-Bo, what I know J-Bo, this is what she said, she would have used them for proving the elements of the crime as far as the enticing, the inducement, and all of that, to show that it was that he didn't do that, they that it was quite the opposite. And here's what happens, right, with regards to the elements. If you can challenge successfully that the inducement, enticement, and coercion, whatever they said R. Kelly did not occur, then now you have someone who was convicted incorrectly, because they convicted him by for inducing, enticing, and whatever all the other elements that was in that particular crime, that law, right?
Right.
So now, if she knocks that out, now we have a problem. Now we have a, a maybe a constitutional problem, or evidentiary problem. So that's what she was trying to do.
Yes, but what you just said speaks volumes to the foundation of the New York case. When you yourself admitted, and you go through these documents thoroughly, that there was no concrete, irrefutable, documented, substantiated evidence to show that he did have sex with her prior to 18. Okay. So if that was not substantiated through some kind of tangible evidence, it tells you that the case wasn't strong. It wasn't at all. It was just people saying, them saying he did, and this, that, and the third. I think those videotapes sealed it as far as him allegedly, from what they're saying, uh, yelling and screaming and things like that, or bitch, shut up, shut your ass up, this, that, and the third. But that only should bring a domestic violence
Correct.
charge. You feel me, Skylife?
Correct. That's a fact.
That's a
See, but
domestic
you got to
violence
look at the
charge.
weight of it. So you can't say, I mean, well, you can say, but you can't say that the case is weak just because that little one issue. It was more. It's more than one Jane Doe in there, and it's different levels of evidence in the case all scattered through it. But one of the and everybody got to understand this. Most cases are circumstantial, meaning it's only somebody up there telling
Be
what
quiet, boy.
you did, or what you did or what you didn't do, and they may have a couple of pieces of direct evidence there, but
Be quiet.
normally most of the cases is somebody getting up there and talking about
Come
your
here.
ass. Now, what helps is if from the other side, if you got something to counter what you said, that's when the whatever and the jury went through it and said which parts were proven and what wasn't proven. And the only thing wasn't proven is that one with the girl in the warehouse. Whatever she said happened to her, but they still was able to come back with an indictment on that. The burden was met enough to come back with an indictment on that. Now that is probably more of a issue to challenge and scrutinize. But just because somebody's testimony, and you can reduce it down to he said, well, not really he said, she said, your word is really, you can reduce it down to my word against yours. But when your word ain't coming up, I don't know, and I can't remember the transcripts like that, but I don't know what the defense did to challenge what she was saying.
I'm sorry.
One
One
thing
second,
I
y'all.
do remember, the defense trying to age Geronda and trying to age that guy to make them not minors when the incident occurred. But other than that, I don't know what they put forth towards the
What?
uh the Jane Doe number 5 is to discredit her.
Let
And
me, Andrew.
go
When
ahead.
this the thing, okay? I could have knocked down. Here go. Look, Bojang Jr. talking. I could have knocked down the witness number 5. Okay, they start witness because the whole thing is this. Okay, based basis of what Levi is saying, but you also come in and you attack their character. Okay, and what you're saying is hearsay and Jose because it's her word against his. Okay, now when you say like we saying. You taught us evidence. I'm sorry, testimony is evidence. Okay, but you challenge the witnesses' stories. If they would
Right.
have came to her and said, okay, please tell us about your last relationship. How did that end? You know, you get in, bring up her mental health issue, bring up her suicide issue, bring up
But
you
she did
said
just lie that
to
though.
knock
I know
her
though.
character down. Then you bring in them text messages. Oh, your mother knew right here, and it stated that he wants to have sex with you. So did your mother continue to put you in communication with him after that? You see what I'm saying? I would have wiped her clean off the table. Same thing with Geronda. Geronda, well, how did you meet Mr. Kelly? Were you the one going to the courthouses to meet him? And what exactly happened? Who went with you? You see what I'm saying? You have to knock these people character the same way they knocking Kels's character, you knock theirs, especially when it's only witness testimony. Then, like Levi said, you bring in a video, which is equals domestic violence. That was to smear his character. So you already painted the picture and the narrative that he has sex with a minor. Now I'm gonna throw in something to muddy his character up and say, and he's abusive. You see what I'm saying? To make you believe the aforementioned statement. So
The
you
how the
twist that
how
game the other way.
Wait a
if they
minute, hold
did
on. So let me stop you right there, Miss Unofficial J Bo Jr. Because there
I'm
is
a,
a victims act that will not allow you to ask anything about a victim's I know it's sexual history, and I believe their mental health. I might be wrong with their mental health, but I know their sexual history, and if I'm not mistaken, maybe their mental health. So I don't think that you would have
sexual
been able to
history.
do none of that, lady. You've been they're gonna put your ass out of there.
No, no,
You're
no.
gonna be
I'm
held
not
in
your
contempt,
sexual.
and you're gonna be in jail.
I want to
Um,
pull out the fact that you suicidal. I'm not asking you about your sexual history. I want to know what happened in your last relationship.
let me look up all the things about the Victims Act because it prohibits you asking a whole bunch of stuff, and they tried to put that out there.
By the time I was done,
Yeah,
the walking nut,
okay.
I promise you.
And then also, I believe she had other people to corroborate that it did happen during the time span that it happened. And I know y'all, think um testimony is weak evidence, but it's
I don't,
technically it's really not.
I don't
But
recall
did
anybody
the
co-signing her check. I don't
did the
recall.
the defendant
and
have the
also
right to
with
claim?
domestic, Lil Mac, you low. Also, when I also told y'all, when it comes to sexual abuse, you can put domestic violence in sexual abuse, but you can't put sexual abuse in domestic violence. So, sexual abuse, as I read, you saw when I read that footnote, it encompasses a lot of things, right?
Hmm.
Domestic violence is also one of them. You can put domestic violence in sexual abuse and not even have to not charge them with domestic violence.
But this is the thing: those who have eyes can see what the point of doing that was. You see what I'm saying? They did
Yeah.
that to just further his to paint the narrative that not only is he a sexual predator, but he's violent also. Run from this guy. He's terrible. You know, you got to see what's happening. You know, people got to be able to just see. But I mean, I don't. Outside of the testimony, I don't. I agree with Levi. I don't see a tight case. I
I agree. And if I could say this before I go, the human factor, and Ms. Walker, she often speaks, which she should, of the legal factor, how it's set up, jury instructions and things of that sort. However, the human factor that's there, because all laws were constructed and erected by human beings, as well as our system of justice, human beings put this together. So that human factor says to me, out of 12 jurors, one of them, had the case been fought properly, when if a woman who at one time was 17, 16, whatever, and I'm sitting there as a juror, and this woman says, yes, he had sex with me, this, and the third. Well, isn't it true that you told him you were 18, though? Yes, I did. In my mind, It's over. Because if you can sit and tell the man you 18, then how are we to believe you as you sitting here talking right now? You didn't came off the bat saying that you lied. See, and that's the problem that I have with uh, the whole. Even Miss Walker, a lot of times, I'll I'll say, "Wow, Miss Walker has to
Oh, okay.
understand that human factor. That everything is not just law; it's the human factor." And I understand legally whether she said she was 18 or not. If you had sex with up under there, yeah, that's the legal side of it. But at the same time, when if Robert had told the lies and was caught in the lies that they were caught in, they would have said hang them. They sat there with inconsistencies, saying one thing, saying another, said something earlier, now you're saying something now, and most importantly, you know, you came on the scene as a damn liar. And let me tell you something. I gotta go. Everyone that we know that is 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, y'all, if they're tight-fisted and stingy, everybody you know that's real stingy, tell me they weren't stingy as a child. Certain
Oh
traits,
Lord.
if you 35, 45 years old and you stingy, you were stingy as a damn kid. I got family members that like it was stingy as hell with now laters and shit, starbursts, and now they older and stingy. So
Still
if
ain't
you
got. That's the funny part about Levi. Still ain't got shit.
and still ain't got
And
shit.
now,
Exactly,
now
bro.
y'all hear Levi right now. Levi don't listen. Levi say he listens to me closely, right? He apparently don't listen because I said that the laws were legal rights, meaning the laws were constructed based on human and natural rights, right? And I've also stated about building up um on the reasonable doubt that's building upon the reasonable doubt in the case. And the only thing you need is one person to look at that crazy. I've also created a defense based on the fact that um hey, due to his mental deficiencies, and he don't have an ID checking machine, and he can't be reasonable thought to to know that somebody's 18 if they tell him if they 17 they tell me they 18 and all that. I mean that to me, even somebody without those type of deficiencies, a regular person operating like I am. I mean, the law says I'm supposed to know when I'm dealing with somebody 18. But if you tell me I'm 17, they 17. I mean, how the hell, I'm a reasonably know. I'm not riding around with a damn machine to check, and you might can spit some shit that 25-year-olds, will be able to think. So don't put that on me.
I would
It's the
have.
fact that no, I don't think of everything is just boom legal and that's what it is. No, because I know that that's not where I've been on both sides. So that's not what I think. What I know is just how that legal process works, and I know what you need to do, what you would need to do to overcome it. Now, in in every instance, you ain't gonna be able to overcome what that prosecutor has. That's just that's just how the law is constructed. That you could say, only thing that you can rely on is what she's doing. Now, if it was a trial, I do believe that she would have known better and to try to build on that reasonable doubt. And
Well, yeah,
also,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, and then I know a lot of people say, well, they lied. They lied. Well, y'all don't understand. Did they lie in court? That's what matters. Not what all they said outside. If someone didn't bring in those independent things they said to use to, challenge what they're saying now. And it was definitely being relevant because one, it was relevant to the case. It was reliable because they said it, and it's relatable because it's related to what they're talking about, the issue and what they're talking about. So it wouldn't be some off the cuff remark. They could bring that in. That would have been admissible, a 9 out of 10. I'm speaking absolutes, and they could have challenged whatever that was saying on that stand. Now, did they? Somebody told me that they did bring in some of that stuff that the defense did that challenged what they said on the stands. That was somebody told me. I don't know. I can't remember the transcripts like that. But I mean, it's with if they lied on the stand, that's what matters. Did they lie under the penalty of perjury on a sworn statement somewhere that the prosecutors have or that the defense have? Do they have that? Did they lie in that manner? Then that's when you could say legally they lied. But they just lying in the streets.
Well,
And then you
listen. Before my phone go out, let me say this and I'm done. I get what you're saying, but check this out. Hey, Miss Skylife, did he allegedly not tell them he had herpes in court, or did he tell them not tell them outside the court? You see my point? In other words,
yeah.
you feel me? Here's the deal. My closing arguments before that jury, I would have said, this court is asking you to find my client guilty for not informing an alleged victim or victims, whatever, that he had a sexually communicable disease because he didn't tell them that. But this same court is asking you to find him guilty because they didn't tell him they real goddamn age. Now, does that make sense? Excuse me for swearing, Ms. Walker. But you see what I'm saying? You see my point, Ms. Walker? Skylife?
I did a whole goddamn defense on him not knowing that he had the herpes to even tell the people. So why you been? Dude, I covered all that. I covered it. Y'all gonna have to keep up, baby. Y'all
yes,
have to
ma'am.
keep up. I covered it.
But let me, it's not even about him telling them if he had the herpes. It's about proving it. How do you prove to me he didn't tell them? What proof do you have that he did not tell them that?
That's right.
Right. That's part of it. That's part of it. Yeah, I mean,
it pisses me off.
Yeah, because maybe some of that stuff should have been put into the closing remarks than some of the other stuff.
Man, don't even get me started. Oh my God, don't even.
I know your phone, but I'm just saying, maybe some of those stuff, because you think about it, right? At the end, in the beginning and the end, you got to have those thought-provoking things, because you already know what the case is, what the prosecutors have. You already know. Just really don't know how too much is gonna come. But you got to have those thought-provoking things that make that jury think like, oh, okay, well, yeah, that is true. You want me to find that someone's guilty based on what you say, and especially stuff that they can't prove, because it's going to be hard to prove a conversation took place between two people if just one person is talking. If you understand what I'm saying. So if he didn't take the stand, you can't hold that against him. But it's going to be a conversation whether or not I told you what I got and all this here and all this here. It's going to be hard to prove that if only one person is talking.
Miss Walker.
Mm-hmm.
That man, Robert, might as well have been sitting in that goddamn New York courtroom doing that trial by himself. That jack-leg African-American attorney didn't do nothing as far as I'm concerned. He didn't even put up a fight. Okay. He did. One thing I noticed about Bonjean, she's fighting.
Yeah.
She's passionate. Now you trying to tell me if the prosecutors put on a 6-week case, that Bonjean wouldn't have countered that shit with a 7-week case? If they went 6, she would have went 7. If they went 4, she would have went 5. She would have countered. Her case that she put on would have been equal or really more than what they put on. I could not believe when they turned it over to the African American attorney, when they turned it over to the defense. I couldn't listen. I couldn't believe it. It was a joke. Because I've sat in too many courtrooms. I've sat watching too many trials, man. I've sat watching some dynamic attorneys. I've sat watching some dynamic attorneys, and I would be like, wow. I'll say 10% of the ones I've sat and observed were 10%, about all of them. 10% they were dynamic. They were well poised. They were challenging, and that's what I look for, Ms. Walker, is someone that's going to challenge point by point. That man was moving on. I saw him move on so many times where he didn't. No, we're gonna stay right here. See, I'm the kind of person, we're gonna stay here all goddamn day, right on this point, until the judge says move on. He didn't do that. He just
I,
moved on to the next. Would you agree, Skylife?
I agree. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. I promise you. I'm not moving from your past relationship. She gonna have to tell me about her past relationship before we get any other questions that come behind that. You see what I'm saying? Start with the number 5. I would have belabored the point. The cow would have been dead. The horse would have been beaten. I'm not moving forward till I get established what I want established.
Thank you. Until the judge says, well, move on. I mean, I'm going, that man, it seems like he had, if you, if we only knew, I guarantee you that man had scheduled a goddamn vacation, maybe the day before the thing ended. He had to get out of, he had to go. he, he was like, he had something to do. You feel me? And Miss Bonjean is fighting two different battles on two different fronts. And she's fighting tooth and nail on each front. She ain't letting them get away with nothing, plain and simple. And that's the kind of attorney that he needed during that trial. The Chicago case and the New York case, ladies and gentlemen, I knew that they didn't have to, Ms. Walker will beg to differ, but they didn't have nothing because I knew it was a rush to judgment and that the cases were brought due to public pressure. I knew that the cases came to birth through the birth canal of the Lifetime docuseries. So all I was trying to do is basically allow this man to have his day in court while I advocate for him as a man that I know. But then it just turns into a circus. It turns into something totally, it took a life of its own on. And it is no way in the world, I'm about to go and I'm done. It is no way in the world that social media should ever influence any defendant's case by one iota. It should never happen. Young Thug and them are fighting for their lives right now. And every blogger is talking about Young Thug. Damn near all I'm talking about Gunner. They talking about the indictments. But guess what? Just like everybody was talking about Tekashi 6ix9ine and them niggas. But nobody on social media ever tried to reach out to their attorneys and influence those cases. These street niggas who have blog stations, Sky be watching them too. I be watching them. They know there's a line that they can't cross. You feel me? So they're not going to try to cross that line just to get next to Young Thug or Tekashi 6ix9ine or none of them. But this R. Kelly stuff, they violated and crossed every line imaginable, but it is the attorneys, them so-called attorneys, who allowed it and welcomed them in, emboldening them, encouraging them, allegedly, commissioning them. You feel me? Co-opting them. I witnessed it. I have proof of it, bro. They did that. And I was screaming. If y'all remember back then, I was screaming at the top of my lungs because I've worked in a legal field. I know how this go. I was screaming like, what the hell is this? You got R. Kelly's attorney on the phone with a homeless man at a fucking hotel saying, are you okay? Are you okay? If you need anything, call me. And you fast forward a few months after that, the homeless man goes on social media and threatens to expose R. Kelly's attorney and say to him, you don't want to play with me. I have the text messages. You know I got receipts. Don't play with me. What was he talking about? What were those text messages? What were those receipts? You follow me? So it shouldn't have happened and he has suffered greatly for it. I'm sorry, y'all. I be taking up people's channels, talking all day, all night.
No, that's good, but no, but I don't know. But I want to show you this, right? Because
Yes.
this is I'm just showing you what they consider evidence. This just one area. Now you heard her say that she got a disc of, I mean, recently of 57,000 pages of this and a this or this or whatever that she needs to go through. But
Mhm.
this is a table of context of discovery, right? And this is just one. I remember seeing three of them, but this is just one, and this is from the New York office. And this is
Mhm.
some of the things that was listed. The stuff that relating to Jane Doe number 5.
Mhm.
The Empire, some records for individual number 5. Um, all of this, business, Walgreens shit. Um, so this is what I mean. They have when they use the word through and through that indictment, inextricably intertwined. That means evidence that supports other evidence, and it also cross reference and reaches and touches other pieces of evidence. So that this is what I'm talking about. Now the the amount of this evidence apparently met the burden to overcome what the defense tried to put out, and they secured a guilty verdict just based on this stuff. So this is not like I mean the only issue, because I don't know if people understand, like, just because the evidence they think may be flimsy or it's not enough or they didn't see a whole bunch, because I know at first everybody heard about all these videos and all this stuff, whatever. And that's what I was expecting to see too. You didn't see that, but you saw a support and cast this shit like this.
What?
Text messages and
What?
see, you see at 139, it says text messages and phone contacts provided by Jane Doe number 5. They're not gonna put this. They're not gonna consider this stuff discoverable if it can do one or two things: help R. Kelly or hurt him. It's not gonna show up in discovery. So it's gonna do one or two things. It's gonna be inculpatory. Inculpatory means it's gonna be pro prosecutor, or exculpatory is gonna be pro defense.
Let me say something. I hear what you're saying. I still feel the same way. I have to respectfully disagree. I don't care if
Yeah.
they got Walgreens seats. I don't care if they got what was the other thing you said? You said
They have community. They have some kind of text messages, some Walgreens shit,
I
some
think
some Mandalay Bay hotels record. And see, look at the date. They put the date in there from May 2nd and May 5th. I believe that was before her birthday of December 2015. So the Mandalay Bay hotel records. They ain't just putting this shit in here just to put it in there.
but this the thing, Angie, okay, because I believe the Walgreens stuff was trying to do something with the herpes. I still
Yeah.
firmly in the fact that had he had a proper defense in which they would have brought the parents to the stand, they'd have questioned them, they would have properly eh, uh, cross-examined the witness, the star witness, starting with her mental health status and then going on into the fact that she lied and directly asked her, why did you lie about your age when you bet the defendant? You see what I'm saying? Probe her.
Mm-hmm.
And then you bring those text messages in. I hold firmly that a proper defense would have overturned all that because you're creating a whole different narrative than what they're trying to run. You can say, okay, yeah, he didn't tell her about the text messages, but I'm showing you over here that the parents and this young lady are running a scam. Okay, they're running a coup, trying to get the defendant to look as if he's enticed her when clearly the parents put her in position to be with him. And then you break that situation down. You see what I'm saying? You go step by step and you just annihilate the parents and the testimony of the witness. You see what I'm saying? And that would
Yeah.
have created to me enough reasonable doubt to overlook all that stuff that they got there.
Hold
Let,
on.
let, let,
Go ahead,
let,
Levi. Hold on.
let me ask you this question. I'm looking at this list of discovery. You take this entire list, and let's just say it was confirmed that he did not have sex with her until she was 18. Wouldn't this entire list go away? Wouldn't it be irrelevant?
Will the entire list go away?
Would it be irrelevant?
Um,
All the things on this list.
Probably not the herpes thing,
Yeah, but that's
but the other stuff about um no, wait a minute, because the herpes thing is tied up in that man act, and that man act got something also to do with her being under 18 when it occurred. I don't know. I have to think about that, but go ahead with your
okay.
statement. I'll think about it.
What I'm saying to you guys is that, like Sky just said, when you start at the Mandalay Bay Hotel in 2015 from May 2nd to May 5th, how in the world, if she was under 18, I'm not sure, if she was under 18 at the top, when you start at the top, May 2nd, Mandalay Bay, how in the world can this be in a discovery, but you don't call Jane Doe number five's parents to talk about the Mandalay Bay? And okay, well, hold on. Did you know she was there? Does that make sense, Guy?
It makes a lot of sense to me. I'm challenging all the so-called evidence, and I'm challenging. And see, that's the thing. They want to give the their if you got a minor, you got a parent. If you got a parent, you got a minor. You cannot separate the two. Okay. And as an attorney, I would have played on that. I would have stuck with that. And I promise you, I would have created enough reasonable doubt and questions. And they tried to get a deal with Kelly. They tried to singing dildo. You see what I'm saying? You see how crazy that sounds? You
Yes.
picked up.
Right. That's a lot. If it would have been admissible. But listen, but would that overcome, would your strategy overcome the prosecution saying, I don't care a damn about none of that? I mean, I'm just getting to this point. I don't care about none of that. The fact is, a crime did happen. Alleged. Well, I'm gonna say allegedly. A crime allegedly happened on this date. This person was under 18. She told him that she told him the truth. He slapped her, sent her home. She got sent back, and they continued the situation. Here's the thing, right, Scott? What your defense is I already said some of that in crafting a defense. But listen, what you come up with is one of the same things that the defense came up with, which is the only thing, one of the only things they could have come up with is an exculpatory defense, which either justifies or excuses what has happened. Now, from that, it will either one mitigate his guilt or build enough reasonable doubt to exonerate him. It would do one of those two things if you are successful with overcoming the prosecutor. So yeah, they came up with. I mean, maybe it's not one. Maybe it could have been expounded upon more. Maybe they could have, added some things here and there. It would change the direction, whatever. But that's the only thing that you could come up with, and exculpatory defense, which either justifies or excuses. When you got all of this is just one thing. I remember seeing three of them. This is just one of them. When you got this type of shit in here, I mean, there's some other stuff.
But
And while you just look at it, it might not look like much, but we don't know how they strung it together. I can't remember how they strung it together and presented it at court and how they broke it down and spoke on it, right? So that's all I'm trying to tell you. You
okay,
can sit up here and say all day and tomorrow, I would have this, that, whatever, whatever. But when that other side get up there, but I'm gonna tell you what happened. Cause see, you got to talk about, well, are we going to say, well, do we not know that this happened? We don't know we don't know what the see. I have to play my own devil's advocate. We don't know what the conversations was. We don't know this, but the prosecutor can get up there and say, but we know this happened on this particular day. And this was a crime when it did happen. We know this for sure. That's what they can get up there and
Wait,
say. So
wait,
it's not just
quick.
easy as putting on a pair of shoes and taking your ass in the courtroom.
Okay, let me say this, Angie. Let me say this real quick, Levi. The difference is this, okay, and we'll never be able to get the full Monty because the parents were not put on the stand. Okay. Because I promise now while the legal strategy has to be run in the courtroom, those jurors are human. God damn it. They're civilians.
Yeah.
They love a YouTube defense. If I would have brought them parents on there and exploited them, I promise you. And then I would have showed how the daughter and the parents all agreed to lie to Kels about their age and then continue my narrative. I don't care. I personally believe that more than one of those jurors would have looked at that situation and said, I'm gonna use your word, a frame up. But Chicago, we say set up. They basically set this man up, and they would have looked at this thing totally different. They would have mitigated, and it also would have exonerated him.
In your case, it would be set up because it's not. It wouldn't be framed because frame means that he never did these. Well, he never did these things, and that the evidence was somebody planted it. That's a frame. But in your case, it'd been exactly right what you said. It would be a setup, right?
Mhm.
And you're right. That's how you get reasonable doubt, right? You got some humans on the stand, and that's what you hoping somebody be that be like, okay, this don't make no sense. And I said I never ever agreed with nobody being tricked into a crime. I don't know how that works out. The way that's to me, that person bears the full responsibility of being tricked into a crime. I'd be mad as hell. Somebody tricked me into some bullshit.
Mhm.
I think this is what you guys are missing. Most people are missing. And I'm quite sure Sky would agree with this. In this country, the way this whole justice system is set up, be it criminal or civil, any crime or impropriety against a minor is a crime and an impropriety against that minor's parents. Would you agree with that, Sky?
Absolutely.
In other words, Ms. Walker, if you, if when your daughter was 17 and your daughter, let's just say, wanted a doctor to perform cosmetic surgery on her, and you said, what are you doing? You ain't getting no damn cosmetic surgery. And the doctor says to your daughter, just come back without her. Your daughter goes back in that that office, and that doctor performs any kind of cosmetic surgery on your daughter without your consent. You are going to be named in that civil lawsuit, and she's going to be up under you because you are her parent, her guardian.
That part.
It's the same way with wait, hold on. Now she can't sue him herself. Now she's 17. Now hold
Oh, you
on,
talking
Miss
about
Walker.
suing? Okay, suing. Never mind. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I said it's in civil litigation.
Okay,
It's going
okay.
to be as you walk, and then your daughter will be up under that. Now here it is. The reason why it was absolutely necessary to call her parents, for the defense to call the parents, however way they had to do it, is this. Any juror, including the court itself and the prosecutors, in order for them to sell the jurors on the idea that R. Kelly violated this minor, the parents now become an extension of the violation, and now the parents are going to be portrayed when the prosecutors get up there and cross-examine or whatever. They're going to do everything in their power to portray the parents as pitiful victims whose daughter was violated.
That part.
Okay, they're not going to get up there and say, well, did you care if she had sex with R. Kelly? Okay, we don't care. No, they're going to be like, they're going to be stuck because you're going to have to paint these parents as real victims who are an extension of the victimization of the child. Common sense. If a policeman grabs your kid's arm, hey, that's an offense against their daddy, right? So now the jurors are now privy to see a side that where the prosecutors cannot paint them. They can try all they want to paint them as, oh, my child was violated by R. Kelly. Hell no. Hold on. Wait a minute. Is it true that you told the 17-year-old to go up to the goddamn thing and give him a back massage? Is it true that you said that your son-in-law was going to be, son-in-law is going to be older
That
than you?
yes.
Is it true that you said y'all gonna get married and have kids? How can they overcome that? How can the prosecutors try to redirect and bring the jurors' minds back to these are some pitiful parents whose child was violated? It can never, listen, number 139 would have never escaped Miss Bonjean. She would have focused on that primarily. Like, okay, we got 139. That's a fact. And listen, if she had to go to the Supreme Court or whatever, she would have said, no, hold on. You have to bring the parents up. They were not precluded, they were not restricted from coming. It was that if you want to open up that box, from what I understand, just be prepared if you want to, and you have to question them a certain way. I just don't get it for the world. And Skylife is on the same page with me on this. How can you have a minor as a victim and not call the... I'm going to go a step farther than that. And I'm done. And I got to get some sleep. Damn it. If the parents were not good enough to be on the witness stand during that trial, then the parents were not good enough to be in the goddamn Lifetime docuseries. Would you agree with that, Skylife?
Oh, absolutely.
If the parents were irrelevant in trial, they should have been irrelevant to Lifetime.
Yeah.
Wait a minute now. But the docuseries wasn't a legal binding docuseries. That ain't got
Yes,
nothing
it
to do
was.
with. No, it was not
Oh, that,
legal sanction and binding. What
Everything
is
he
y'all
going through.
talking about?
Listen, that
That was
docuseries
not
was
that was not conducted by the federal government.
that was the first indictment. That docuseries, because it gave birth to the indictment. So the docuseries was the impregnation.
yeah.
As
But
far as
everything in that docu-series did not have to be factual. And it could have stayed um based on real events or something like that. That's somebody's account of it. Y'all be conflating a whole bunch of issues, and you think that it's gonna result in some type of dynamo. That is not how it works. And even if with the parents would have gotten called, they were supposed to be, they could have been called for something specific. That's what the judge said. That was up to them to be called for something specific. That don't mean they get on the stand and you can ask them everything under the sun. It don't work that way.
what you can
But
ask about.
and this, if I'm able to get in, did you try and offer R. Kelly a sex contract deal to have a singing dildo with him singing on it? I'm gonna get enough off me just asking that question to bring up, what? Are you for real? What did he ask her? You see what I'm saying? That just sounds so crazy within itself when you say it, to even just ask it. Now you might say objection, but guess what? I already got my question off.
Right.
That judge won't even allow certain things that won't that judge can even overrule certain defenses. It's just not as easy as y'all. It's not. I understand. I can conceptualize what y'all think would have happened, what could have happened, should have happened, and would have happened. But that's not how it works. I'm just trying, and it ain't got nothing to do with no human element or none of that. I know. Here's the thing, right? With the just say, take out what y'all say, with how trials run, it's still 12 humans sitting up there. So of course the human element is gonna be there. But y'all talking about running amok in the courtroom, y'all crazy ass shit, and thinking
But
somebody's gonna let y'all
if you can
act
say
y'all fool in the people courthouse.
but see, that's
No.
the thing. They can say all this stuff
Shit.
else, but we can't ask you a question. You see what I'm saying? You saying I can't ask you you said something about we can't ask about their sex life, but yet this
Right. It's
whole
a whole law that says that you can't go. I know it has something to do with their sexual history. I know that, and if I'm not
Oh, I got
mistaken,
it.
it
I'm
has
sorry. I'm listening. I'm listening.
go ahead. If I'm not mistaken, it
I
touches upon their mental health. I'm not sure. I can't remember, and I can't think of the law. And here's the thing, right? They try to tackle that in the paperwork, but I can't remember what time frame it was, what motion it was in, where they did tackle that act because they were trying right then to figure out when the parents about the parent. Y'all remember that motion that it talked, not the one where she was not the preliminary hearing, not that, but a motion where they were talking extensively about the, what the parents and all this, that, and the third. It was a while before the trial even started, and they talked about that act.
hmm I got it. I couldn't put my finger on it until tonight. I never. Thought I didn't know what I was. I kind of had it confused. Here's the deal. Those text messages would have created a huge dark shadow of doubt with the 18, 17-year-old dynamic because any good defense attorney, without even saying it, would have painted a picture in the jurors' minds. Hold on, wait a minute. Were you 17 or were you 18? I was 17. Are you sure? Okay. Well, one thing we know for a fact, whether you were 17 or 18, according to this, we need to go through each of these text messages. Your mother was encouraging it. So if your mother was encouraging it, how can we believe you? See, because you are an extension. You having these conversations. And that is like it's a difference. It's a difference. Check this out. When a 17-year-old is caught with crack cocaine and the mother walks in and says, shit, I told you not to take your ass out there on no damn Saturday. You should have sold that shit during during the week. You was out there when it was hot. And a mother coming in saying, you're selling drugs? I don't believe this. Is two different dynamics. Anyone is going to see that child differently when the parent is condoning the illegal activity. Does that make sense, y'all?
it makes a lot of sense to me. And I have to say this part again that the jurors are, like I said, humans and civilians. They want to hear a YouTube defense, especially for the ones that had the nerve to sit up there and watch the documentary. You see what I'm saying? They want
Yes.
to hear something scandalous and outrageous and absurd just to get their attention and say, oh, wow, did that really happen?
I found another one.
Well, I
They
have a yes, ma'am, Miss Skylife. Go ahead.
all don't think that those text messages are profound. Those are damning.
Oh my God, I have a question for Miss Walker before she reads this. Miss Walker, I've heard you say it, and we agree. Whether a person, an adult, is having sex with a minor, whether that minor told that adult he or she was 17 or 18, it's still illegal. Would you agree with Ms. Walker? In the eyes of the law, it's illegal, right?
What? I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
Whether Jane Doe number five told him she was 18 or 17, in the eyes of the law, if she did say she was 18 and he actually committed the act, it was illegal. Is that correct?
Yeah. If
Okay,
she was under
that's right.
18, yeah.
So by the text messages, would you agree or disagree, according to what you read, that the mother was encouraging the illegal act?
We went through that the other day, Levi.
Let's go through it
I said
again.
no. I said that we went down to the least thing. I said that if I would go as far as to say is that if something occurred at that time between them two, it doesn't seem like the parents would have, you know, wouldn't have, the parents would have been okay with it. I wouldn't say she was encouraging it, but I'll say what it seemed like by that type of conversation. And you know that you're dealing with your child, forget a minor child, a child none the least. And children, see, to me, they always look for your approval to shit. And if you acting all nonchalant by, yeah, okay, yeah, making jokes and shit like that, that will signal to me that you okay with me getting down with him as a minor.
Wait a minute. So when your daughter, I call all kids babies. When your daughter was 17 years old, 16 years old, did you allow her to walk outside with booty shorts on with the tip and the cheeks of her ass out?
Hell no, and she can't do it now. And she
That's
better
right.
not be on no goddamn Instagram
That's
twerking
right.
and shit, and better not
That's
be no
right.
Instagram model. How about
Okay.
that?
Okay, check this out. Okay, check this out. So I could say, using your logic, well, Angie's daughter walked out and we saw her downtown with the. Was she dressed like that when she left the home? Yeah, she saw her walk out. But she wasn't encouraging her. She was basically just saying nonchalant. See, whenever you let your child walk out half naked, you're encouraging that child. Would you agree, Skylife?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all. I
Yeah,
rest my
if
case.
you don't say nothing, but I've been attacking her. And let me tell you something. And I got some outfits that my child absolutely hates. And if it weren't for you doxing motherfuckers, I would put one of them up there on my ass. And she hates that outfit. And y'all probably said, well, there ain't nothing wrong with that. It's one issue with what's wrong with it, and she hates it. And she'll tell you, boy, she hate that damn outfit because you talking about it's too much. So yeah, no, babe, I'm trying to tell you, we like some pilgrims around here. But she hate,
Hmm.
sometimes you try to do a little something, sometimes, for the street. Sometimes you have to do a little something. Sky, like, you know how that works out.
Oh, you
Baby, she don't like that shit.
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
know it. Let
But
me know it.
it used to be a time where the girls would put the seductive clothes in a bag and leave home and then change. Now they just walk out the damn house with the shit on.
Yeah. Boy,
Had to
what?
do that. Yeah.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Okay, so
Let me
I
see if I
know.
got that picture.
I think you got in a bag and put it on. Yeah. My dad used to be like, "Oh, you look great." Please. My mom I go. Yeah, my daddy was like, "Oh, you look great." Shit. Had to sneak it past mama because mama would shut it down quick.
Right.
Yeah,
Uh,
shut it all
but
the way down. Like, are you crazy?
but let me just
Oh,
say
let me see if I can
those
find that out here.
messages, they're just too damning. It wasn't like,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, hi. How are
Mm-mm.
you, Kelly?" They're damning.
Yeah.
Just the lines that Levi said are just atrocious for anybody
Yeah.
to say, and then to continue to put your daughter in the situation to have a quote unquote audition with this man after you say he wants to have sex with you. That right there to me finishes it. That just finishes it because she knew
Yeah.
based on her conversation with him what she thinks he wanted to do. And yet the mother who knew out of everybody else that her baby minor was 17 years old and continued to put her in an audition with him. I think that finishes it. You see what I'm saying?
I have another question for Ms. Walker, a legal question. If Robert, during the Gail King interview, when she asked him, did you have sex with her before the age of 18? He said absolutely not. But let's say had he said it was only a week before she turned 18. Would that have been played in court, Ms. Walker?
What you mean? Like, would it have made a difference?
No, you said that the Lifetime docuseries was not court. What I'm saying to you, when he interviewed with Gail King, had he said Yeah, I had sex with her a week, but it was just 4 days before she turned 18. Would that have been admissible in court? What he said to Gail King?
Whatever. Yeah, that most likely that would have been admissible, but I don't know what part, if any, was did they even put any of the docu series in there? Right? They didn't use
No,
anything,
no, no,
right?
no, 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 no. My point is this: you just said, had he told Gail King it was only 4 days before she turned 18 and we had sex, you said that would have been admissible.
Most
So
likely,
can
yeah.
so can you please tell me why that African American attorney, why they didn't fight for what she told Gail King to be admissible?
I, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing, right? Because let me go over the interview real quick in my head and see what would have been.
She said we didn't have sex before 18. She
She
told Gail
said,
King, no, we did
right,
not.
right, right. So it seemed
But
like to me he could have fought to try to get that in. Seemed like to me he could have fought to try to get that in.
That's
my
crazy.
are liars.
Yeah,
You guys are stupid because they're the manipulative ones, and you guys believe them. That's what she said.
yeah, yes. It was a lot said, but here's the thing. Let me tell you. Let me add something to that. While she may have been under 18 when all this transpired or whatever, those parents weren't. So they should have known better. That more onus on those parents. They knew that whatever age was, they should have known better because they were over 18. They're way over 18, so they should have known better. You understand what I'm saying? They
That's
should have
right.
known. You know damn well. I forget that it's R. Kelly, Eddie Kelly, Jim Kelly, James Kelly, Kelly
That's right.
Kelly, any of them. Is you crazy? No.
That's right. That's right.
That I would never. I just. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the attorneys, the attorneys at the time. I don't know what they, if they, whatever they fought to get in, what they didn't get in. I don't know.
Well, we
Before
we know
so
this.
speak.
One thing we do know, and you being the legal professional, that there was a great possibility that had he admitted to Gail King that he had sex with her before 18, you said there was a great possibility that that would have been admitted and shown in court. So we also know that she said several things to Gail King that had they fought for that to be admitted in court, at least one of those jurors would have said, "Hold on, you saying something totally different now." For one, and my last question to you is this: assessing Miss Bonjean, assessing Miss Bonjean. Are you trying to tell me Miss Bonjean wouldn't have had that Gail King interview with Azriel right there front and center in that damn trial?
Yeah, I believe she would have put a whole lot of the social media, this media shit in there, and especially because it's largely admissible. Levi, why are you whispering?
I'm, I don't want to wake up. My baby just looked downstairs at me, the little girl, so she's asleep.
Oh, okay. Why are you? Yeah, me about to whistle. Why you whispering?
She just came and looked over the thing. I don't want to wake
Oh,
her back up.
but yeah, you know, I mean, now what I want to find out that I don't remember because I know Shabazz keeps saying this. What part of his documentary was allowed?
I don't remember either.
I don't remember what part of it because he keeps saying his documentary was allowed. His document. I don't know what it was though. I don't know what part
Mm.
they allowed in because I wanted to see, why did they leave put that in and then not put the other part in. So that would be something to know. I don't know what that situation is.
Boy, you keep a late night crowd. You still got 120 some people in here. My God.
And I hope
Baby,
you
we be up.
It's the after hour joint.
Yes, this is after hours. After hours.
But
Yes.
I'm about to finish. Listen, I see you got a document up here. I'm about to finish listening, and hopefully when you come back, you or Sky, I'll be on your live.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I really enjoyed y'all.
All right, thank you. Enjoy you too, Levi. Yeah,
All right,
so
bye
this
bye.
is the other list of discovery, right? So and this who they haven't never seen how it looked, this is how it look, another document of how it looks. So it talks about some stuff from Jane Doe number 4 and Jane Doe, yes, Jane Doe number 4 stuff. There's something else from Jane Doe number 5. Um Bank records and all this type of shit. Stuff for McDavid and oh wait a minute, hold on now. This showed up in New York. Hold on. Wait a minute, this is New York shit. Oh no, okay. Okay, it showed up in New York. Okay. Now this talking about Daryl McDavid. Wait a minute. Milton Brown. Oh hell no! I'm not gonna be here all night and tomorrow, whatever. Oh no, the names done came up. I see me. Oh hell no! Wait a minute, they done sent this shit to Chicago. Hold on, wait a minute.
Oh,
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, Milton Brown, Daryl Mc, Daryl McDavid, Milton Brown. Oh, Daryl McDavid. Oh, oh. Oh, some more Daryl McDavid. Oh shit. Let me go and put this with the Chicago file. Oh god damn.
oh, Angie.
Huh?
Is it new or is it old?
No, this is the stuff that was in New York, right? But you can clearly see now this is discovered. This is the stuff that they got out of them. See, I don't know if they're gonna tell me. These items are subject to terms of protective order by so it don't tell me. But we do know that this stuff about Daryl McDavid and Milton Brown, we do know that they have shit to do with the New York case unless they use that as to show them as the part of the enterprise. What that octopus picture? Let me see what they put on that octopus picture. Hold on. Octopus picture.
And I know also people that have been telling me that they were sitting in the courtroom that the Kale's defense did try to refute some of the testimony. However, they said the judge was shutting it down, and yet none of that information was in the transcripts. So I just want to make sure we get that on the record too, because they told me that.
Yeah, it's not gonna be on there if the judge shut it down, Scott.
But why is that not in there? Shouldn't they say
It's not, because it didn't hit the trial. If it don't hit the if it don't hit the trial, it's not gonna be on the record. So that's not why it's not on there. Hold on, let me take this. I got the octopus. I got the octopus, y'all. Somebody put in a hashtag octopus. Y'all know it's too early in the morning. I gotta make it silly. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I got the octopus. Let me see who's on this damn octopus. So I ain't look at all this because I ain't need all this here. The fuck? The octopus. Hold on. Okay, let me get on to the octopus. The damn octopus. Cause I can't see that little octopus. Try to blow it up. Wait a minute. Where the octopus? Anybody got an octopus?
y'all see them pictures? That man is fine. I don't know what y'all talking about. Mm, mm, mm. Come give me
That
a.
man is fine, girl. We us talking about the octopus. Do you have the octopus? And if I be hollering at stuff like I'm at work or whatever, that's what
Look,
used
I'm
to
looking
do. Be
at
hollering. Somebody get me this. Somebody get me that. Can somebody get it for me? Okay, let me see who we have. Julius. Oh, we got to count. Uh oh. Uh oh. Oh shit. June Brown. Okay, so they were mentioned in this shit here, in this RSK Enterprise LLC Bass Productions Ltd. So I'm pretty sure they probably will send that stuff they recovered with regards to June Brown, Milton, McDermott, McDavid to Chicago. I don't see why they wouldn't. They ain't like they can't use the same evidence. All right. I mean, there go James Mason. I remember hearing your voice on the phone. Oh, oh, Mr. Savage got your ass on the line, James Mason. I remember that. James Mason used to have me dying laughing. James Mason act like he was somebody else when it was clearly your voice. You was the same man, James Mason. Uh-oh, look, they got social media on there. Hell no. Let's shut it down, y'all. They got social media on the octopus. Y'all ain't telling about this, huh?
they should.
Look at that. They got social media right there. I ain't making this up.
Social media is a mega caveat, and I don't know why the defense didn't bring in all that damn social media stuff that the bloggers was putting up out. Putting up. That was
Right.
reason
That's crazy.
reasonable doubt. Had interviews with the parents, interviews with uh all type of thoughts. You see what I'm saying? They should have brought and presented that as part of the defense. The star witness making up 1,000 stories one day on happy day and the next day on mad day. You see what I'm saying? They should have did better.
Man, that is crazy. That goddamn octopus. That was the first time me seeing that octopus close up. The hell? Oh, damn. They got social media on there on the octopus. They don't put y'all motherfucking ass on YouTube. They should have put in parentheses YouTube and all y'all little teams and groups and shit.
They should. But see, I wasn't one of the people that was, you know what I'm saying? Because people had videos, interviews, and all that stuff. That's the stuff they should have presented. You know what I'm
What's up, Miss Molly? Yeah, Elvira and Dolores and Corey. Yeah, that's crazy. The damn octopus. Let me look at this here list of discovery on here. They got boy, I get sick when I see that Darren McDavid name. Like, what? Why is you over here? What is going on? All in the people business. Darren McDavid. Um, all of this Winkler shit. Yeah, this shit going. This shit go over there to Chicago. Yeah, it's too much for it not to. They ain't gonna waste this evidence. Are you crazy to tie something in? Mm. Medical records for R. Kelly, Walgreens. Mm. Oh, Hilton's for Jane Doe number 5. Okay, that's now this is I'm pretty sure this is after she is 18, right? 2017, right? Yeah, she's after 18. That's after 18. Mm,
Let me bring up something too, because I heard you say it earlier. You said yes. So after he had sex with her when she was 17, you said that she went. Some you said like she went back to R. Kelly, but the exact information is that the parents made arrangements for her to go back with him as a 17-year-old minor and go back to Kel. You see what I'm saying? When you
yeah,
make a
right.
clear
That's it.
to the jurors that no, I ain't just sitting back. The parents gave permission for her to go back. To me, that just flips the whole case up and sat down. Once again, that's just more damning evidence.
Right. That's damning evidence that the parents might have poor judgment, but they ain't got nothing to do with the crime.
Well,
That's what you
that's
got to overcome. You got to overcome that.
it
You
would have
got to overcome
it
that.
would have mitigated it, and it would have. What's the other word you said? It would have. You said one more word. Mitigated. What's the other one you said?
Rather mitigated, or it could have exonerated him
Mitigated.
if they would have,
Oh,
found that it was more reasonable doubt.
yes. If they would have played them cards right, I believe it would have done both because it would have, in the minds of the juries, it would have superseded anything about a crime of a 17-year-old happening with a minor when the parents looked like they arranged it to happen versus it being a kidnapping, you know what I'm saying, assault takedown of a minor. It just would have changed the whole tone of it, and I'm sticking to that.
Yeah, well, but see, you think it's that easy like that just because you think that it don't work that way. If that was the case, Scott, you know what? If that was the case, and if that's how cases are won just that easily, do you know that the conviction rate wouldn't be that high?
I'm saying,
Because you would think that anybody can come in there. You could come in there, and you would think that you can get all these facts up, which are true, right? They are true. We know them to be, well. I'm gonna say they more true than false, right? What you're saying about the parents and the involvement, whatever, to a certain degree, right?
mm-hmm.
Just say you gather all that up, and I would say in a lot of cases, you had just you have reasonable doubt that would weigh the same as amount that you have now, right? That's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying
But
yes, but yeah,
yeah,
reasonable doubt.
but can they overtake the prosecutor? That's why the prosecutor has beyond reasonable doubt, and the defense only have reasonable doubt.
You could have.
So
I
that means, go ahead.
I I, I don't. I just can't get you to see what I'm saying. Like,
Yes, you
I don't
can. I
care
see it.
what legal. I don't care what they got as evidence. Angie, if they would have ran those parents correctly, asked those parents, challenged that witness, and ran them text messages, I don't care. I At least one juror would have been like, "No, this ain't right." Okay, I don't care about any of that other stuff. They would it'd question that whole.
No problem, Sky. You don't care about any of that other stuff. Because guess what
No,
else gonna happen?
say it like that.
Guess what else? I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. When that judge give that charge to the jury, she's gonna give it based on, can you convict on these elements? Not all that shit you want to run amok in that goddamn courtroom.
But it,
That's what she's gonna ask them. And then based on what because they were seated because they said they could. And based on that, that's what she's gonna say you gonna use to convict him. That's what she's gonna ask him. Now I know what you're saying. You're saying, but it's gonna be a juror on there to say, but yeah, but I done heard all this shit here. And whatever. Guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna get in the back. That juror gonna come back there, right? I done heard all this shit here. I don't know. It seemed like he was tricked into this shit, and I don't agree with the way he being done, whatever. Then the people gonna gang up on his ass and gonna say it's not based on you sitting up here listening to how you feel something happened and you just don't feel right in your spirit and the God told you whatever. They gonna tell him right now whatever that judge told you, she God. I'm just joking, but
look,
what I'm
they
saying,
private individual because you could have got me in the back. I'm gonna throw my rakes up and I'm gonna stand on what I said. It don't seem right, and I ain't charging them guilty. You see what I'm saying? You ain't swaying me. I go in the back, the front, wherever you want me to in the court. I don't feel it's right because this is the thing. The information I'm providing is relatable. What you say? Reliable.
relatable, reliable, and relevant, right?
Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting it in. Now, if the judge come back and oversee me, then I'm pushing for an appeal because I feel like it falls under the 3 R's and it should be admissible. Now, she might overrule me, but then we're dealing with the appeal process. But if that one juror goes back there and she can't weather the storm, hey, that's on her.
But you
But
are unlikely gonna get a an appeal, a post conviction motion, or anything in the post conviction phase overturned due to sufficiency of the evidence. And remember what I told you. What was evidence, right? That
yeah,
testimony. So that's what I'm saying. So it's not gonna work. It's definitely not gonna work at the appellate stage of it. Your best shot is in there with them 12, and if you know because that
but see her.
y'all people from Chicago, y'all got
Look,
and trust me, I
this
understand.
is you see this what you're saying before her evidence even gets there. We've established that you're a liar and that you working and you formed a coup with your parents to take down R. Kelly before you even get on the stance to say that yes, I met him when I was 17 and we had sex. I've destroyed your whole character before you even get to that. You see,
But you got to prove that takedown.
prove
And
what
in that takedown, you got to be able to show, okay, what's the why? What's the whole purpose of this takedown? What's the whole purpose? Can you so you now you got to
the
now
purpose
you're gonna be
for financial gain. So my dad could have a dildo company with Kels, and my mother can be his chauffeur, and then I could be his wife and have his kids. You understand?
okay, but yeah, but you got to you got to prove all that too. See,
Well,
here's the thing,
proof.
right?
They said it. They said it by their own admission. That's what they wanted to do. So
They said they wanted a dildo. They said that they set up. This is I'm telling all. This is all stuff you got to prove. And don't tell me that the defense ain't got to prove shit because if the prosecutor can't shift the burden of proof to the defense, that can't happen. That's a real thing. So that means you got to prove every element of what you saying.
I'm gonna ask them because they fat ass gonna be on the stand, and when they did you try and have a dildo uh product with tails? If so, why? You see what I'm saying? It's not gonna be no he say what because I'm gonna ask the horse from the horse's mouth. You understand me? So if any questions that need to be answered are gonna be answered by them. Ain't gonna be no questions because it's gonna while they sitting there, we gonna go over it. You
But
understand?
how you gonna amount their testimony to a takedown? How you gonna get there? How you gonna arrive there?
It's not a takedown, it's a CON conspiracy. You all conspired and lied to get close to this man, and now you sitting up here lying when your parents directly put you in contact with him. Please tell us why you did it. Don't ask me, ask them. Why did you lie to get in his presence? What were you trying to get out of getting close to Mr. Kelly? You see what I'm saying? I'd have flipped that shit back. Don't ask me what it was. You tell me. I'm asking you. Why were you
And
trying?
you can ask leading questions on cross. You can.
Yeah, I want to know why did you tell your daughter to go and give him a massage, Mrs. Clary? You see what I'm
They're
saying?
gonna put your ass out of there. They're gonna put
Oh,
your ass out that
I promise
courtroom.
you, I'm getting put out. I'm getting put
They're
out.
gonna put your ass out of court. They gonna have your ass on social
They
media,
put me
putting
out,
your ass in the back of the seat too.
and I'm gonna be
That's
sitting
what they
on
gonna do.
Gail King talking some
I'm be
real
like, Lord have
cash.
mercy. I know it's from somebody from this sector. I just don't
Look,
even want to click on and see who it is today.
look, and I'm gonna really be on a Gail King talking cash money bullshit. They put me out of there. I'm be like, oh, you gonna keep me out of court? I'm going on Gail King on you, motherfuckers.
Yeah, Miss Molly, but they can shift the burden to the defense to prove too. They can do that. Yeah, but listen.
They gonna be
Yeah,
like, she done said so
you
much.
have to pick your poison with that. And yeah, people think that job that's just some easy shit. It's easy when you sit back up here talking shit. I mean, even for me, it's easy for me to sit here and talk shit to. I would have whatever, and I don't never say that. I say, well, what I just give some alternative thoughts, but I don't never say, well, I do this because that ain't how it works.
What I see, and you gonna have
Because
the
I'm gonna tell you, it is nothing more, and I don't have a lot of trial experience. I don't have no trial experience federal, state wise. Some I'm the cut the deal girl, so we don't even go there, right? So I don't have nobody coming back on no appeals and shit like that because guess what? I cut the deal and I took the appeal off the table.
uh-huh.
But So, but I've been a paper pusher with an appellate process, with the appeals process, and it's nothing. Um, well, let me go back to statewide. Let me think state. Okay, it's nothing that hits you in your gut to when you go back to that table and you rest or whatever, and you done thought about all the shit you could have done, and you just didn't do it because it's not like, oh, you even I'm trying to tell you, even Judge Joe Brown didn't know what a curse they were hearing is was and stuff like because it's different areas, different jurisdictions, different time period when you went to school, all of that. Everybody don't learn the same fucking thing. You learn the basics, and a lot of this other shit you get it on the fly, and you hone your skills and develop your specializations and all of that. But
I get what you're saying, Angie, and I
yeah,
understand.
but you
But
you think that you're
you
gonna
got
sit up there and
an
ask them parents
objection.
anything you want to. It ain't gonna
Yeah, no,
work.
no, I don't think that. But this is my thing, okay, and kind of like Bojine in her how she does her motions. If I was his attorney, now people might be saying objection. Where every time I speak, the judge might be saying okay, overruled or sustained. But guess what? I'm gonna try and get point to point. They gonna have to overrule and object to every piece, Angie. I promise you, I'm gonna keep trying. I'm
I believe
gonna
you
try
too. I
everything.
believe you gonna keep trying till they put handcuffs on your ass
They
and
gonna
you
have
be
to.
handcuffed to R. Kelly.
But
You
I'm
gonna be
trying to support my defend my client because he's facing life. And
yeah,
Your Honor, you're not allowing me to even provide a proper defense for him. I'm telling you, they gonna like you saying that's gonna be my words going to contempt.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You gonna be like Miss Skyline, one more word.
Right. And I'm gonna say the
Your
hell
ass,
with you.
that's gonna be 500. Okay, and a day. Okay,
Right.
keep on with your crazy ass.
And I'm
They'll
gonna
put
say,
your ass about that. But yeah, it's like they just not you at most if you can create enough reasonable doubt and to see if the somebody abide on that jury to see if somebody abide.
all
If
I would
not,
do, Angie, is to get the parents up there. If I'd have been like, Judge, just please let me put the parents on the stand and I'd explain why. And I say it crosses the three eyes. So I don't understand why I can't bring this evidence in. And then once they get up there, I feel like that's the win right there. You know what I'm saying? I behave like I wouldn't deliver it like I'm delivering it now. You see what I'm saying? I would calmly and strategically deliver my questions because I want the jury and everybody to clearly hear their answers. You see what I'm saying? I'm doing that now because we on YouTube, but no, if we was in court, oh
yeah,
hell no. Good morning, Mr. Clary. How are you today? You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
I'd like to
But
ask you
then,
a
but then
question.
also you got to realize that when you start talking about some that you need the parents up there, you automatically saying that there was a minor involved.
And
You
that's
got to also, and you don't think that the prosecutor gonna capitalize on that?
you can capitalize on it because guess what? If you scared of that, you don't need to be his attorney because that's what the case is. Okay. If you scared to attack any issue with a minor sitting up there, you need not even be his attorney because you can't keep running from that shit. You got to come and face it face on. You see what I'm saying? That's how
Right.
they lost trying to probably pussy. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to say that word. Trying to go around it. You know what I'm saying? You got to tackle that dead on. But this is the bigger question. If she's a minor, how did she get there? You see what I'm saying? So that leads my questions to that. How did this minor get into the arms of Mr. Kelly, Mr. Clary? How did your daughter get there? Did you take her to the concert? Well, why did you take her to the concert? Okay, so when you got the phone number, what did you do when she gave you the phone number? You see what I'm saying? Once I established that the wife called him and made contact, and then pushed the daughter into the quote unquote audition situation, then get to them text messages. I don't see why that wouldn't be admissible. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see what they will be refuting. Did you write these text messages? Yes or no? You see what I'm saying? Let's authenticate them. I just don't
Right.
see how they.
But Skylight, but the piece of evidence got to speak to something. It got to be attached to something. And here's the thing, right? You can't appeal everything. So everything is not an appellate issue. That's
Okay.
one. And then two, even if it was, they have to agree to hear it. And you better have something on there. We just went through it earlier. I don't think you was on here, but for the people that wasn't, I went through the issues with regards that she, the avenues that she may try to travel with the ineffective assistance of counsel claims,
Okay.
and the burdens that she have to meet to get that shit done. You
Right.
know, and the bar is set high to prove a lot of that stuff. They just don't just because you don't like the verdict, they don't take that up on appeal. Just because you think the judge rulings were she made bad evidentiary hearing rulings and shit like that, and insufficient of evidence. That's what they're talking about. That's just not an appeal issue. And
But
I told you, testimony falls up under what?
every,
Evidentiary issues. So
right, right.
that's
But see, look at this though.
how.
If you saying that my client slept with a minor, and then you turn around and don't even let me provide a proper defense to maybe try to mitigate the issue, you see what I'm saying? Or get him
Yeah,
exonerated. I think that's a problem because I'm directly trying to refute what you're saying. So my lines of questions are directly in line with what you're accusing my client of. So if you
right.
overrule me, then
Right.
I can't give him a proper defense.
Right, but what they're going to look at, they're going to look if what you're trying, if your defense you're pursuing, or your the sufficiency of the evidence that you're trying to get in, does it have those three R's? That's what
It
the
does.
high. Okay, you gonna say it does? This R. Okay.
Yep. Relatable. They are parents, reliable and relevant. It's relevant to the what he's being charged with. It's relatable because those are his parents, and it's reliable because they sitting their ass on the stand for the answer these goddamn questions.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna put your ass. They're gonna your ass about that courtroom, and I'll be like, honey, I'm be like, I told her.
Right. And they'll be like, I told her they gonna get our ass out of there.
Hey, now I got to come on camera and tell my God, I try to tell her. Then I'm gonna cut the camera off real quick.
I'm telling you,
I try to
if they
tell her.
look, Andrew,
I'm gonna say that.
look, Andrew, they don't let me run my defense. I'm telling you, I'm going on Gail King, and I'm telling them exactly what happened. Like, I try to support my client, they wouldn't even let me bring the parents on there, y'all. And they good. You see, and I can show 1,000 videos. Can you play this, Gail, please? Okay, then play this one. You see, even here that they contradicted themselves like 20 times on 20 different videos, but they wouldn't even let me bring them in for questioning. You know, I promise you. I don't know. I just feel like it is, and I'm just not even thinking this as a Kale supporter. I just really believe that it's relevant. It's relevant to his charges. Because what else do they got?
I'm trying to figure out what evidence Miss Miles was withheld from the jury. What evidence?
Oh, somebody in chat.
I want to figure out what evidence she's saying was withheld from the jury, because I don't know.
I know the people that
'Cause
know.
I thought from a few lives back we kind of solved the evidence that someone was talking about the 3500 material, because as they often do out on these streets, people don't give the actual in the context and what they were talking about, why the judge said this. I mean, there's no judge came flat to say no, I ain't gonna let it in, or what if she's gonna say when if the prosecution put up an objection to the evidence, and if she sides with the prosecution, she's gonna tell why it didn't come in. And if you're talking about the 3500 material, they said the reason why they wasn't giving the 3500 material until when they gave it to them, because of one, the type of material, type of evidence 3500 material is, and that has those people's identifying information in it, and whatever information that's supposed to be confidential and based on what they call R. Kelly as a person that whatever they say he does to I'm getting sleepy. Whatever he what they say he do, obstruct and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
They felt like he was a danger, and the people that could the jury had to be anonymous, and some of the people in the case had to be anonymous, and the statements and all that stuff they gave that would be contained in 3500 material. So they said they was gonna give that at the last possible time. Anytime, listen, in a courthouse, in a court case, they're gonna some evidence won't be allowed in. It won't be allowed in because it's not those 3 R's. Ain't nothing you can do about that, unless she made a error in her judgment, error in ruling. Which, if she did, then now here we go. Those things would have played out. Did J-Bo say that? Did J-Bo put in? You look on the acquittal. And only thing she said about the evidence being insufficient was that the evidence was insufficient. She didn't say nothing about some stuff wasn't allowed and stuff was allowed and all of this. I don't remember. Maybe she did. I don't remember. That is where she would pick up and go over the case and pick out, because it's going to be on the record, pick out what the judge precluded or excluded, right? Or allowed. Okay. If she finds something, an issue with those in those 3 areas, then that's when you start seeing her make those arguments. She will make those arguments on the post in anytime during the post conviction phase. That's something that can be taken up both on post conviction motions as well as appellate. And then when he gets another chance, we haven't gotten there yet, but when he gets another try at Judge Ann on the habeas corpus, now you got him over playing field, because now the evidence that was inadmissible can come into play. Now you can put that shit in. You can put it's the playing field is much more inclusive of the stuff that you can use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, this case is just very interesting, and it's many different ways that it could have played out, and I still just hold tight and firm that they missed a great opportunity to be able to knock the star witness's testimony off. You know, I think they had a good opportunity, and I think they should have just fought like step by step. You don't let up, if you have a defense trying to run, you know, you keep pressing until, like you saying, the attorney be like, move on.
Yeah.
Or the
Move
judge,
on,
move
counselor.
on.
Move on, counselor.
Yeah, that's it.
Counselor. One more time. Move on.
Yeah, this is his
And
life.
you can swing and bang or whatever. Here's the thing, right? Not you nor I are better than the people. No matter what you think of those people that was on that case, that would have more experience
I agree.
on this particular case.
I agree.
There's nobody up with me tonight that will have, especially nobody ain't been to law school.
Right. I agree. Now I give you that.
Especially, and
Mm-hmm.
I highlight the especially,
Mm-hmm.
and not me. A bitch ain't been in the courtroom in over a decade. No, not me. That ain't gonna work out.
And you're right,
So
because
that ain't gonna work.
you could clearly see that that they professional bullshitters, the way they run in this case. Now they not slacking in no area, like they bringing the bullshit strong. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And they know what they doing. But I'm saying, if you are an experienced attorney, I believe there was a strategic way to refute some of the things that they presented. And I see Bojin doing it in this upcoming trial. I just wish she would have had the opportunity to represent him in that last trial, because we see this is not playing out like the New York trial did. It's just not.
Yeah, she is but I don't know who up she got a whole team in there, but she is swinging and banging and putting all that shit
Yeah.
into um into um into both of these cases, right? She's working her ass off. I mean, and it's like, but she know when something is there and when it's not.
Right.
And you got to think those prosecutors, they just they ain't just sitting there filing their nails and combing their hair. They know how to, they know how to combat shit. They know which way you gonna try to come. They try to anticipate that. That's how you can. That's why when you look at a trial, you see they go from one side to the next one. It almost seems like they prepared for trial together. It's not it. They do exactly what I do. I'm looking at two sides from four positions, right?
Hmm.
So, and that's what it is.
But I really believe, Angie, that they sized up Kale's old team and that they didn't size up Bojing, because they already knew, they heard, and they saw the dissension among that team. So they already knew that they was defeated before they even came into the courtroom. I don't know if any of you guys follow Floyd Mayweather, but Floyd Mayweather defeats you mentally and emotionally before you even get into the ring with him. Okay, that's what he's always been known for, and he's been crafty for that.
Right,
Get you in there, he's just annihilates you, with his boxing skills. But that's what I think happened. I think that they sized them up, and they knew their opponent. Because that's the thing, when you getting into a trial, to me, it's just like a fight. You size your opponent up. They
right,
researched them attorneys, knew they flaws, knew they strengths, and they knew that they had it in the bag. Now we gonna see, the way we gonna test this is we gonna see how Bojin handles these individual witnesses versus how this last trial did. I'm waiting to see it, Angie. I want to see if she just gonna let them get up there and talk and not ask them a goddamn question. I want to see.
well, you see, she's tackling everything and anything that she could find that she hears. And I think that she is hoping that it ultimately ends up in someone looking at unfair treatment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unfair treatment,
Mm-hmm.
and that's something that the Constitution disallows for people to be treated unfairly. So I
Okay.
think that that's what's going to I think that's what she's probably looking for, maybe to get this I'm trying to get this damn spam to get this case heard. Did somebody already get it?
Yes, a message deleted.
The spam. Oh, okay. Thank you, whoever got it. But I think she's trying to trying to get that done, which is smart. It's like I said. I mean, I know y'all might think the evidence or whatever, but when you got all that shit going on like that, it's that's kind of hard to overcome. Like you're saying the right thing to do. You go after reasonable doubt, and you go after any type of violations. Anything you can find.
Mm-hmm.
So and that's what she's raising. She's doing her job. I don't want nobody to ever think she ain't do her job. I think the other attorneys, they did what they could do.
Yeah, but this is the thing, and like you saying, you okay? To us, the government is bringing, we'll say, frivolous information, but I feel like on the Cal side, his defense team should do the same thing in return. Bring up some fit for frivolous shit and just stack it up, because they stacked
Yep.
the deck. So we need to stack the deck back and say, okay, well, you had the leak of the BOP emails. Okay, yeah, but then here we also had the text messages. Okay, yeah, but then you also had uh the jurors um colluding with the you know what I'm saying, all the people what they call them, the terrorists and shit. You see what I'm saying? You could put
Yeah,
a whole bunch of
I
stuff.
see what you're saying. A
Yeah,
whole, yeah,
yeah,
and let me tell you something, and that's how I believe that Casey Anthony trial was won, because Jose Baez, he really didn't have nothing to say that she didn't kill that daughter, whatever. He just came up with every goddamn thing under the
yeah,
sun.
yeah,
And I think at some point to confuse their ass, you know, to
yeah,
confuse the jury.
yeah.
Anything, any strategy, listen, to get your goddamn client off. You damn right. He
And
was in, I don't know what the hell he was. I still to this day don't know what his defense was.
I,
All he was doing is casting doubt on every goddamn thing, every testimony, everything, the evidence, and I mean the physical evidence and all of that came to play. That's exactly what he did. He damn sure
he,
did it. And it
yeah,
yeah.
and he called him Angie with the notion of this. The body and the baby was found in the ocean, and the last thing we knew is you was on the ocean fishing for several hours, and was by yourself, and you didn't have, basically didn't have a alibi. That's how he, to me, connected it, because outside of that he
That's
had no proof
Peterson.
that
That's
he
the
killed her.
Peterson case. You
Oh,
talking
I
about?
thought you were talking about the.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about Jose Baez, the attorney who successfully defended Casey Anthony. Right. That's what the little girl, Kaylee Anthony, the little girl in Florida, the baby.
Oh, you talking about her? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you.
Yeah, yeah. If you go back and watch that trial, because see, her mama, Casey Anthony mom, you know, I know every goddamn body work at the same company as one of my good friends.
Okay.
And so, and they you had to use the time card. My good friend, she run the one of the areas. So they had to use the time card from her the job. So you know, baby, I'm not minding my own business, honey.
Right.
You know, I'm trying to get the inside scoop, baby.
Yeah.
Look, I know how the people was looking at her at work. Girl, I know all of it. I'm like,
And,
oh, what? Yeah, so it was like so he just challenged every damn thing. And I'm gonna tell you what he did. He didn't give a fuck, all right, because the parents was there. They were supporting the daughter. I mean, 100%.
mm-hmm.
He didn't give a damn. He damn sure cast suspicion on the damn father.
Y'all
He
did.
didn't give a shit.
Y'all did. Threw that motherfucker under the bus and ran,
Under the bus,
backed up.
under the god, yes, he didn't care.
Did not care.
Shit, that's what you supposed to do.
Yeah. I felt so sorry for the dad too, because he was so
Yeah,
devastated when that happened. But hey, the law, that's what I'm, you know, and that's what, I don't know, man. The law is it's dirty, but it's all about who gets to play it the way that, you know, everything has to be lined up. Your jurors have to be lined up with what you saying. Yo, not even your evidence, just the laws you use with the jurors, you know, and that's how you win the case. It's about who gets the right laws to the jurors to get the conviction or the acquittal. That's all it is.
right, right.
And a woman win with the best laws.
Yes,
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
He wasn't playing. He damn near threw. He damn sure threw every shit. He never damn threw George in front of the damn bus.
He
He
shot.
up there crying and shit. And then it didn't help because, like, I think he was outside of Casey. He was like one of the last ones to see the baby, and then they. I'm gonna tell you how they built it up. It was so crazy because they built up the fact that the baby um they was trying to say paint the picture that maybe the baby accidentally drowned, and one of them tried to conceal her death, right, for fear of whatever. That's what it was building up to. But here's the thing, how he played it, right? And that's when I was telling somebody, and those are some of the ace in the holes. I was telling Keller one day, I said, now they deploy the ace in the hole in this New York case. I'm not going to say what it is. Then it could be a game changer because that's how a couple people have beaten some serious cases. And one celebrity, well, I don't know if I can call him a celebrity, but everybody knows this person. They got one of the cases off of them. So what he did, what Jose Baez did was, okay, so you got this, she drowned, and somebody trying to conceal it. Well, you you can't say you don't have proof that she concealed it, but I can say that being that she was found deceased, someone did it. So I can point to one of you jurors. I can point to anybody. So that is reasonable doubt. Okay. See how crazy that is?
So you
See
say
how you understand what I'm saying? So just like you could say, well, maybe Casey did it. I can say, well, shit, maybe George did it.
right, right, right. I got you. Okay.
You see what I'm talking about?
Uh-huh.
And and so can you convict my client by saying, well, we know for sure she did it? When do you know for sure George didn't do it? He done seen it too. He
Right.
knows about the baby getting out to the pool. Why wasn't he if he was at some point was watching the baby, why wasn't he watching her good enough where she couldn't get out to the pool and shit like that?
Yep.
Girl, yeah.
And then they try and muddy up
Them
his character
lawyers are
a little bit.
crooks. Huh?
Didn't they try to muddy his character or something, like getting into his
Yeah, they did it
history?
all.
Yeah.
Exactly. That
Wrong.
played all into the illusion.
Yes.
Now we
Woo.
know damn well that man didn't kill that baby, but I'm just saying that played into the illusion.
It did. Oh, it
And he and Jose, I mean, his career took off after that.
all did.
That's when he got on the he ended up with Aaron Hernandez case and all that. But yeah, that's just how this works. So
And we know that girl was lying. Oh,
yeah, we know
lad,
it. We
lad,
know it.
and double lad. I'm telling
Thank you. We know it. But her ass
you,
somewhere in a secluded location somewhere.
somewhere chilling,
Yeah.
living her life.
So living her life. But that's how that works. So, you're exactly right.
Mm.
But hey, people craft their defenses, and if you are an aggressive attorney, you probably would think aggressively and come up with all kinds of shit like that.
But see, I think that's what this case calls for, because it's $1 million
Oh
worth
yeah, I
of
like
bullshit
that.
being told. You see what I'm saying?
I like that. I like that. It calls for an aggressive attorney. You're right. So we
Mhm.
look at the people, and I always said I thought Steve would be pretty good for this case, because you look at all of his attorney, and what most of them docile. I mean, wasn't they like real? You know what I'm saying?
But
Not real.
they said he ran the mistake of age defense. Now tell me why that didn't hold no goddamn weight in this trial.
He tried to run that.
So why did it fail?
Well, I think he tried to put an emotion with
Mhm.
regards to that.
Yep.
And I think when that declined, when that denied,
I don't know. I
I
never.
cannot remember that. But mistake of fact, and he tried to run mistake of
Mm-hmm.
in that, and I think that was
Yep, that's what it was.
yeah. I think did she take it out because it was towards the last of the motions that he put in.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it was around the ones where they was trying to get the jury instruction um amended.
And then I never found out what happened to that. But I still don't understand why that didn't hold no weight, because it's completely relevant.
Yep.
I don't see how. Yeah, look, we gotta. I want to look that up and find out.
Look that up, yeah. Because let me see if I can do it real quick. But because that kind of cemented my because I thought that was the only just exculpatory defense is the only thing I could have came up with. And then when it came through, because after I did that exercise and it came through that he was trying to do mistake of age, I was like, oh, he is trying to do an exculpatory defense. Okay, so that is what he's thinking about. And that's why I said, okay, well then he got a decent chance. I don't know about getting a complete exoneration,
Hmm.
but at least mitigate some shit
That's what I'm saying.
because
The
you
screen,
know,
man. You gotta muddy the screen. You can't make it just look like how they want to paint it. R. Kelly was at McDonald's snatching up little kids, putting them in the car, and you never seen them again. You gotta change the whole narrative and make it real.
yeah. I'm trying to look at that. When he okay, the motion withdrawal attorney, Crystal hearing notice to appear. Motion for okay, proposed jury instructions, motion for bond, motion of limine. Was the hearing already going when he put that in?
Oh man, let me think. Let me think.
They go
I
they
want to
create.
say yes because doesn't wouldn't that have been after the jury selection? So the trial would have had to be going right.
It was okay. Wasn't it after all them damn the uncharged acts? Motion and limine for that.
Shoot, I wish them the legal smiggles was in here.
Mm-hmm.
But
And they had this shit up in their ass. I don't
they
know.
told
They
they
be pulling.
like,
They, I
oh
mean, I could be talking, girl, and they can hear me. They don't be nowhere in the chat. And as soon as I look on my phone, you hear that ping. They
yep,
one of them goddamn people. I was like, I don't know how y'all do that shit. Hell no.
they be having it.
Um, it was. Oh man.
I want to say it was during because when it came up, we got excited like, oh shit. Because I remember
Well,
reading it. That's one of the ones I read. And I was like, oh man.
okay, so you remember reading it.
Yeah, and I thought this
So shit. When was
man,
it?
I don't know what happened to it. It must have got kicked down and got her ass on it.
Okay, you so damn crazy. Wait a minute. Okay, this is the that no, that's from the proposed instruction. Let me see what this is. Let me see if this is. I bet you Sylvia know because I remember her. Because I think that was her thing. She was pursuing mistake of age.
Because
Let
it
me
was
see if this
solid
is.
defense. I mean, it don't get no more solid than that. Now, why it got kicked down? Because it completely exactly described what happened. Period, point blank. Now I don't
Mm-hmm.
know, like you saying, the other evidence came in
Here we
and
go. I
and
got it. I got it. I got
got
it. I got it.
what's the
Okay. It's a mistake of fact. It says reasonable mistake by the defendant as to the age of the minor is a defense. Right. This defense applies if the defendant held a reasonable belief that the minor was at least 18 years old at the time of the sexual intercourse. Okay, so this was done on somebody. Y'all keep, yeah, let me see, because I know Sky Ass is gonna bring this up some other day, and I'll have to write this down. What
right?
date was this now? That 18, 21 mistake. And what document is this? 219. And see, y'all, we get down to we don't just deal with the uh
Prop-
okay.
it should be on the letterhead, right? It got a
Yeah,
fancy.
it was on letterhead. I got it.
Okay.
So I got to see what she said about it. So that was 219. Um and then where is her order? Order. No, that's the verdict. So shit, did she even talk about it? And see, did she talk about it in court?
Because that's the thing. It just disappeared. I don't remember her back saying, but I could be wrong.
Right. Yeah, did she talk about it in court? See, that's why, and I don't be wanting to say stuff, but I guess people are like, well, you don't tell me what to do, but no, I was like I was trying to tell people, because I was going by like all that reporting that people was doing for the goddamn court. I was taking, I was listening to that shit because I needed that shit. I wasn't finna wait for no transcripts. I ain't got time for that. But I was trying to tell them, can you please get what the judge say at the top too, and throughout the day, write down what she says too, because she's gonna address a lot of these issues that we might not get the paper to, you know.
So you,
So
even if it said, that's the part I don't like. Because I thought that they write down everything said in court, man. That's what I don't like. Because we don't even know what the defense, if it was overruled, it needs to be some type of transcript to say what they tried to do, because they not getting credit for what they did try to do.
no, I'm talking about the people from YouTube that was handwriting this shit. I'm not talking
Oh,
about from the transcripts. I'm pretty sure if they addressed it in court, then it'd be somewhere on them transcripts. But it should, because it should be on the record. Because if the when the record is preserved, they're going to preserve the objections and all this. So if this was objected to, then yeah, it should be in that transcript somewhere. So this, we know that this did happen after 9/18 to 2021.
okay.
I mean, and this would be interesting to find out what the hell happened. I'm trying to look at the what the state said after this, because it was all about, okay, good. Okay, wait a minute. Defense, good faith belief, 18 and over. The defendant is not guilty of this violation of California law if he reasonably and actually believed that Jane Doe number 5 was age 18 or older at the time of the charged intercourse. The government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not reasonably and actually believe that Jane Doe number 5 was at least 18 years old. Wait a minute, girl. I didn't know they'd even answer this shit on this paper.
Because I feel like they did prove that. They asked, didn't they ask a question and she said she lied? So I don't see what more they need.
Yeah, let me see. Okay, wait a minute. What is this? The indictment for the violated California law by engaging in sexual intercourse with Jane Doe number 5, who was at least under age of 18 years old, while he was more than 3 years older than Jane Doe number 5. California law provides that any person who engages in an act of unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor who is more than 3 years younger than the perpetrator is guilty of a crime. Unlawful sexual intercourse is an act of sexual intercourse accomplished with a person who is not the spouse of the perpetrator, if the person is a minor. For the purposes of this section, a minor is a person under the age of 18 years old, and an adult is a person who is at least 18 years old of age. To prove a violation of this provision of California law, the government must prove that. Now we get into it. The defendant had sexual intercourse with Jane Doe number 5. That's number 1. Number 2, the defendant and Jane Doe number 5 was not married to each other at the time of the intercourse. And number 3, at the time of the intercourse, Jane Doe number 5 was under the age of 18 and more than 3 years younger than the defendant. Sexual intercourse means any penetration, no matter how slight, of the vagina or genitalia by the penis. Ejaculation is not required. It is not a defense that Jane Doe number 5 may have consented to the intercourse. So that's their response to it. Hold on. Okay, so this is on the document. Now, this time I'll be hollering, where's Karen J?
Right.
I've been hollering for her ass. Where's Karen J? Shit.
Because
Okay, so that's document 220.
They clearly proved it to me. I don't see how it got overruled. Overshadowed, even with them coming with that response.
But did you see what they had to prove? I just read to you what they had to prove. See
They
where
proved
so
she wasn't his. She wasn't married to him or whatever, his spouse. She was under the
but
age.
that's what the government had to prove. See, this is what I was trying to tell you. See, that's what the government had to prove. These are all issues with regards to the jury's charge. It means the judge's instruction to the jury, what you have to prove to convict R. Kelly. So that's what they said that they had to prove to convict him. So maybe that's why the mistake of age issue, in fact, wasn't. See, they were trying to get that on the jury instruction. Let me go back and make sure I'm telling y'all right. That was this issue. The defense was trying to get that on the. Yep, that's what it was. So I'm looking at document 219. If anybody wanted to go through this shit later on at your leisure, it says the defense submits this letter motion seeking an amendment of the proposed jury instructions, the jury charge. The defense recognizes the court directed the parties to submit joint proposed instructions. However, after review of the testimony elicited at trial, the defense submits that the proposed amendments are required. So this was a motion to have this added to the jury instructions, right? So I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, she denied this. So I need to go look for the denial to this. So it should be right after this. Should be maybe 221.
And you know what? I wonder why Bojane didn't bring this up. Because I believe she should have. That should be one of the things that she puts in her rebuttal. Like the mistake of fact was issued as a defense, and it should not have been. It shouldn't have been denied. Because they might have proved they point during her testimony, but at the same time, they also proved the fact that she said she did lie about her age. So
Yeah, but you confusing the defense mistake of fact, which I believe and probably it was probably denied. That's why he couldn't pursue it. You understand what I'm saying? So what you're saying would be like, okay, well, um maybe J Bo could have raised an issue why you didn't raise this, why you didn't allow this fact mistake of fact. Let me write that down, because that'd be something to look at. Why she didn't
yeah,
raise this as an issue.
that's what
This
I'm.
this would be on the judge.
That's more detrimental than the goddamn text messages. You know what I'm saying? Because that's clearly the defense right there. Let's say it did happen. Okay, but he reasonably believed that she was of age, and you came in and denied it.
But it probably denied it because of what I read the government had to prove.
I just think they didn't harp on it enough. I believe they really needed to, like it was said, but I don't recall it being, you know what I'm saying? Like really, it was kind of a question. She answered the question, and that was it. I don't think that they really pressed the issue of that. They might have said it in that motion, but they should have just kept on bringing some more evidence to support that defense. So I kind of see that, but they did bring it up.
Yeah, they brought it up, but they was trying to get it on that, because maybe he was probably thinking that if they could have gotten it added to the jury instruction, then maybe they could have used it as a defense. But let me look at again why more expanded reason what the prosecutors was saying, because boy, y'all got me working day and night tonight. Let me see. Um
One, I just
so
curious about this for a while.
girl, you should have said something. Earlier than goddamn 5 o'clock my time in the morning.
I mean, you know what? This has been something that has been lingering, and it kind of got clouded with, all the other stuff that came out. But that is the defense, the mistake of age, especially if the prosecution, like you saying, came in and proved that the act happened prior to. But I feel like the defense should have just expounded on the fact that the reasons of but guess what, that also goes back to not having the cops there when they went to the hotel to say, yeah, she was the ID show she was 18. You see what I'm saying? So they really
Hmm.
just uh providing more evidence to support the theory. Just by her saying, I feel like just by her saying she lied is enough, but maybe you need more. You need more.
You do. And I'm glad, and this is crazy. I'm glad you were led to say that, because this is what I was telling you about, when about your wild bill ass goddamn defense that you'll put in, when the
It met
judge
the
tell the jury, but this is what you got to convict this man by. This is what I was talking about, the jury instructions, the jury charge. And the government came back on that mistake of age and said those three things that they needed to prove, which then I'll read it again. It says the defendant had sexual intercourse with Jane Doe number five. The defendant and Jane Doe number five was not married to each other at the time of the intercourse. And at the time of the intercourse, Jane Doe number five was under the age of 18 and more than 3 years younger than the defendant. So what they're saying is, whether he made a mistake of her age or not, it's not a viable defense because it's irrelevant in this case, because it has nothing to do with these elements that I just read off. So that, see how it works. See how they
but see,
see
I'm
when
confused
you
right.
see you when your defense, when they deem your defense isn't relevant. This is
But
how
how do
they,
you deem that?
because
Okay,
I just
because
told you.
I see what you're saying, but at the same
Yeah,
time, he still had he met the he. Why isn't it elements to that law? It feel like they met the elements to prove it otherwise, though. That he reasonably believed that she was of age. Just because on the flip side you saying we proved that, because to me they saying the same thing, but at the same time while they saying that, okay, but he still reasonably believed that she was 18 at the time. I just don't get it. I don't think that should have.
yeah.
No.
But here's the thing, right? This is how they probably could have brought it in, right? They could have, should have probably used, and this would have been with his agreement, that play on his mens rea, his intellect,
There you go.
that and his reasoning was going to be off with regards to this entire thing. That's the exculpatory defense I went to, not just one piece of
Hmm.
mistake of age trying to get it on the jury
Hmm.
in instruction just based on Jane Doe number five. I would say that for the whole entire, cast that over the whole entire shit.
I see what you're saying. They didn't bring them.
Yeah,
So they should have brought them damn cops in there to show that they reasonably believed, and then that would have supported the fact that also Kels reasonably believed also that she was of age. Because they it really, I see what you're saying, they never really had enough. It was said, but it wasn't. They should have backed it up and kept
right.
pressing more evidence with it.
Yeah, see, they probably, she probably didn't allow it because it was irrelevant to the elements that the prosecutors had to prove. See, that's when you start talking about the jury instructions, whatever, all of that extra stuff about bringing this in and saying this, whatever. It's not going to be allowed, because she going to tell them this is what you got to convict based on, did they meet, did they did the government prove those elements. Now, what J-Bo was trying to say, that one element that she used, those text messages, by the inducing enticement and all that stuff right there, she was
Hmm.
trying to show that it wasn't R. Kelly that did that to Five. That it was actually Five, with the help of her mother, that did that to his ass.
Yeah, I think that's wrong though. They really. I see what you're saying. I understand what you
Mm-hmm.
dirty part of the law, because
It yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to you. It's not as cut and dry. You can come in there and bring. I'm gonna bring this in. No, I'm gonna say this. No, you ain't.
they
You
they
get your ass out of here. Though.
they
They be tripping. You know.
because man, I think that was a crutch move right there. They
Right.
that out of there. Act like
Right.
you even said. Mm, mm,
Yeah.
mm.
He tried to get it. I'm glad you, girl, this been
That's
a lesson tonight. I'm glad you had me look at that, because shit, I don't even remember reading none of that. I remember
that was
a little
I
bit.
thought it was a win. When I read the shit, I said, "Oh, this is it." And then the trial kept going, and I never really found out what happened with it. But I mean, that's a dirty legal game right there.
Right. That's why I was hoping that the people that did so good with that was telling, what was going on in the case. I mean, these people, I
Mm,
don't know how the hell these people was writing damn near word for word what the hell was going on in this case, and come back and telling us. I wasn't trying to. I was like, Lord, they're doing so much, but can you get what the judge say too? Because she gonna answer a lot of these damn motions and a
mm,
lot of this procedural shit that I need to know. And I don't want to wait for no goddamn transcript. I ain't got time for that. I want to know now. What the hell did she say on this and that, and what did she say? That way I can kind of decode what she was talking about. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
it is what it is. But
that's
yeah,
dirty,
that would have been interesting to see
dirty.
what she said about that. So apparently she did. I think, if I'm not mistaken, she denied that particular letter motion.
Obviously, I mean,
Yeah.
she ran over that shit because to me that was the defense. Now maybe like it wasn't enough stank on it. They should have just said they needed more. They needed to bring it. Really, they should, like you saying, played on the men's red issue and just ran it. You gotta get to that point and like we said earlier, get on that point, stay on that point.
Hmm.
But once again, it would have helped also if the parents would have been uh questioned and asked them, did you ask your daughter to lie? Or did you lie in your text messages about her age? You see what I'm saying? That would have helped some
Hmm.
argument. But just saying that, yeah, she lied, I guess that wasn't enough, you guys. I don't know.
Yeah, and see, now if you use that, because that's the defense I crafted up. If you use the cast some his issues with his mens rea over the entire case, now you get the parents in there some kind of way make their ass relevant to the shit.
Yeah.
Get them in there,
I would
and
have
then
brought
you.
and the cops when they had that whole issue with that ID. And that would have been two instances, along with her testimony being a third. That would have been three pieces of exculpatory evidence that could have been submitted, and that would have supported that theory. But
Right, that's what I was getting ready to go to, supporting the theory. So you got the parents in there. You gonna say that they're in cahoots with the kid, and the kid in cahoots with the parents, or whatever.
mm-hmm,
Then you have the cops, or whatever. No reasonable person,
mm-hmm,
right? And you could say
yep,
a reasonable person
mm-hmm,
that would be able to say, okay, this is a minor.
mm-hmm,
Being that you got everything that says that this is not a minor.
yep,
You got the parents, you got the cops,
mm-hmm.
and then you add in R. Kelly's
Her own
deficiency
testimony.
with his mentality. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That makes perfectly good sense. But they only try to get it attached to this one little piece, to this jury instruction. And maybe, I guess maybe if they she would have allowed it, and which I see why she didn't, then they maybe could have. I'm just gonna go on a whim and say they probably would have tried to use his mental deficiencies, for the entire thing, or for the rest, to maybe make that some kind of way, because that was during when that was, what day was that, in September the case started. So what they was going to do that at the end of the case, maybe exactly they was going to put that in a
I
Well,
see,
they could have freestyled
and
that in the end of the closing arguments, but why would they wait to the end?
I see.
Kind of had that.
Yeah, that should have been ran from the. That would have been my defense. I'm run
Yeah,
reasonable doubt. He reasonably believed. You see what I'm saying? And I would have
yeah,
thing to back it up.
that, yeah, exactly. Hey, little Mac and y'all. Hey, Miss Molly, you still hanging out? Dolores and I hope y'all don't hit that damn button. Hey, Candy, Shay Town. But yeah, so that's crazy to look at those dates and see when he mentioned it.
Now
Why
you
didn't
said
he mention it from the beginning?
was that September 18, 2019?
2021 when the case was going.
Okay, 2021. Towards the
September 18th. And the case started August what? Was it August or September?
I want to
Let
say
me see.
August. But whenever it was too late. It should have been ran earlier.
Yeah. Let me see. That was see 29. Jury trial transcript, jury transcript. Um, yeah, that was jury. Yeah, that is yeah, I think started on the 23rd of August, didn't it?
Yeah, I want to say the end of August. I really do.
Yeah, yeah. Something like that. So that's a whole month. I don't know what happened.
I don't know either. I know that should have came out earlier though.
Yeah, yeah.
But like you saying, maybe that wasn't their defense. Because like you were saying, whatever the defense is, and their plan is that's what they gonna run. But it seemed like they was at that point just throwing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Trying to find stuff instead of running the defense strictly off of that. It kind of came in at the end and it's like, well, hold on, but nah, you didn't you said it, but you ain't back it up. You see what I'm saying? More evidence was needed to support the theory.
Mm, right, right,
Another
right.
failed
Should did some
attempt.
more.
That's
That's
sad.
crazy though. That's crazy. I don't know why they couldn't have they applied it to that little piece, Jane Doe number 5. Huh. I guess they were trying to get Jane Doe number 5 by any means necessary. They probably should have done a little bit more than just concentrate on Jane Doe number 5.
I mean, I think you should because she's the star witness. Because I feel like if they would have refuted her, the rest of that stuff, I don't, and I could be wrong, but I just don't think it was as solid. Because you know, the girl's articulate, you know, and she did
Yeah,
the story and was presenting it, and they just didn't bring enough to support the theory. I mean, I see what you're saying, but just to run it down with okay, proving that yeah, he slept with her based on her testimony, um, and that he wasn't a spouse and all the elements that you're saying. I mean, I don't know, they just should have brought more because I clearly see, like you saying, just saying stuff. You got to back it up. What else you got? You see what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
But I'm sitting somebody behind in them seats because that's the only way they was gonna really get that effect. They needed to bring the cops in there, and they needed to bring their parents in there, or somebody else to say, "Yeah, I know she lied about her age." Somebody else to say it too. Or I looked at her and I thought she was 18. You know what I'm saying? Some
Right.
just wasn't enough.
Yep, it wasn't. It wasn't. That gave me something to think about. What in the hell did they just try to just add it in there just with her? Because that was the case. Why they didn't do it with JP,
with
you
J.
know?
Uh-huh.
Why was with her? Now, was there any I don't think there was a herpes thing with JP. What was her situation?
Was too. Yeah, she was herpes.
She was a man act too?
Yeah, cause she was didn't she say something like they was asking her about the sexual act, and if what did she say? Did y'all wear a condom? Didn't they have that conversation with her? I don't want to be up here lying, but I kind of recall that she was part of that man act.
She was a man act for well, why they didn't use that on her?
I mean, because once again, it's not enough. I don't,
I'm
she.
talking a mistake of fact though. Well, like,
I mean, she admitted too that
'cause
she lied about her age, but once again, so did the star witness, and that wasn't enough. So you know, they didn't see. I think they knew that they could support it with her, but I don't think it was presented. Because just by you saying it, okay, now what? Like you saying, back it up. They could have backed it up, but they didn't. And think about it. If you miss bringing them parents in at the beginning, it's too late. So you just gonna throw it out there at the end, trying to get it on record, but you missed the bringing the parents in. If you was gonna bring the parents in on the star witness, that happens with some before
oh, you know what? She did testify early on. She testified early on in the case. This was after the fact.
JP.
No, number 5.
Yeah, this was
Yeah, so this was after, and I know that this was after the fact.
yeah,
Wonder why they ain't do that. That's
yeah.
that I
Way
don't know. I'm pretty
'cause
sure some reason behind it.
I think it was. I hate to use the term the ineffective because I think it was the dissension amongst the group not coming with a solid plan and a solid defense in unison. You throw it in at the end, huh?
Yeah. Damn, I mean J Bo got a whole bunch of IAC shit piling up, ineffective stuff. It's just you know, that bar is so high to get that the route she's going to get that shit looked at to where they will say, yeah, well, we'll meet the two prongs in Strickland, and then will it be enough to affect? Let me look at the two prongs. Wait a minute, boy. I see. They're gonna concede. They're gonna consider. Let me see. Wait, exactly what? Let me read it exactly to you. I do not know them by heart. Under Strickland. Okay. All right. To prove ineffective assistance, the defendant must show one, that the trial lawyer's performance fell below an objective standard of reasonableness, and two, a reasonable probability that, but for the counsel's unprofessional errors, the result of the proceeding would have been different. So those are the two prongs for that, and you got to meet both of them. It's not one or the other. Got to meet both of them, and also, um, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, they are considerate of the counsel, and they look at the what legal what legal assistance the counsel performed, right? Was it that deficient? What it could be deficient, but would it been prejudicial? You know what I'm saying? Would it
Mm-hmm.
um did it
change the course
if
of outcome.
yeah, would have been different.
Right.
Would have the results have been different, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So they look at all of that. So that's what I'm saying. So
I think
I
she
don't
wins that by like we said before, you got to stack the deck. You got to come
yeah,
sure tampering. You got to come with the colluding and what she say about Bojang, conflicts of interest, missed opportunities to present evidence, and it got to be some good damning evidence. You see what I'm saying? So,
yeah,
but I think she got to stack the deck. And then you come with that BOP breach because that's mega right there. When you talking about a breach of confidentiality in a federal system, that's actually holding the defendant, that's mega. But once again, stack the deck. What else you got? You know,
right.
you got to run it.
Exactly. You have to run it. So I don't know.
I'm just curious why she didn't bring that up. I mean, she did break down. She broke down the enterprise issue. She broke down the she raised the parts of the RICO not being met. She raised the issue on um the like you saying the enticement part. And I'm trying to think what she did in regards to the Mann Act. Oh, she basically stated that when he was tested with the herpes, he tested negative. You see what I'm saying? She brought that up.
Hmm.
She got some good points,
See,
but
woman, you say he tested negative.
yeah, you read that because remember you went back and looked that up. When they tested him, the doctor tested him for herpes, he tested negative. However, he treated him because he believed later on that he was showing symptoms of herpes. That's why he gave him Valtrex. But remember, you looked that up. You looked that
Yeah,
up.
but was it negative?
Yeah, it was negative. He tested negative. Yeah, for not having it.
Because I remember looking it up.
Yeah,
But I didn't know if it said negative though.
yeah, it said negative. Hmm. He tested negative, but then he believed later on that that's what it was because of the symptoms that he was showing, and then I think they said he reacted to the positively for the Valtrex, like it helped the situation. You see
Right.
how they thought it, but you looked that up. Yeah, you looked that
Yeah,
up.
I remember looking it up in the transcripts.
Hmm.
I didn't think it said negative. I thought it was it could have said negative. Yeah, I didn't know if it said inconclusive or not.
Yeah, well, it might. Yeah, same thing. He didn't test positive for it. Let me put it like that.
Okay, and
Yeah,
test positive for
test
it. Okay.
positive for it. So but they kind of went along with it and stretched it out and said he was responded to the Valtrex. You see what I'm saying? That's how
Right.
they backed it up.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
what I was saying. Well, hell, if I mean, and these be people got to understand, although they are long shots and shit like that, you got to try something. You got somebody that has a test of inconclusive
mhm.
or a test of or negative or whatever. It's anything but positive.
Right. Anything.
And you could say, well, hell, how can I tell somebody I got something that I'm not even, I don't know that I have? Although they're gonna come back with but the doctor told you had it, and and
They said
once again,
told them what they say that could be a lot on because
yeah,
of the
but yeah, can you prove that he told me? But here's the thing, right? The doctor treated so many people, including him, for that, then one could reasonably conclude that somebody has some herpes somewhere,
right. That's
because
what.
he treated a lot of people.
Hmm.
That's and like I said, a lot of you can bring that out. That's to counter the elements, right? Because the element is that he willfully and knowingly expose someone to an STD.
Right.
Not, and it has nothing to do with that he gave somebody the STD and all of that. That's not the crime or whatever. So I would use that against the prosecutor. Well, okay, wait, check this out. Okay. So we're gonna say, if you're saying, if you try to say that, well, just what I said a few minutes ago, well, just because I'm treating all these people with herpes and all of that, that's not in the elements. What I'm treating it, what the doctor was treating them from, and these people so happen to be supposed to be bed partners of mine. Well, okay, are we gonna stick to the elements? You
Okay.
said I knowingly, meaning that I had to know I have it,
Mm-hmm.
and willfully, meaning that I had to know I had it, then I was willing to give it to somebody, to expose somebody to this shit without telling them. And you got to prove all of that. And
Mm-hmm.
there's a way you can try to attack those elements by saying that, you know.
Mm-hmm. I see what you.
We're not talking about, at this point, we're not talking about the fact that everybody got the herpes and that we getting treated for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what the crime is.
I see what you're saying.
So yeah, you see what I'm saying? You have to, sometimes try to turn the prosecutor shit back on them and make it work for you. And
Yeah.
if you do
Trick
that,
fight the elements. Uh-huh.
you're right, right,
Gotta
right. Use
fight.
them elements on their ass,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because I don't have a test that says I got it. So
Mm-hmm.
how I'm gonna know that I'm giving it to somebody? And then you gonna say I willfully did it? So because I didn't tell somebody, how would I be able to tell them if I didn't know it?
I didn't.
That's how you play them little games.
Uh-huh. Because I mean, she brought up all of that. Discussed how in the RICO that the enterprise didn't even know that they was committing crimes, and they definitely didn't know that they wasn't working in concert to commit any alleged crimes. You know what I'm saying? So she
Right.
did down. But hey, we'll see. We'll see
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. Right, exactly. She good. I mean, she good pulling shit out of her ass. She can do it now. She can pull shit out of her ass on it. You be like, huh?
You've been doing it.
Well, I just, that shit, that Dara McDavid shit, that's just crazy. Yeah, this lady here, they need to leave this. Please, y'all, leave that damn lady alone. Don't stop calling that lady. Stop trying to be the number one fan.
Oh,
Leave the people, leave that lady alone.
oh
She,
God.
yeah, now she got to fight with her co-counsel and shit like that. Like, what the fuck?
I just don't see the outcome of it. I just don't see the purpose of him going against them, because unless, like y'all was saying, I think it was yesterday, I heard y'all talking about something in regards to um he needs some tangible evidence. I mean, you got a text message, you got something saying that Kel said pay the people. Like, what you got outside of your own testimony, which you say is evidence, but you now have Kel saying, and I guess he got to get on the stand and say, I didn't direct them to do it. You know what I'm saying? So outside of that, it's your word against mine. Do you believe me or do you believe him? So
Right,
I want to see how they paint this picture. I really do.
right. I mean, honey, and I probably shouldn't call him co-counsel. That's not what he is. But I'm just using that term because I want to make sure everybody understand that they are on the same. It's supposed to be on the same side, although the interest is different because but they're on the same side. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna call them co-counsel. I'm just gonna call them, you know, shit.
I don't see why it's not cold. Well, yeah, it's not really cold,
Yeah, it's not. It's not
but
co. It's not technically. It's not co. Technically, it's not co-counsel, but it's
step counsel.
huh.
Look, step counsel. You a step counsel.
Right, right,
Like, you kind of on the same side, but not really.
right. I mean, they can be classified. It just depends, child, because sometimes you get in the weeds with the actual the definition of it. But I mean, for because they are working on the same case, but it's just for different clients. It's crazy though. It's like all this shit they could have hashed out on the phone. Like what happened to, like, calling each other and talking some more about this. They know they hashing it out on pacer, honey. And J-Bo is slick as hell. J-Bo like, perhaps the government has something to say about this. That is dog whistling for I need you bitches to get a cursive hearing going. Because typically it's the government that jump starts a cursive hearing, right?
Oh, okay.
And yeah. It's just not, I mean, the judge can do it, but typically it's something that's done the by the by the government. But other than that, it's just so many issues, so many ways to remedy this situation that we know one is not going to happen. We know not one way with if she's citing that there's a conflict and all of this. Well,
Right.
one way is for um somebody like Daryl McDavid's, just say Daryl McDavid's attorneys to withdraw, from being their attorney. You know what I'm saying? So she
Mm-hmm.
J-Bo, she don't give a damn. She put pressure on every goddamn body. As she should. Somebody got to do something.
But I think she really, because I think she would have, if she would have saw that Kels didn't have his own defense, I think she would have finessed the situation and got word to him like, hey, we need to fight this on the same side. Because I feel like she's got something like that business that they were supposed to have together, and also his personal gain off of Kel's account. I feel like she
Mm.
feels she got something to run that they can't get around. That's just my theory. Because I don't see her pushing it if she don't think that's gonna be the best situation for Kels. I think she'd have reached out like, hey, let's just work this out. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right, right.
But she
Um,
must got a trick, something in a trick bag.
right. Chi-Town said Faith got herpes from a guy in Houston. She filed a police report on him 2 years before meeting RSK. Could she have given it to him if he had it? Well, okay. We some months back we talked about that. And that was, we went through the transcripts, right? That was I think it was something that the defense was trying to offer up, and she said that wasn't the truth, because I actually went through the transcripts and looked it up, right? She said when she told her sister, who's a nurse or something, and the years that she first was diagnosed with it was after she had been with R. Kelly. And she is the one that told him that, what she had or what have you. And they had like conversation with regards to that. So I know I heard the police report thing about in Houston and all of that. And when we looked in the transcript, that wasn't even how that went. So
But
I
can you say just that they can't ask about the victim's sexual history? Because to me, that's a viable question. Did you have herpes prior to meeting the defendant? I would have asked each one of them that. But then you say they can't ask about the sexual history of the
yeah,
victim?
that act that I was telling you about, and it's in one of those motions, because they discussed that act as well, of all the stuff that you can't ask, and someone's sexual history is one of them. I do know that, but here's the thing: that's not even a crime. So whether or not, that's what I was trying to get people to understand the thing about this herpes situation. Just say she did give it to him, all right?
Mhm.
That's not the crime.
Right.
The
The crime
crime is
consent.
he
I got
allegedly did not tell her
you. Yeah.
that he
He had.
had
So
herpes.
she could
That's the
have
crime.
yeah, she
Yeah,
had they all could have had it. But if
yeah.
he's on the trial, and if he didn't tell them, that's the charge. The charge ain't them not telling him.
Right, right,
I get it. It's
right. The charging, even
it.
even if he just say he didn't even give her herpes, right? Even say just say she didn't have them.
Yep.
The
It's the
crime, he was still been charged with exposing, knowingly and willfully. Yeah, he was been
yep.
charged with that.
Yeah,
So that's not
I,
even, yeah,
I totally get it. And
yeah,
how do you refute that? You know, I don't even know how they won that. But like you saying, evidence is, I mean, testimony is evidence. I mean, but that's just some high bullshit. You know, they word against
yeah,
his. Since he ain't take the stand, you know, he can't say I didn't do that. You know, so because how do you refute that? How else do you
right.
have
And the
somebody
only thing that,
in the room and he told them when before they had sex, like we was doing a threesome and he told them they had sex? Like, how do you refute that? You know?
and what I used to tell people, because I knew this was going to happen, because there was a lot of people spend a lot of time on bullshit that I know wouldn't matter, wouldn't
Mm,
be a factor, ain't had nothing to do with this shit, what they need. And they needed evidence and some shit
mm-hmm.
to say that he didn't do the things that they said he did. Like just for instance, right? Now I just gave a loose example. Just say they said that he had sex with, just say Jane Doe number 5, that's what everybody like to talk about, in April of 2015 at some Dolphin Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you got evidence that during that same time span, he was somewhere in Colombia
Mm-hmm.
singing Step in the Name of Love, if you got evidence like that, then that's what you need. You need something like that to counter what they're talking about. That's what you need to break it down to the, if you don't have something like that, all this extra shit about emails and informants and all this shit out, it ain't gonna matter not one motherfucking bit. It ain't gonna play a part in this case. What you needed is something to contradict whatever the prosecutor was talking about.
So basically, since they made a failed attempt on the other stuff that I brought up earlier, he damn near had to get in the goddamn stand in order to refute it. Like, because I don't see how you refute that other than him
Right,
stand saying, I told them. You see what I'm saying?
right.
I,
Unless you got, I ain't mean to cut you off. Unless you got something, some other witnesses, he could have had a witness to say, okay, well, I know, I just said about the beating up part. I know he didn't beat that girl because on that instance, I was with them. He
yeah.
didn't put his hands on her. They argued. They went to separate rooms, and that was it. If
Mm,
he had evidence to say that, that would have helped. And he could have had witnesses to get up and counter the events that the prosecutors brought up. If they would have had that, that would have helped. That would have created, some reasonable doubt. You
yeah.
ain't got to have something
Yeah.
physical like some kind of smoking gun and shit. They have to have that. They could have had the same thing the prosecutors would have had. That would have been admissible.
I think they just, I mean, when it got to the end, they should have just let him get on the stand, answer the question, then plead the fifth.
You so damn crazy. He would have had to plead the fifth at the whole thing.
I'd be like, and
Oh Lord, Sky asses,
then it, what they
baby.
call it, invoke your right. I promise you, they'd be like, get out of here. That ain't how the law go. Cause I mean, how do you refute that, man? That just and see, but I think the government knew that. Like they, they probably looking like, well, if we say this outside of him getting on the stand, how's he gonna refute it? Like,
Right, Sky. But that's what shot time. That's what they needed. Not all this extra ghetto ass shit. I mean, they needed some people. And here's the thing: I'm not taking away from nobody, around here or whatever. But in all the social, and I call them social media sleuths, and both sides, whether it's prosecutors or defense, they love them because guess what? It's manpower you usually don't have to pay for. They
okay,
know how to get the evidence that you need. That there's no man hours or none of that shit. And they send that shit to you, and all you got to do is investigate it. You know, I mean, they usually been under the lion's share of that, and you just roll on with that shit, right?
mm-hmm,
So, and all the ones I know, even none of them have been lawyers or anything like that. They've been just probably most of them been stay-at-home moms and
Mhm.
just people that's interested in the legal system, solving crimes, all kinds of people writing books.
Mhm.
Okay, I come across a whole bunch of different people, right? And it was never no ghetto ass shit where the people uh, just all over the goddamn place. Like,
But
I just be like,
like I'm gonna
hey,
tell
we
you,
don't need this. You like, I don't need this
well,
shit
see,
here.
you have helped me learn a lot about this case and looking at things also from a legal perspective, and I'm able to take the legal piece and add it to, you know what I'm saying, my common sense defense.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
No, you have, because even Kelly was like, you getting better. I see you getting, I'm like, yeah, G, uh-huh. You better hope I don't get some other
You don't
legal
kick their ass soon. You don't kick their ass.
you know something. Because if I get some more of them legalese statements, boy, I'm gonna run it. But
Oh, you gonna run the game, baby.
I'm
You gonna
gonna
run. You gonna have Atmos coming on. His hat. Them plats gonna be just unplatted, baby. You
that
gonna be like, what? Sky kicking my ass. Sky
yeah,
kicking my ass. I'm
right.
gonna have to sing for y'all.
I'm
I'm to
telling you,
sing.
I'm bringing that legal. They want that legal defense from me, so I'm gonna bring both. You know,
Yeah.
but I have learned a lot, and I really want to try and you even when you come over there, you teach the channel too, because I remember having arguments about the herpes, and it's almost like you get so involved in the issue, but like
Hmm.
you're saying, the charge is him consenting.
Right.
Period.
Whether, yeah, did he tell them?
Did he tell?
That's what they charge. And
Not
that's how they,
at it,
yeah.
because because I remember arguing something about that, and because it's not that they had it, it's that you have to prove that he he told them basically, and they,
Yeah.
you got to prove that. So
Right. Where you got to prove where he told them and they consented to have sex.
anyway,
And if that's the case, then hey, there ain't no crime.
ain't no
But
crime.
they saying that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, but I appreciate that because I mean, if I can just get one person to
I-
understand it, it don't matter what side you're on. But I had an interesting conversation. Um, I keep him um anonymous, but he was saying, on especially on it was a Team Kels person. He was saying like we trying to learn this stuff. We don't know this stuff like this. We trying to learn it
mhm.
and trying to understand like what it is so they can best help them understand what's going on with the defense and all all that stuff. And I was like, okay, and I don't, like I said, I don't have no problems with that. I spend time as much time as I have to try to, from what I have, and I don't know everything. So, I mean, but from what I can apply to it to get somebody to understand how this situation is, because you just can't show up somewhere and say he's being railroaded and not know how and
Mhm.
why and all this here, and
Mhm.
because that does nothing. They don't, okay, they're not gonna listen to you. You don't have no details and all.
Mhm.
That's why I like talking to people like you, Jeff, and that get it. Nah, don't give me on that bullshit. I don't have time for that extra shit.
Yeah, you have to
I need the
create a
facts.
legal narrative, and you have to pass the three R's first to even get it in there. But the problem is, even though it might pass the three R's, the goddamn judge might still overrule your shit. That's the problem that's crazy to me. Like, I feel like the defense I created, you know, it passed the three R's, but like you said, she probably would have came in and shut it down. Like, nope, the parents don't
No,
be up here.
who you talking about? The defense or the judge?
The judge, I think she would.
No, if it's a 3 hours, she gotta let it in. If not, it's gonna be a problem on her head.
Oh.
Yeah, if it's admissible, she then if and here's the thing. Here's where you have your check and balance. Now you have we're in the post conviction phase. Now you have and this is good, a brand new. Just have the same people's on it, but we got a brand new set of eyes. She's going back through to see if the judge made an error,
Okay.
for with regards to anything evidentiary. So yeah, so you if she brings it up, that's what I was telling people. Let the attorneys be your guide with your fight. If they're not up there arguing about no informant and this, that, and the third, then guess what? That probably means because it's not a factor.
Uh-huh.
That's actually what that means. It's not a factor. The
Right.
shit that they not arguing, it's not a factor. Now, with J Boy, you got to be careful with that statement because she is trying to unearth everything and she's using everything. That
Right.
I think the in her end result, her point that that she's trying to prove is that the system is unfair. And even in her writing, she takes it there, baby. She mirrors in a way constitutional law and oh god, why I can't think, constitutional and civil, not civil, shit, Martin Luther King and them. Why I can't talk and think?
No, because it's getting late. That's when
Yeah,
I get tired.
constitutional law and civil. What is, help me out, guys? Civil.
Civil law, civil
Uh-uh.
civil rights.
Civil rights. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Civil rights. So she is marrying those two together because in some of her briefs, she has where she's saying if a white man would have done this, and if a black, like, okay, she going there.
Yeah.
She's fucking going there.
Yeah.
So I think at the end, she's gonna show where the system has unfair treatment to people of color.
Mm-hmm. That's part of
And
it,
yeah,
you know.
and should these laws be allowed to remain in place as is? Should there be some change to it? I
Uh-huh.
think she is gonna end up, coming real close to saying that, and that sometimes can prompt an overhaul of the law.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And see, and the same shit, and that's where she get to use the shit that they using against her back on them. Because all right, if the law is amended, changed, reshaped, whatever, and however you want to put it, the
Mm-hmm.
current laws on the books that affects R. Kelly now hasn't been expired, right? So they can make those changes. They can apply it retroactively, and then it will catch R. Kelly up. That's what I'm saying. And then maybe would cause his sentence to be reduced or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But so it seems like she plays the long game. That's far out and way, 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 way down the road. But I'm just saying, she I think when she does her work, she thinks about all of that. She thinks about the um the impact far beyond the trial, far beyond any appellate review, far beyond all of that. She's thinking about the impact to the actual law itself, and I think that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Now let me ask you this, and then I'm get out of here because I missed a couple days. That and once we talk about the acquittal, the dismissal for the New York case, and then did the judge respond to the juror questionnaire? Like, why is she holding on to these motions? Like, why is she not ruling?
Okay, you know what? Because this is what I think, right? I think that she has already made up her mind with regards to that issue. I think with regards to so that was on the new trial. That was the ineffective, the IAC claims, right? I think she's already made up her mind with regards to that. These were the last two issues that she had that came through the yesterday or today or whatever was shit. I'm so goddamn. So she asked those two questions with regards to the Rule 29 acquittal motion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think she's already made up her mind. and she's going to make her ruling, shortly. I don't think she has any more questions regarding um regarding that. So, I don't know when she's gonna make them. It's so she has time. So, but I don't
Does-
think she's just holding on to it. But I just think that these were the two outstanding issues she had.
But can she hold on to the information about the questionnaire? You think that's gonna be part of the ruling? Because she
Yeah, but that's part of the ruling. That's
okay,
the question she asked was was prompted due to that new trial motion she put in.
okay, yeah, she
Cause because that motion, remember, was about the
jurors.
the jury and what did she only ask one? She only asked one question, and that was about the jury part. So I think her mind was made up about the conflict of interest with Attorney Becker. So she had a question about the jury, and she had them submit the the questionnaires and stuff like that. And you know what I'm thinking now? How she did this little bit, this question 1 and 2. I'm thinking she did kind of like the same thing on that. She already knew what the answer was. She wanted to see. She wanted the prosecutors to show why they they dismiss certain people that answered the same questions the same way. Well, however she worded it in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think if she was getting, she was trying to get to something, but she leads you there. She leads you to the answer. And this last thing, she just gave them the answer, and all they had to do, all the prosecutor did was copy and paste. I swear for God, all they did was copy and paste and posted that in the first paragraph and this expound on it. That was crazy. That's why I said when I read, I said, shit, she done gave him the damn answer.
But see,
Since she
that's what
already,
I'm saying. If you saw it, it need to get to an appeals court so they can see it. Like how that's fucking cheating. You
well,
cheat.
it's not how they crafted it, but how she covered it. We ain't gonna say judge ain't cheated because she did it. She gave that to both of them. She didn't just give it to one side. She told both of them the questions and the answers.
You and see that's some. You know what?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
But you know that it favored the
it.
prosecution.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come on,
right,
man.
right.
You seen that, Andy? Then we know these old 89,000-year-old appellate people. I'm sorry, Supreme Court people. They gonna see that. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
running
And I
smart.
think she did that. And I bet you, and we don't know what those what all the jury shit was, who got dismissed for whatever. But I bet you she did the same thing with those jury questionnaires because you already know what the sub questions were and whatever, because she got access to it. It ain't like she don't.
Right.
And I think she had them fill out these briefs, these are these supplements, right? So kind of to cover herself in case it goes up the road, because now you have both sides,
You told her
an
what
explanation,
and
right?
sound
An
first.
explanation of, so you allow both of them to give you an explanation,
Yeah,
but you
but
couldn't
but like you saying, for you to even bring that up, it needed clarification. You knew it was stanky. So for you to
mm-hmm,
bring it up to ask for clarification, you
mm-hmm.
stanky. You knew it. But you tried
Yeah, and she
to
got me straight up, gave him the answer. I was like, well, damn, you gave him the answer. you
that's
you
dirty.
really did.
I mean, man, I don't know. But
It's crazy.
she's holding her pattern. She is holding her pattern of being in support of the prosecution. She been denying his shit. I can't say she not holding her pattern. You know,
But you got to think about that. She did help the defense, a lot during the proceedings and stuff. She kind of guided, not really guided them, but she kind of, helped them out and told them don't say this, and in a way. So to prove her to be unfair, that's going to be hard because I believe she gave the same amount of support to both sides. But I mean, I was able to pick up that she hadn't gave the goddamn answers. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you ask somebody a question, you know, but you tell them, as about like when I teach, right? I tell them, okay, here's the topic, here's the question, and I tell you where to go look. Now, technically, I didn't give you the answer, but I gave you the answer because I told you where to go look.
Right.
But she did more than that because when that one when she said about the untimeliness of the argument that J-Bo raised, she said, is it untimely because it wasn't raised at the appropriate time?
Wow.
That's the answer. Meaning it was supposed to be raised pre-trial.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean. It's crazy, child.
That's what I'm saying. Case is just, I mean, my God. And I mean, and holding to her pattern, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? But I'm just really hoping that if it has to go up to them people, that they hear it, because I mean, this is just pitiful. Just pitiful.
Yeah, it
Curious.
it is.
I want somebody to ask her, why did you not bring that up in the mistake of fact issue up in any of your appeals or motions or anything? I'm curious to know why. I mean,
Yeah.
was she did she think it's irrelevant? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why you ain't bring that up?
You talking about J-Bo didn't bring it up?
Yeah, she ain't bring that up.
Well, but that was what I told you. Why? Because it was kind of clear what the what the prosecutor had to prove. That was just a jury instruction situation. Are you saying why she didn't bring it up as a IAC claim for the defense? Why they didn't use that as an overall defense? That's something different.
Well, let me.
But here's the
Oh,
thing:
that.
lack of.
Oh,
Go
go.
ahead.
I'm just saying. You saying the jury was instructed by Donley to rule that?
Yeah, when I say the jury charge, right? That is when the judge gives the jury the instructions on how to consider if someone
Oh,
innocent or guilty.
then she cheated, Angie. Cause how you instructed them to overlook the goddamn defense.
No. What I'm saying is you have to, first of all, you have to give instructions, and one of the instructions, the main one, is to convict based on what you heard in court and those elements. Did they did the prosecutor prove those elements?
Yeah,
So fast forward to that mistake of fact that I just read, right?
yeah.
They was trying to get that included just in the jury instructions, which is aka also known as a jury charge, right? So, and when the prosecutors answered the defense, they told them this is what we have to prove. These are the elements. We ain't got to prove nothing else but this with regards to that. With regards to that particular charge. That California the mistake of fact was with it was with the Mann Act, because they said, because they referenced that California law shit. So that had something to do with the Mann Act and the herpes shit. So that's what they're saying. So probably J-Bo is not going to can't raise that because it's plainly
Because
stated. All they had to,
otherwise,
huh?
because they were instructed otherwise. Because if they're
Right,
instructed to follow certain rules, then that's what they have to do. But
right.
even
They
though
have to convict.
killed the defense, you know.
Yeah, but see, if they didn't use that as a defense, that's not a appellate issue. That's not that's his team issue.
Wow.
Yeah, that's his team issue. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's pitiful. So they was instructed to do something, and yeah, they gotta follow the instructions. But that's hella unfair right there.
No, but well, no, it is actually fair because I'm gonna tell you how it ties together. You get an indictment, right? Your indictment has elements. All
Mm-hmm.
right. When you get your jury instructions, you're supposed to convict based if the prosecutor proved those elements in the indictments. So the indictment and the jury charge cannot differ in substance from each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
If so, then then that means if someone gets convicted, they have been wrongfully convicted or illegally convicted, however you want to look at it. So those two pieces must coincide in order for someone to be their conviction to be legal. So she has to give those instructions to convict based on those elements, and those elements are supposed to be in unison with the indictment and the jury instructions. So yeah,
Wow.
the judge just pretty much reinforces what's in that indictment.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, that's terrible, y'all. Ooh. Well, we did.
But no, but it's actually a good thing because just say now if the jury instructions and jury charge changes, and those like with what they tried to do, the defense tried to slip some stuff in there. I remember that because I caught that. They tried to slip some stuff in there to change the jury instructions. That would mean that if it had been um approved, right? If it had been granted, then you have a constitutional violation because now he has been indicted wrongfully because now he's not indicted by the indictment. He's indicted, so it's all fucked up. So it is a safety measure, right? And that is what she's supposed to do. It's just your defense and stuff that plays a separate role. And if you don't nail that down, I mean, like you said, you was correct by saying they probably should have introduced that as a part of the defense overall in the beginning.
Yeah, and supported it. Like it's just
Right.
because that
Morning, Mo. Morning.
that one piece of her admitted she lied. I mean, that's great, but wear that shit into the ground, man. Wear it out. Beat the horse.
Lord Jesus.
Wake them up
God.
down again. I don't know. They just not fighting like Bojane, but I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Um,
Yes, ma'am.
and
And
I'm
I'm gonna go ahead and get off of him.
yeah, cause I know you've been on for a couple of days. I've been looking.
Just had a couple of days.
Yeah, but I ain't been. I got to go back and watch some of the stuff because I'm behind. But I'm glad I had the opportunity to come on here today, and
Oh yes, ma'am. Anytime.
I had a good time. So Sky Life is about to go back and continue winning. You know what I'm saying? Sky Life wins 100 strong alone, no help, no aid and assistance, none of that. 6 months off YouTube and coming back winning. All right, Angie.
You crazy. All right. I'm gonna say I'm back on YouTube winning.
Throw that in there. It must be people, thinking otherwise. Let me just what they say. Let me clear the slate. Let me put on the table. All right, you guys. Take care. Thanks.
All right, girl. Oh, that's fun. It's always a good time to talk that damn Skylife and Levi and all y'all ass make my damn day, honey. Woo, I like to have a good time about this shit here. Oh my gosh, honey. I'm trying to tell you, it does not have to get volatile, baby. Woo. Yes. Y'all done crack me up. Girl, Mo, you are coming in so late, honey. I'm damn delirious. I am. Mm. But y'all make sure y'all. I'm gonna stop asking y'all about these damn likes and shit. So I understand this. Can y'all do all of these things? Can the people still watching do all of these things, please? Your ass done been here all night and this morning. Can you do that? Damn. Shit. Now y'all see me trying to turn into the damn Lifetime movie queen shit. Leave me alone. Anyway, y'all. Thanks again to the panelists, the host, the hostess, and the guests, and everybody else. To the next live. So we done knocked out the 24th and 25th. I don't think there was nothing else to come until next week. To the next live, y'all. I can't work that third shift. I'm 9 to 5. I'll watch the replay. Yes, like me up. Thank you, love spell. Look at it. Y'all done went to sleep. Now y'all waking back up. Hey, Leslie, back again. To the next live, y'all. I will holler. Make sure y'all be good to each other, yourself, and do something good for someone else. And make sure y'all put your prayers up and down for the people in Texas, the people that was in New York, and all these killings and stuff. It's just so unnecessary. I was going to talk about that, but I didn't want to run it together. But I sure do appreciate y'all. I love y'all to the fullest, and good morning.